Chapter 418. Everyone in the garden stopped what they were doing when the first song, "Drink up the wine, fill it up again. Tonight we won't return until we're drunk." Li Longji frowned. Li Chengqi took a deep breath. This song will wear down the soldiers' fighting spirit. It's a song that will defeat the enemy. How can Brother Yi teach the winged knights this song? Wild geese in the sky line up. The second song was repeated. Compared to the first time, the non-commissioned officers sang more passionately and emotionally. Li Longji waved at Fan Fan, who was standing not far away, and pointed at Fan Fan. Fan Fan left. After a while he came back and went to Li Longji. He bowed and said, "When Dongzhu was talking to the Empress and Elder Gua, he somehow talked about being besieged on all sides." Fan Fan said one sentence and everyone around him understood. Li Longji chuckled, "So this song is sung for the Turks. Good song, good lyrics." Li Chengqi listened to the sound again. "I've never heard of this zither before. It seems to be more vigorous than the Shi zither." Fan Fan answered, "Dongzhu ordered someone to make it. He said that the resonance box is bigger and it was transformed from the Shi zither. There is a horse head carved on the zither. The horse head is curved and suitable for hanging. Dongzhu called it the horse head zither." "Go and ask if there are more?" Li Chengqi was interested. "Get another hujia," Li Longji said. Fan Fan left again and soon came back with a horse head zither and a hujia. Li Chengqi took the horse head zither and looked at it first. He touched it and played a few times on the strings. He waited for the bow to be knocked and gently pulled to find the sound. Then he nodded to Li Longji. Li Longji put the hujia to his mouth. The two of them played almost at the same time and just happened to follow the rhythm of the song. When the hujia and the dongzhao's low sound came out, the song of the wild geese sounded even more sorrowful. The other kings were singing in low voices, giving people the impression that they were about to cry. After they finished singing, Li Dan laughed, "Ha ha, good song. Since we are mainly defending against the Turks, why don't we get the soldiers to sing over there? Many people in Tubo will also like it," noble consort Lu said. "Little brother Yi is indeed talented. There should be more of such good songs in the pear garden." Li Longji wanted to expand the scale. He specially sent some people to study what kind of song was suitable to wear down the fighting spirit of the Tuboan Turks. "Send it to Chang'an first," Li Chengqi suggested. That night, a large group of people moved into the bungalow. Fortunately, the bedding was new. After they finished using it, they could take it with them the next day. On the 17th of May, a large group of people left. Li Dan and the other two also left. Their child was 1 month old, so they wanted to return to the palace. The teams delivering newspapers to the 20 counties set out before dawn. As soon as the city gate of Chang'an opened, the teams delivering newspapers to Chang'an went in. The children waited in different places until the newspaper trucks arrived. They loaded the newspapers, took 2 steamed buns, ate them quickly, drank some water, and began to sell the newspapers. A large pile of newspapers was directly pulled to the place rented by the foreigners. The leader of Tubo, Wuxia, was still waiting. The agreed half a month was still waiting. 10 days had passed since the 7th of May, and there were only 5 days left. He felt that every day was passing very slowly. He was worried that someone in Li family Zhuangzi's reference room would notice that something was missing. At that time, Li Yi would not sell alcohol to him no matter what. "Hurry up. Don't be so expensive. Otherwise we can't afford it," Wuxia muttered as he went outside and retched a few times. The newspapers had been moved to the rented courtyard, but the smell of ink still floated in the Honglu temple. What he did not know was that the foreigners had organized their men under the urging of a big Turk tribe. These people were going to sneak in and steal good things. They put the skill of stealing hot air balloons first, the skill of stealing gunpowder second, the skill of stealing other skills third. If there was a chance, they could capture Li Yi. Their strongholds outside the city were all operating. Now they were waiting for the moon to disappear. That night in Pyeongkong Square, Swan Goose, the sky, Nanka Sinyan and the others came back, and they even brought back a piano. They had finished learning the Symphony of Butterflies, and now they were practicing. Li Yi had suffered a lot when he was learning to play the piano. If it was everyone, the speed of improvement would be faster. It was estimated that after practicing for another half a month, they would be able to play butterflies with other instruments. In the middle of the night, A person from a small tribe who went to Pyongkong Square to drink came back dizzy. He hummed the Swan Goose as he walked, and as he sang, tears flowed down his face. After entering the Honglu Temple, it did not take long for more people to start singing. Wuxia, who was lying down and could not sleep, finally fell asleep, but he was awakened by the singing. He listened carefully. First he felt that it was nice. He could not remember the words, but he could hum along with the song. After he had snorted twice, he sat up abruptly and broke out in a cold sweat. No, this kind of song can't be sung. Swangoose returned to the north with my thoughts. If the Turkic and Tubo border soldiers heard this, how can they fight against the Tang dynasty's army? After saying that, Wuxia put on his clothes and ran out. He went to a courtyard where the sound came from. When he went in, many people were not afraid of mosquito bites. They were playing the huqin, playing the hujia, and singing. Wuxia grabbed the arm of a Turkic. Lei Wan, where did you learn this song? It's from Fengdali, who came to Pyongkong Square. Everyone in Pyongkong Square is singing. Li family Zhuangzi's Li Yi wrote this song. This song is very nice. Li Yi is quite capable. Lei Wan smiled and praised Li Yi. Wuxia's scalp went numb. He nodded blankly. Yes, he's quite capable. Li Yi Li Yi. He shouted Li Yi louder and louder each time. After shouting 3 times, he slapped his thigh. Li Yi, why did you write such a song? After Wuxia said that, the surroundings gradually quieted down. He shouted, if this song is spread among the troops guarding the border, think about it. If everyone sings it at night, the Tang army will attack at night. Can we still fight? Can we? It's just a song. Someone muttered. It's fine in normal times. But when the war is in a stalemate, the more time passes, the more this song will wear down our fighting spirit. Siege of Wuxia. There's nothing we can do even if we know. Don't the Tang dynasty have songs of thought? The Tang army can also fight. We have them too. Why should we be afraid of a song? Yes, we have a lot of songs with similar meanings. Everyone started talking. Wuxia shook his head and turned to go back. He realized that these envoys were simple-minded. Was this a problem with the song? This was clearly Li Yi thinking about how to solve the war from all aspects. He made the hot air balloon and specially composed a song. It could be said that Li Yi was deliberately trying to provide comprehensive support for the war between the Tang dynasty, Tubo, and the Turks. Now it was gunpowder, hot air balloon, and songs. What else would come next? He thought and went back to his room to lie down. He couldn't sleep again. Recently, he had been suffering from insomnia. The courtyard where he sang just now was very quiet. Everyone said that it didn't matter, but they were still very afraid. They could guess that soon, their language version of Hongyan would appear and spread to all the tribes at the same time. Sigh. It's just a song, but it feels like a war. Someone said in a bad mood. It's been like this since the hot air balloon took off. The person next to him knew the reason. With the appearance of new weapons, everyone was afraid before they found a solution. Chapter 419. Henan Province, Zhengzhou City, Xinjiang County. It was a beautiful place with flowers, grass, ponds, and pavilions. Li Riji, who had been ill some time ago, was in good health. He was drinking green tea. Bai Gu was sitting opposite him. The tea was brought by Bai Gu. The Li family Zhuangzi asked someone to bring it to Henan Province by water. You should leave now. Are you waiting for Her Majesty to send someone to invite you back? Bai Gu drank tea and looked at the surrounding scenery. I've already retired. How can I face others? My heart belongs to the countryside. Li Riji put down the tea. If Her Majesty didn't send someone in time, you would have died of illness. When you heard that Her Majesty wanted to invite you back, you recovered. How can you say that your heart belongs to the countryside? Bai Gu expressed his disdain. Li Riji was sick before. Then, someone from the palace said that the imperial court had an important task to invite Li Riji back. The next day, Li Riji didn't need anyone to feed him. Today he didn't look sick at all. Thank you for your blessing, Your Majesty. Li Riji cupped his hands in the direction of Chang, and he looked at the teacup and shook his head. But do you know who persuaded Her Majesty to invite you back? Bai Gu started a new topic. Who? Li Riji was interested. Your family raised a lot of chickens and ducks this year. I heard that you encouraged your family to raise more to prevent the locust plague. Bai Gu talked about something else. Li Riji thought of someone. He knew Li Yi. He came from Chang'an to deliver chickens, ducks, and pigs to Hunan province. He went to the mountains west of Luoyang and used eggs to exchange for locusts. He also recruited workers to build the mountain. After that, he exchanged for chickens and ducks to let the people see how fast the pigs grew. The people learned from him. The locusts around Luoyang were treasures. When the news spread to Zhengzhou, the people did as they were told. Even he, who didn't own any property, raised a lot of chickens and ducks. He also built a fire bed to hatch the chickens and ducks. In his mind, Li Yi had single-handedly suppressed the locust plague in a large area. This old man is going back this year. Li Yi Zhuangzi said that it's not bad. When the time comes, Li Yi will give me dental implants first. Don't you want to take a look? Bai Gu didn't deny it. He talked about his return, Li Yi and Zhuangzi. The Li family Zhuangzi left behind 100 people on the mountain. The commoners interacted with them and learned many things about the Li family Zhuangzi. What the commoners of Luoyang received was the real situation. It became the Li family Zhuangzi. Floating clouds curled up, multicolored light filled the sky, and a faint immortal language could be heard. Li Riji picked up the teacup again and drank mouthful after mouthful. All right, I'll go and see what's so special about that young man. He put down his teacup and said, set off as soon as possible. Her Majesty is waiting. Bai Gu urged and left. He deliberately came over from Hunan to persuade him to go back quickly. He still had political affairs to deal with. He was delayed for 2 days. If he went back, it would be another 2 days. Li Riji found his wife and prepared to go to Chang and buy water. After he was removed from the position of governor, he was disheartened and resigned. His children were waiting for him to become an official, but it was all over. Without his salary, he could only go back to his hometown. When he returned to his hometown, he repaired his garden and allowed other young students to come over and ask for advice. If there were good ones, he would recommend them to the government. He did have a backbone. He had once refused the order to beat someone to death with a cane. However, he didn't care about his family. He never discussed anything with his wife. He was a male chauvinist and didn't think about his children. It was the same now. When he said he was leaving, he told his wife and his wife arranged it. His children were happy. They were going to Chang'an again and they had an official. Jiangnan East Road, Hangzhou. Lu Youqiu was dealing with government affairs in the provincial government office. He looked gloomy and sullen. He wanted to be an official and a prime minister. It wasn't easy for him to become a prime minister, but a few days later he was gone. He was also demoted to be the provincial governor of Hangzhou. He should be the prime minister again. After dealing with one matter, he picked up another book. Provincial governor, someone from Chang'an is here. A small official ran in. Ah, someone from Chang'an? Lu Youqiu sat up straight, looking panicked. He had heard that he was going to be transferred to Qinzhou. Qinzhou was not as good as Hangzhou. If he really went there, when could he return to the capital? His life was probably over. It's a yellow door, the small official added. Yellow door. Lu Youqiu was surprised. It should be someone from Ziwei province with a document from the Ministry of Personnel. Quick, invite him in, Lu Youqiu, who couldn't figure it out, ordered. Not long after, a eunuch came in. Congratulations, Scout Lu. I'm here to congratulate you. The moment the yellow door saw Lu Youqiu, he cupped his hands and congratulated him. Scout? What's that? Lu Youqiu was confused. He knew about inspectors and patrols, but what was the rank of a scout? It's an officer of the 1st Patrol Regiment of the Tang Dynasty. There's an additional department, which is full of scouts. They can investigate the problems of the officials alone. Not only the officials in the capital, but also the local officials can investigate. They can investigate wherever they want. They can send people or bring people there personally. When they find the officials with problems, they can report to His Majesty. The official rank is a 3rd-rank official with a real title. They have a lot of power. The winged knights can borrow them. The yellow door introduced with a happy face. Lu Youqiu was even more confused. A new department was established in the Tang Dynasty. There were supervising officers stationed in the local area, and patrolling officers occasionally sent out. Why did he establish another department? Why did he need so many departments? He needed people to do things. Who's in the 1st Patrol Regiment? Lu Yochio asked. There are only 2 now, Scout Lu and Scout Li Riji. His Majesty is looking for them. There will be more in the future. The Yellow Door's voice was much lower when he talked about this. What about the censorate? Lu Yochio still had questions. He knew who Li Riji was. He resigned after his power was taken away. Both sides were familiar with each other. The censorate finds things and reports them in the imperial court. You're different. You find things and report them to His Majesty secretly, the Yellow Door explained. Sometimes the censorate also reports to His Majesty alone, Lu Yochio argued. The censorate doesn't have people. You have people. A group of subordinates helps you collect evidence. Scout Lu, get ready. The new provincial governor of Hangzhou is coming. The Yellow Door gave a different answer. It was difficult for the people of the censorate to collect evidence by themselves. They were handed to them by others. Lu Yochio went to find his family in a daze and prepared to leave for Chang'an. He didn't need to care about the handover of government affairs. Li Yi didn't get the news that the 2 of them were going to Chang'an. He watched people seal the alcohol in Zhuangzi. He didn't have a plastic bucket, and it couldn't be a glass bottle. Like ordinary wine jars, he poured the alcohol in. As for whether the alcohol would permeate and evaporate, it was not up to him. After the alcohol was poured in, the mouth of the jar was covered with a layer of oil paper, then the lid, wax seal and mud seal. Of course, the alcohol he sold to Tubo was 85%. It was not pure enough. The reason why it was not 80% was that it could be used as medical alcohol if the alcohol was low enough. If Tubo people found out, what would they do if it was used in battlefield medicine? In the future, the soldiers of the Tang dynasty would use alcohol with 75% alcohol. It had a good sterilization effect on external injuries. If Tubo people found out and learned it, wouldn't he be helping the enemy? If Tubo people found out and added water, then so be it. If the water was not clean, it would get infected faster. Only when they realize that they can make money will they be willing to follow suit. Li Yi talked about his arrangements. There were students in all 20 counties, so it would be easier to take care of them. Some rich families have already made preparations. The merchants are very daring. This year, when the lychees come down, you can eat dried lychees. When Wang Xing said that someone wanted to learn from him, he changed the topic and started to crave for lychees. They had lychees now, but unfortunately, they couldn't deliver them. Looking back at Chang'an, the embroidery piles are piled up, and the thousands of gates on the mountaintop open one after another. Riding in the red dust, the concubine smiles. No one knows it's lychee. Li Yi recited. Brother Yi, what are you talking about? Wang Xing knew how to write lychees and deliver them to the Chang'an palace. Who is the concubine? Nothing. I suddenly remembered how to preserve the cherries and lychees. I want to make them into canned food. Li Yi found a way to preserve them. Canned food? Wang Xing repeated. Put the meat in flour, add salt and distilled yeast in a jar and seal it. Then put it under the sun for 14 days. When it comes out, it will be canned meat paste. It's written in the Qi Min Qi technique. Li Yi said. The Qi Min Qi technique also had a method to make AO meat. Put the meat in a pot, add seasoning and water and cover it. Put it on the fire to cook. When the meat is cooked, the water will run out. Can be preserved for a while. Wang Xing could only nod. He couldn't memorize the Qi Min Qi technique. I want to make porcelain. The mouth of the bottle should be small so that it can be used to plug the cork. When it's done, put the cherries in, add sugar and water and steam them in a pot. When it's almost done, immediately plug the cork. Then seal it with wax or oil paper and mud. Can be preserved for a long time. But the jar and cork have to be steamed first to sterilize it. Li Yi decided to make canned food. He didn't use glass bottles but porcelain. He would sell it to Heavenly Earth and his Zhuangzi. Lychees and longan are also fine. Can this method be passed down? Collect the lychees locally. When the longan ripens, do the same. Wang Xing was still thinking about the lychees. Even if he couldn't eat the fresh ones, he could eat a canned one. But if it's stored for a short period of time, Eat it when it's sent from there. Use a bamboo container. Li Yi gave another idea. The bamboo container wasn't sealed well enough. It would seep in slowly. Li Yi wrote down the process and gave a copy to Wang Xing. He asked him to find the higher-ups. He went to the workshop, the ceramic workshop, and gave the blueprint. The people in the workshop began to make blanks and prepare to burn porcelain. Wang Xing hurried back to the palace. He didn't look for Gao Lisher but Yang Xishu. Yang Xishu didn't care about him. He avoided Yang Xishu because he wanted to create conflict between Yang Xishu and Gao Lisher. Yang Xishu took the item and thought about it. He quickly sent it to Li Longji. The 3 prime ministers were present. Yang Xishu glanced at Gao Lisher. He passed the item to him. The Li family Zhuangzi came up with a new way to preserve steamed fruits. After giving and speaking, he returned to his place. Yao Chong and the other 2 looked at the item in Gao Lisher's hand at the same time. They also looked at Li Longji. Let's show it to you first. Li Longji wasn't in a hurry. Gao Lisher sent it over. The 3 of them gathered together. The steps were simple. Make a porcelain with a big belly and a small mouth, prepare the cork, and prepare the fruit to be put in. Steam the porcelain and cork in a large pot. At the same time, deal with the fruit. Clean it and remove the core. Then put the fruit in. It's best to add boiling water and sugar. If there's no other sugar, the fruit sugar can be boiled and put in. Continue to steam. After boiling, steam for another 15 minutes. Then, open the lid and stuff the cork in as fast as possible. The outside is sealed again. It was written. According to this method, the fruit can be preserved for at least 6 months, or at most a few years. The meat can also be made according to this method. The 3 of them passed the paper to Li Longji. After Li Longji finished reading, Zhang Shua said, "It can be given to the soldiers at the front lines. Wouldn't it be better for the soldiers at the front lines to send dried fruits?" Yao Chong, the crepe myrtle commandant and minister of war, spoke up. Exactly. Lu Huaishan supported Yao Chong. If baggage can transport jars, why not send more food and dried meat? Li Longji thought for a moment. It's to eat relatively fresh fruit. Brother Yi has a method to make dried meat. Dried meat is a good thing. It's even better than dried meat. It can be preserved for a long time and is easy to eat. It's easy to eat dried and chewed. It tastes good when cooked with rice. It can even be thrown into water to make soup. At the border between Tubo and the Tujue, the main problem is transportation. How much food does one have to eat on the way over? Li Longji was worried about the consumption of food. The soldiers there ate the food transported from Shu. If they wanted to transport the food here, they had to go through the Yangtze River to reach Shu. Then they had to transport by land from Shu. There were many mountains in Shu, so they had to eat a lot of food along the way. Ask Li Yi if there's any way to send food over in the blink of an eye. Yao Chong suddenly said. Everyone looked at him together with a questioning look in their eyes. I'm just asking just in case. Yao Chong was a little scared by the stares, so he explained in a low voice, send Li Yi over. I believe he can solve a lot of problems. Zhang Shua added, everyone please go back. They were going to enter the Wei River from the Ba River, then the Wei River into the Yellow River, then the Yellow River into the Grand Canal, then the Grand Canal into the Yangtze River, then the Yangtze River into the Dada River, then the Dada River into the Jinchuan River, and finally they reached Tubo. From Bahui to Suzhou it was downstream. From there, it entered the Yangtze River and went against the current. Along the way there were many places where the trackers had to pull it. 400 jars of alcohol and 10,000 lighters, 250,000 silver coins. Li Yi found a high place and used binoculars to look. If all of them were exchanged for copper coins, it would be 250 million silver coins. Kaiyuan Tongbao, 1 silver coin is 825 grams, which is 262.5 tons. Copper, more than 200 tons of copper, 20,000 caddies of 85% alcohol, and 10,000 lighters can be exchanged for that. Li Yi said to himself happily. In fact, most of the goods were good silk. There were not many copper coins and not much gold. Li Chengqi stood beside Li Yi. Brother Yi, only you can see that the money is calculated in 10,000 silver coins. He knew the financial income of the Tang dynasty. Last year, everything was converted to about 7,800,000 silver coins. Li Yi, on the other hand, was selling alcohol and lighters with very little capital for 250,000 silver coins. Previously, he had cheated so many merchants of 210,000 silver coins and almost emptied the warehouse of Lantian County. Li Qingqi looked at Li Yi and thought, "You are also our brother Yi. Otherwise, you would sell for 250,000 silver coins. How much is the capital? The alcohol is only 85%. Plus the cost of making the lighters, it's more than 3,200 silver coins. Plus the 66,000 silver coins that were lost, it's 70,000 silver coins. A net profit of 180,000 silver coins. The rest of the money in your family added up to more than 500,000 silver coins. Do you think you can survive on 1/16th of the annual income of the Tang dynasty? I'm going to use the money I earned this time to subsidize the students of the government schools in various places and repair the roads. I'll expand the narrow official road from the Tang dynasty to Tubo and repair the plank roads. I can also use gunpowder to help blow up the mountains and make the roads easier. I won't leave a single coin." Li Yi suddenly said how he was going to spend the money he earned. Li Qingqi nodded. Following his previous thoughts, he answered himself, "Yes, you can survive. Brother Yi, how afraid of death are you? You throw away the money as soon as you get it." He found that Brother Yi's biggest advantage was that he could adapt to the situation. He made money quickly, but he was not greedy. He gave what should be given to the people, and what should be given to the emperor. He tried his best to bribe the officials. Then he shouted that he wanted to deal with the corrupt officials and gave ideas on how to deal with them. Li Yi continued, "This year we'll build greenhouses in 20 counties. Vegetables, cantaloupes, and watermelons in winter are considered luxury goods. We'll pay 10% tax. The other rich families who build greenhouses will pay the tax with me. No one can refuse. There's too much money. After a while, I'll come up with a new kind of glaze and ask the buyers to pay the business tax. I guess I'll offend a lot of people. When someone comes to find me, I'll discuss with them how to make a lot of money." "Brother Yi, no one will find you," Li Qingqi reminded. "You must. If you don't, they'll keep it in their hearts and play dirty tricks behind your back. Instead of a group of enemies hiding in the dark, it's better to be friends in the open. Businessmen should not only buy low and sell high, but also produce and make more money for the people." Li Yi insisted on waiting for someone to come. How much could he do alone? They should unite to make money together and promote the development of the Tang dynasty society. Li Qingqi listened for the time being. Anyway, he decided to help. He could not let others trouble Brother Yi. If Brother Yi was in a good mood, he could come up with more new things. He looked at the Tubo people carefully carrying the wine jars and smiled. "Ha ha ha. The return journey will be difficult. The boatmen will charge a high price. Alcohol is easy to burn. Grass and straw mats need to be stuffed between the jars. Hot food cannot be cooked on the boat. There will be guards during the day and at night. Once the fire breaks out, it will be too late to jump into the water." Li Qingqi said that transporting alcohol was troublesome. It was the same for transporting alcohol. "We can only fill lighters when we transport it back. If we use this alcohol to make hot air balloons, we'll burn them." Li Yi also smiled. "Can't it fly?" Li Qingqi asked. "Yes, it can. If the jar is filled with alcohol, it can fly up. It will slowly rise, but when it reaches the sky, the heat supply will be insufficient and it will fall down." Li Yi said the problem of using 85% alcohol in hot air balloons. Then he remembered something. "Brother, my alcohol is 75% alcohol. It's used to treat wounds and disinfect them. It's very effective. The only drawback is that it's easy to form pus under the scab. The scab needs to be removed and then scrubbed with alcohol. However, it won't cause problems with infection. After the pus under the scab is cleaned, the pus and blood will decrease and new flesh will grow around it." Li Yi was not willing to use alcohol to disinfect patients' wounds. It was better to use alcohol to disinfect instruments and non-invasive external cleaning. "I don't want that money anymore." Speaking of which, their investment in Chang'an was not small. All the foreign countries' offices in Beijing, no embassies, no envoys. They brought a lot of valuable jewelry with them. Last night, they sold them overnight, which benefited the businessmen of the Tang dynasty. I estimate that we can still squeeze out 5 to 600,000 coins worth of good stuff from them. Li Yi was calculating. There were a lot of jade, ivory, rhinoceros horns, tiger bones, tiger penis and crocodile skin from the Japanese. They were all good stuff. Of course, those tigers were South China tigers and Bengal tigers, not Siberian tigers. Wu Song also didn't fight Siberian tigers. Wu Song was a Siberian tiger. Even if he drank stimulants, he would still be defeated. In the Tang dynasty, there were only 3 situations where a hunter could escape unscathed from a Siberian tiger. First, the Siberian tiger didn't see him or smell him. Second, the Siberian tiger was too full and didn't want to move. Another thing was that the hunter had at least 3 Chinese field dogs with him. Moreover, they were field dogs that were known as mountain guard dogs. Together with the hunter's bow, the 3 mountain guard dogs could cooperate with the hunter to charge forward. After the hunter's bow and the 3 mountain guard dogs, the 2 sides confronted each other and then each side took a step back. The snow dog dominated the plateau alone. It was the only mountain guard dog in 10,000 miles. When the Tang dynasty and Tubo were at war, there were dogs involved. Tubo was naturally a Tibetan Mastiff, a real Tibetan Mastiff, not the kind that was kept as a pet. The Tang dynasty sent mountain guard dogs. Usually, they would fight with numbers and not let go. Tibetan Mastiff skin was good at keeping people warm. But Tubo would rather sell other things than Tibetan Mastiff skin. They didn't have Mastiff skin in their own tents, and it had never appeared on their clothes. This was what Li Yi learned. He judged that Tubo's Tibetan Mastiffs didn't form groups, otherwise, they would be used to charge forward. The Tang dynasty had too few mountain guard dogs, so they couldn't complete the task of charging forward. Now, what the Tibetans had was not money, but all kinds of luxury goods. The more funds they could mobilize in Chang, and the deeper their infiltration into the Tang dynasty. Therefore, Li Yi, who had thought of many possibilities, said to Li Changqi and Li Longji, the Tibetans might continue to bribe Tubo. But it seems that the Turks and other tribes were deceived and didn't know the situation. They will get the other non-critical blueprints of the hot air balloon through the work supervisor, the Ministry of Finance, and the ordnance supervisor. Well, it's possible. Li Longji thought seriously and admitted. Li Changqi said, report to His Majesty and keep an eye on it. Chapter 425. Let's go. At the Ba Shui pier with a shout, the boat with alcohol and lighters was pushed away from the pier by the people on the shore with long poles. Boju stood there with his mouth tightly pursed and his eyes filled with worry. The 20 Tubo people who went back with the boat stood straight and looked at Boju with firm eyes. They didn't know why they had to go to war. They only knew that they could risk their lives for Tubo. Boju didn't close his eyes until the boat disappeared into the night. He turned to look at the busy pier at night. The porters at the pier were wearing the Ready-Made Alliance's vest, Zhengyi Alliance's trousers, and Rongyi Alliance's pouch and shoes. The porters who came to work while the night was slightly cooler formed a circle and changed their clothes. After changing their clothes, they went to eat first. They were afraid of wasting firewood to eat at home. Eating at the pier was a cost. The pier cooked rice in big pots and burned coal. The porters could eat staple food by spending a little money. They took the staple food to drink free soup and eat free salted vegetables. The E-Alliance was in charge of the soup and salted vegetables. The E-Alliance's advertisements were so useful that they took on many big jobs. There were merchants who came from hundreds of miles away to order clothes in Chang, and after shipping them back, they added some money and sold them to others. The merchants made money. It was cheaper for the people who bought the clothes to buy them than to make them themselves. It took many days for the people to make a set of clothes. A large piece of cloth was used to make clothes. The remaining corners could only be used to mend the clothes. The E-Alliance made clothes in an assembly line. The use of cloth was more reasonable. The leftover materials were used to make other clothes. The cost was lower. Boju stood there and watched. He watched the prosperity of the pier and the good life of the people of the Tang dynasty. We Tubo people should be like this too. If the Tang dynasty doesn't give it to us, we will take it ourselves. Boju found a reason for the war. If they couldn't develop the technology, they would use force to solve it. It was a very simple reason. There was no such thing as should or shouldn't. He muttered, went to drink a bowl of soup that cost 1 copper coin, and strode towards Chang'an. After walking a few dozen steps, he turned around and went back to the place where he spent money to eat. He almost forgot that Chong and didn't open at night. He couldn't go back. He had to spend the night at the pier with his subordinates. There was a temporary place to stay at the pier. After 15 minutes, the moon rose later. Bo Chiao pushed open the window of the room, lit the mosquito coil and looked at the stars in the sky. As he watched, his eyes widened. The stars did not disappear, but there was something floating in the sky. Anyway, there was not much cloth and it did not cost much. At night, Beitsiu was the most lively. Zhongxiu and Nengku were also lively. After a night, many people ran to Yimeng's shop and said, "Give me one from A4 and 2 from A6. The person in the shop nodded and went in to take a bag. He handed it over and said, "A total of 3 bags. Okay, it's not expensive." The person said and asked his men to pay. That day, a lot of these clothes were sold. The girls in Pyongkong Square made their own clothes. There were too many styles. Everyone was given different clothes and they had to compare with each other. The money they earned was the cloth. The new clothes were easy to make and it took less time. "Brother, your clothes." Li Chengqi wanted to talk about the clothes during lunch on May 25th. "What clothes?" "Brother, try this dried pot chicken." Li Yi interrupted Li Chengqi. "Oh yes, it's delicious." Li Chengqi reacted and quickly lowered his head to eat. After eating, Li Chengqi pulled Li Yi outside and said, "Brother Yi, I'll give you 1,000 for the technical fee. Even if people don't buy it in the future, it's enough to make it once." "Okay, I have more here. I'll get it later." Li Yi was happy when he heard the offer and went to get a stack of paper. However, he did not leave in a hurry this time. He stood aside. Li Chengqi opened it like a thief and then showed a regretful expression. "What clothes are these?" "Clothes worn by ordinary people. The sleeves and trousers are not loose. They are tight-sleeved to save the cloth and at the same time, it's not cumbersome. There are a total of 6 kinds. There are patches on the knees but they are symmetrical and look new. There are also patches on the elbows and shoulders. If they are patched by themselves, some people will think it's shabby and are afraid of being laughed at. The clothes we sell are of the same style. When they wear it, they can say that it's E-Alliance's new clothes." Li Yi explained the reason. They all had the same idea to take care of the people. Li Chengqi listened and carefully put away the stack of paper. He said, "Seriously, Brother Yi, these clothes are better than that. You can do the same for the shoes in the future. Add a patch on the parts that are easy to wear. If it's worn out, you can patch it again and it'll still look the same." Although it's a joke to say that it's not a joke to patch it up, people are still willing to choose the latter if they can wear it without feeling that it's patched up. Li Yi mentioned the shoes again. Nowadays there were cloth shoes and leather boots. More people were wearing straw sandals. Chapter 426. Li Yi and Li Chengqi talked about how clothes were beneficial to the people. After Li Longji finished his meal in the palace, Gao Lishir whispered to him. Last night, Imperial Censor Li Jie was at Pyongkong Square discussing poetry with Xian Ru. Imperial Censor Zhongsun Xian also went to find Xian Ru. Knowing that Li Jie was there, he wanted to discuss it together, but Li Jie did not agree. Zhongsun Xian said that he would teach Li Jie a lesson sooner or later. Li Jie threatened to impeach him, so Zhongsun Xian left angrily. Gao Lishir told him about Zhongsun Xian, whom Li Longji asked him to keep an eye on. So that's it. Brother Yi, Zhongsun Xian Yurong, send Zhongsun Xian to Lantian County as a patrol, but spare his life. Li Longji thought a lot, and finally realized that Li Yi should have predicted that Zhongsun Xian would be in great danger. So when shopkeeper Liang asked for help, Li Yi did not care. A dying person. But he couldn't die. His wife Wang Yurong was pregnant. What about Wang Shuyi? Li Longji asked another person, Empress Wang's brother, the current junior supervisor of the palace. Greedy for money like Duke Qi, they both like money and good food. Gao Lishir introduced. Duke Qi was Empress Wang's father Wang Renjiao. Since Wang Yurong became the empress, both of them were willing to save a lot of money and then enjoy it. They also accepted gifts from others and continued to save. Greedy for money is good, you can be greedy for more. Li Longji smiled. If Empress Wang did not have a son, he would frown at this moment. Your sister and daughter did not have a child, I was already under pressure, but you did not restrain yourself. Now the situation is different with the future crown prince. It is safer for both of you to be greedy. Otherwise, what are the two of you trying to do by acting like saints? Are you anxious to let your child become the emperor? Then Li did not know that he changed Zhang Sun Xian's fate. He was giving a medical lesson to the nurses. When he was teaching, he was not wasting time like when he was teaching. Now, he was mainly talking about how to operate, especially how to cooperate with the chief surgeon. The 80 people learned very seriously. They knew that Dongzhu had 2 medical systems. The imperial physicians discovered that Li Dongzhu had a lot of problems that he didn't know, especially when it came to pulse diagnosis and acupuncture. Once the illness was confirmed, there was nothing wrong with the medication. However, they didn't dare to look down on him. Li Dongzhu could feel his pulse, but he had such a good thing to check. If he learned how to use the equipment, he would be able to treat some people who could not be saved in the future. The imperial physicians felt that the equipment was very useful, especially when they could not determine what illness it was after taking the pulse. Li Dongzhu couldn't tell when he was taking his pulse. Uncle, guess what Zhang Sun Xian can do in Lantian County? I guess he is worried now. He should go check the accounts. But the accounts are all checked. Now he has to start from scratch. There are no problems. He doesn't want to catch the new official's weakness. If he wants to get money, he will get it from the mines. The mines are privately owned by many businessmen. It has nothing to do with the yamen. We are the ones who brought up the issue of tax. After the accounts are recorded, we will pay after the first sum of money. If he wants to get money, he needs to find the problem from the tax account. The tax has not been implemented. If he pushes for the tax to be implemented, he will offend a lot of people. He doesn't care. He doesn't know how long he can stay there. When he leaves and pays the tax, he won't get any benefits. Ha ha ha. Li Yi laughed out loud as he spoke. The 3 of them smiled. Yes, what will happen when Zhang Sun Xian goes there? In Lantian County, Zhang Sun Xian, who was being talked about by the 4 of them, was just as Li Yi said. He was worried. He lived in the county office. The county magistrate lived in the best courtyard. It was impossible to give it to him. That was a position. He saw the financial account. The account showed that he owed money. The captured officials and businessmen couldn't take out the extra money. Even if they owed the yamen, it was useless to kill them. At present, the yamen couldn't pay their salaries. The yamen couldn't provide food. There was no money to buy it. They ate at the Li family Zhuangzi's tent canteen outside. The Li family Zhuangzi's chef was teaching the chef of Sinful Immortal Abode how to cook. When the people in the county office were hungry, they went to eat. The Li family Zhuangzi didn't want money. The yamen runners and other small officials were now working at the construction site of Drunken Immortal Abode. They were said to be project supervisors. They helped to see if there was something wrong, if it would fall, if people were injured, and so on. They worked hard and were paid by Drunken Immortal Abode. This was considered a salary. Oh, it was more than a salary. Zhang Sun Xian came over today. At noon, a villager found him and asked him to work as a supervisor. The salary was 3 times that of the yamen runners. It was quite a lot. Zhang Sun Xian was even more depressed. Were they trying to send away beggars? The bones weren't shaved clean, and once they were cooked, the meat would scatter. Zhang Sun Xian saw this and pursed his lips. He wanted to say something, but the concubine beside him nudged him. He sighed and lowered his head to eat. Actually, he didn't want to come out. It was great to be in the palace, close to Her Majesty. Come out, it's good to change to another county. Why Lantian County? It's poor, the county yamen is poor. There was a rich Zhuangzi here, but the problem was that there was a 3rd-rank official in Zhuangzi. Jinzi Guanglu was not just for show. He, the brother-in-law of the empress, was a 4th-rank official. Most importantly, he was both an official and rich. He had just earned 250,000 yuan. How many years would it take for the people of Lantian County to drink this meat soup? How many people would need to drink it for 250,000 taels? The chef over there cooked half a pot of chicken tips. After the chicken tips were processed and the glands were removed, they could eat it without worry. Moreover, there weren't any antibiotics or poisonous things here. He placed 4 plates at the side. The waiter was perceptive and grabbed 4 pairs of chopsticks. He carried the plates over and placed them in front of the 4 scholars. With one look I can tell that you will be rich in the future. These are freshly cooked chicken tips. Help me try them. If you get first place in the future, we will also benefit from it. The waiter looked like he was asking for help. The 4 scholars revealed grateful expressions and picked up their chopsticks to eat. The waiter scooped soup and scooped a spoonful of rice into the soup. Eating like this wasn't good for the stomach, but it was good for the face. It was just soup. The scholars were indeed grateful. As for the first place the waiter mentioned, in other places first place was more important. To the Li family Zhuangzi, what was first place? Top 42? The scholars ate the chicken tips. They bit down and oil came out. They quickly chewed twice. The oil couldn't be wasted. The chef scooped out all the chicken tips. There was a lot of oil in the pot. He scooped a spoonful of sauce and stir-fried it a few times. The rich sauce fragrance wafted out. Then he poured the washed wild vegetables in. As soon as it was cooked, he sprinkled some salt and took it out of the pot. Time to eat, time to eat. Wash your hands first. Guan Xiaotan's voice came. A large group of people who were working over there came here to eat. After eating they went to rest. There were other people working at night. They had eaten just now and were digesting it now. They couldn't work directly in case they got sick. The workers washed their hands and faces. Guan Xiaotan counted the copper coins there. The work was settled on the same day. He was afraid that some people's families didn't have money and could buy food with the money. Chapter 428. In Li Yi's eyes, the Qiangong step bed was just for showing off. As for the bad weather in the south and the mosquito nets, it was pure nonsense. It was like buying a big plane to fly around because the distance was far. There was no other way. Otherwise he wouldn't have bought a plane. The Qian in the Qiangong step bed was a number, and work was a measure. An excellent craftsman could only make 1 bed in 1,000 working days. Step was not 8. Step meant to raise one's leg. There were steps inside. At Li Yi's time, a good Qiangong step bed was more expensive than 400 square meters in an ordinary second-tier city. It was expensive in terms of wood, but the cost of labor was cheap. That night, Li Yi sent someone to deliver it to Lantian County. The next morning, many people in Lantian County woke up. The first thing they did was to go to the toilet. They knew how to wash their hands. After washing their hands, those who were close to the tent canteen ran there. Amidst the hawking of the newspaper, they ate a free steamed bun, drank 2 bowls of free soup, and had some pickled vegetables. Then they quickly went to work. They usually ate 2 meals a day, and went to work in the fields in the morning. If someone cooked for them at home, the food would be sent to the fields at around 10 o'clock in the morning. After eating, drinking water, resting for a while, the 2 people worked together. If there were children, the children would cook and send the food. Especially girls, they would learn to cook from a young age. Boys would think of ways to send them to school, hoping that they would be successful. Now that there was the Li family Zhuangzi's tent canteen, those who were close would run over and eat in a hurry. After thanking them, they would go to work. Those who were far away couldn't do anything. The canteen didn't allow takeout. They could only wait for mealtime to come, bring their own staple food and vegetables, and drink the canteen's soup. The people didn't want to take advantage of this, but their lives were really difficult. There was oil in the soup and pickled vegetables were free. If Li Yi didn't have much money, others would call him stupid. But he was rich. The people of Lantian County all knew that Li Dongzhu sent food to people on the way back from Luoyang. If Li Yi went to Lantian County now, he would see anyone who was not sleepy. He would shout at the top of his lungs, "I am Li Yi from the east bank of Ba River. Someone wants to beat me." That person basically had no chance of surviving. Many people would rush over and beat him up without asking for the reason. They would talk after the fight. Even the county yamen couldn't do anything about it. There were too many commoners involved. Zhang Sun Xian also discovered this problem. When she woke up in the morning, she saw many people running to the tent to eat, talking about how good Li Dongzhu was. There are no soup pancakes, oh no noodles. Zhang Sun Xian deliberately looked for trouble. In the past, they were all called soup pancakes. Now, everyone changed it according to the habits of the Li family Zhuangzi and Li Dongzhu. There were steamed buns, fried dough sticks, fried buns, fried dumplings, rice noodles, cold jelly, liangpi, and so on. Li Yi gave the names according to the habits of his side and divided them very carefully. For example, meat bird's nest and wonton were originally soup pancakes, but Li Yi insisted on separating them. Wonton, wonton, wonton and wonton were all the same in Li Yi's eyes. It was just a matter of the fillings and soup. At Li Yi's time, all the seasonings were present, so there wasn't much difference. However, the meat bird's nest was taken out by Li Yi alone. The skin of the meat bird's nest wasn't ordinary wheat flour. It was made with meat and glutinous rice flour, so the overall material was different. Zhang Sun Xian felt that she couldn't say the specific name, so she couldn't keep up with the trend. Then the head chef personally cooked the noodles and stir-fried the sauce in a small pot. He asked, "Do you want cold zhajiangmian or hot zhajiangmian? Can't it be hot zhajiangmian?" Zhang Sun Xian insisted on looking for trouble. "Yes." The head chef nodded. "I want cold. I'll heat it up early this morning." Zhang Sun Xian was just saying, she didn't really want to eat hot noodles. "Can I use mushrooms to exchange for a large portion of meat noodles?" A little girl around 10 years old pulled a 5 or 6-year-old boy to the side and asked. She carried a small basket with many mushrooms in it. "Let me see. Ah, such a good mushroom, and it's not poisonous. Are you willing to exchange so many good mushrooms for meat noodles?" The head chef personally went over to check the mushrooms. He was relieved that there was no poison, so the child was safe. I'll give it to my brother. Is it enough to exchange for a bowl?" The little girl looked at her brother and raised her other hand to wipe the sweat on her forehead. "I don't know. Xiao Tan, come and see how much these mushrooms are worth." The head chef looked at Guan Xiaotan with a troubled expression. Guan Xiaotan trotted over and looked down a few times. 30 coins, at least 6 bowls of meat noodles. 6 bowls. The head chef followed the words and said to the little girl, "So much? My parents are sick, and I'm the only one taking care of my brother. Can I buy it back to eat?" The little girl was happy and conflicted. Hearing the little girl's words, Guan Xiaotan frowned and turned to look at a businessman. The man ran over as fast as he could. Let me see, let me see. Ah, such good mushrooms, it's better to sell them." Working with such a person, there was no need to worry. The master took the mushrooms in the basket and said to the merchant who spent $15, "I'll make mushroom meat sauce for you. It'll be made with the pork ribs." "Master, you've worked hard." The merchant cupped his fists. Zhang Sun Xian watched from the side. She finally knew the situation in Lantian County. A large group of Chang's powerful merchants came over and listened to the Li family Zhuangzi. Then, the Li family Zhuangzi gave various benefits to the local people. In the Yamen, there were 3 Li family Zhuangzi scholars. In addition, Li Yi previously gave food to the people who ran out of Lantian County. He also arranged for the people of Lantian County to be taken care of and sent back to Zhuangzi and Luoyang. Lantian County was Li Yi's world. However, there were still a few big families. As long as they could contact them, Xiaotan, "Is Li Dongzhu busy? My 2 children want to go, especially the eldest one sooner. He's shouting for cows." There are cows at home, but he still shook his head. "Your Zhuangzi has a lot of cows. Ask around. If you can go and take a look." The Su family's people came. Su Guanlan, the only child of the 5th generation, came over with her 2 children. The eldest son could walk and jog previously. The second son, Qianer, could now run. The 2 brothers ran hand in hand and then found a place to sit down and communicate with each other. The adults couldn't understand at all, but the 2 brothers chatted very well. Yesterday, the eldest son shouted, "Cow, cow, cow, cow," and was unhappy. Su Guanlan felt that the Li family Zhuangzi had a lot of cows, or the child was sick. No matter which one it was right to send them over. Zhuangzi doesn't matter if he's busy or not. He'll go in a while. Dongzhu is there, so there's no need to worry. Guan Xiaotan waved his hand at the 2 children. The 2 brothers stood there hand in hand. When they saw Guan Xiaotan waving his hand, they also raised their empty hand and waved it. Zhang Sun Xian lowered his head to eat again and gave up. The Su family in Lantian County was the most powerful. The Li family Zhuangzi had such a relationship? The children wanted to go and play? Zhang Sun Xian found that he couldn't find a breakthrough and lowered his head to look at the booklet. Oh, there's such a good thing. Casually assembled to sit on a chair? This is a bed? Qiangong step bed? How is it possible? It's too beautiful. Who drew this picture? Oh, I drew it. Yes, I left something behind. Oh, I've already thought of this kind of assembled chair, especially this bed that looks like a house. It's me. After Zhang Sun Xian saw the drawings and instructions of the Qiangong step bed, he shouted. The surrounding people all looked at him. They were looking at this powerful patrol inspector. Chapter 432. I feel like something big is about to happen. In the Government Affairs Hall, Yao Chong spoke as the three prime ministers were eating lunch together. What is it? Zhang Shua asked. I don't know. Yao Chong shook his head. I only know that Li family Zhuangzi has been too quiet these days. Isn't he looking for ores, mining and collecting stones? He doesn't care about the gold mine. Lu Huaishan proved that Zhuangzi wasn't idle. No, drunken immortal residence doesn't count. There's something else. Yao Chong was sure that his sixth sense wasn't wrong. Zhang Shua swallowed a mouthful of chicken. The newspaper is selling at a loss, but we still print an extra 300,000 copies every day and send them down the river. The people we sent were smart people who lived outside the river. The farmers didn't go. Oh, I know. In a few days the capital government will advertise. This is a big deal. Prime Minister Yao is amazing. Is that so? Yao Chong was doubtful. Thinking about it, it made sense. Advertising made money. How much did it cost to advertise in the capital government? Once the Li family Zhuangzi successfully advertised in the capital, they could set up a branch in other places that delivered newspapers and advertise as well. I heard that many students practice writing on the back of the newspaper in order to save money. It's worth it to read and write for 3 coins. Lu Huaishan picked out the good news to show that Li Yi was helping the students again. It's a pity that I didn't ask him if he could quickly weave mats. Yao Chong regretted. He was sick. He always had to find things for Li Yi. In the past he could go to Zhuangzi, but now he couldn't. It was annoying. Li Yi in Zhuangzi wasn't annoying. He had invented something small that could be turned into something big. He used a flatbed cart to carry a big bucket. There was a pressure well above it, but it was different from a water well. It was more tightly sealed. The outlet was a small bamboo pipe that was connected to the bucket. When the person above pressed down, the water sprayed out. Sprayed far away just like a toy water gun. In Zhuangzi it was used to cool the cement road. It was too hot. The soles of people's feet would be scalding if they walked on them with shoes on, let alone the hooves of animals. After practicing the iron palm and coming into contact with the hot cement road, Mahi was unwilling to go up. Li Yi felt that it was too slow, so he turned around and asked the workshop to make a water gun. When Li Chengqi saw it, he was stunned for a moment before he ran over and pressed it himself. He only stopped when there was only the bottom of the bucket of water left and he could no longer suck it in. He found Li Yi and asked, "Little brother Yi, do you know what this thing that can move water pressure can do?" Li Yi looked at Li Chengqi and said, "Let's have a water fight. One for you, one for me. Let's spray each other. In the winter, wrap it with cloth. If there is ice, knock it off and boil water to defrost it. It may look expensive, but it's better than burning down the house and people." Li Yi found that the layout of Chang'an was good. There were many squares. Each square was equipped with a few big vats. It didn't matter in the summer, but it could keep people warm in the winter. Yes, Li Chengqi came back to his senses. He called someone to carry the things and ran away. He only left a sentence, "I won't be back tonight." Li Yi asked someone to bring out another one, and continued to cool the cement road. Not only did they have to lower the temperature in Zhuangzi, but the road from Zhuangzi to Chunming Gate was also paved with cement. The mud road was left on the side for livestock without nail paws to walk on. The road was also hot. The farmers drove their carriages out and sprayed a bucket of water. When they came back, they would fill it up and spray it with another carriage. There were no water pumps or fire belts. Otherwise, the water would be pumped in the murky river. The big wooden bucket made of wood could hold 2 tons of water. Fortunately, the carriage was sturdy enough, and there were many oxen and horses at the same time. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to spray this part of the road. "Where did you get the water?" A passerby saw it and asked curiously. "The water from the well is cool. The farmer answered, "Let me wash my hands and drink a mouthful. I'm dying of thirst." Nowadays, people say that the river water is not clean. The passerby came over and stretched out his hand. After washing his hands, he held the water and drank it. He also washed his face. "Let me try." After drinking enough, the passerby made a new request. He worked for a while and took 2 deep breaths. It's good to extinguish the fire. Use the cart to carry the big bucket. Once you reach the place, the water will spray out. On the way to the city gate, there were people washing their hands and drinking water from time to time. They also said that they could put out the fire. The people were not stupid. They knew the use of these things. Li Chengqi returned to the palace with the things and asked someone to fill the bucket with water. He placed it at the gate of Xingqing Palace and pressed it down. Li Longji, the palace maids and eunuchs all came out to see. When they heard the news, a group of people from the nearby political affairs hall also came. "Look, it's for a water fight. One for each person, spray at each other. It's hot in summer and cool in winter. It can also lower the temperature of the roads in Chang'an. It's better than splashing water with a basin." Li Chengqi repeated Li Yi's words. Yao Chong took a pump, sucked the water, and pressed it against another place. The water flew out 7 to 8 feet away. He pumped again. This is good stuff. Simple to make. As long as there are enough people, it can put out a fire on the 2nd floor. 1 coin can let the child play for 15 minutes. If you want to play, come here and pay. The person in charge of collecting money shouted. 2 people in a group. They were all people who were not in good health and could not work hard. It was similar to watching people sell herbal tea by the river. They were responsible for collecting money and then paying wages. They were not allowed to bring any money with them. Someone was in charge of searching them. There was a box next to him. He threw the money he collected into the box and searched his body again at night after he got off work. He also told them that there would be people patrolling. If they found out that they didn't put the money in the box in time and put it on themselves, they would be fired. Then he arranged for someone to sell popcorn and other snacks at the side. He would take over from the Li family Zhuangzi. The children of rich families quickly fell in love with this merry-go-round. They could even buy snacks. The children brought their own money. They did not accept it or allow it. They were afraid that the children would steal the family's money. The children who did not have money watched from the side. They watched others play and eat. At noon, while they were eating, Yao Chong and the others ran to a merry-go-round to take a look. These children are so pitiful, especially those from poor families who haven't reached school age. Zhang Shua shook his head when he saw that the children could only watch from the side. Isn't it the same when we eat in the eastern and western markets? Lu Huaishan didn't think much of it. This should be something that Li Yi and Zhuangzi gave to the children to play with. King Song actually used it to earn money. The children with money can play, but the other children can only watch. Sigh. Yao Chong criticized King Song. He felt that this would cause the children of poor families to hate the rich. At this moment, Li Chengqi sent someone to tell the officials about Li Yi's idea. If the children wanted to play but had no money, they could study hard and get an A grade. Naturally, they would be able to play and eat for free. If the officials felt that it was good, this should be the case. Otherwise, the children wouldn't be motivated. Furthermore, the children of rich families would also work hard. Others could play for free, but they could spend money to play. It was different. Just like Li Yi's little red flower. The children who did well in their exams would be rewarded with notebooks and pens. The children of rich families lacked pens and notebooks. If they couldn't get them, they would be indignant. The next day, when Yao Chong and the others learned about it, their words were different. This is still acceptable. It's good to give the children a chance to learn how to study hard, Yao Chong praised. It's Li Yi's idea. He sure is willing to spend money. As long as he was willing, he could make most of the gunpowder with the help of the equipment in the hospital. But it was meaningless. The gunpowder was enough for the war. He planned to use the rest for mining and road construction. Road construction was not only for trade, but also for the stability of the country. From Chang'an to Laizhou, the road conditions were good. The cavalry could reach in half a month, which was different from the army that could not reach in 3 months. Li Longji did not expect his brother Yi to be so good at saving people and killing people. He had so many skills. He was in a good mood, thinking about the large number of war weapons that would be sent to the border. Some of them would be used in the city to guard against the Turks. Most of them would be carried to fight against the Tubo. Empress Wang was also interested. She wiped her hands and took a look. This small catapult, when operated by a few people and used gunpowder, is much more powerful than the ballista. The ballista only has a long range and cannot be used in large quantities. It is not easy to transport, especially the arrows. For this arrow, the range and flying stability are the most important. If it can hit the enemy and be difficult to pull out, it will be even better. Empress Wang was indeed from a family of generals. She spent all day thinking about this. Li Yi was stunned for a moment and said, "There is a type of arrow that uses wood as its feather and has a thin iron bar in the middle. It is very sharp. Because it is made of wood, it can fly further. After it hits the enemy, the front part will enter the body. The back part will fall off and break if you pull it out. The front part is still in the body and can only be cut open and pulled out with pliers." He mentioned another item from the Song dynasty, the wooden feather arrow. The body of the wooden feather arrow should have 3 parts. The front part was made of metal, the middle part was made of bamboo, and the back part was made of metal with small wooden wings. If the back part is too light, the arrow will sink and it will be difficult to fly. The middle part is made of bamboo or wood. After it hits the enemy, a part of it will enter the body. It is attached to the front and back. When it is pulled out, the front part will be in the body. The arrow is thin, the head is hard, and it can pierce through armor. "Uncle, draw it out and let us see." Empress Wang did not want to eat anymore. Li Yi could only find an empty table and sit there to draw the structure. There were a total of 4 parts. The front, middle, and back of the arrow shaft plus the small wooden wings next to it. This was the ancient armor-piercing bullet. After it was shot, the useless parts would fall off and only the last part would enter the body. Li Chengqi saw it and muttered, This is too sinister. Good stuff." Li Yi drew another one. Actually, this wooden feather can be made into a spiral shape. It will spin faster and more stable when it flies out. It will also increase the penetration power when it hits the target. No matter how many people there are, they will go to the other side of the river to build houses. It will not take up much land. The handicraft industry cluster. The things they make are more cost-effective than the things the people make themselves. The people buy them and use them. They save time to farm and raise silkworms. This is the division of industries. They will even help the people who farm, harvest, and threshing for a fee. The finer the division of industries, the better the social and economic development. Everyone will concentrate on their own things. Li Yi told these ideas to the 3 of them. The 3 of them did not care about the taste of the food. Li Longji even wanted to cry. He wanted to cry. He was so lucky to have a brother Yi. He directly gave the direction of the development of the Tang dynasty. Everything was so stable. He was not in a hurry. He was always pushing forward. When the internal stability was stable, he also provided external policies and strategies and weapons replacement. His family's ancestral grave was buried in the right place. He must have done a lot of good things in his previous life. His brother Yi could fight political battles, increase the production of farmland, make a lot of money by doing business, and do research for fortifications. He could train soldiers and provide weapons and good military rations such as dried meat floss and compressed biscuits for the soldiers. He could also talk about poetry with you, write lyrics and music, and enlighten and educate the people. He was also a good cook. If you were sick, he would treat you. That was close. Elder brother was not bad. He helped me find it. If this was in Tubo, the Turks, or even the Khitans, the result would be different. The Khitans were weak, but with Brother Yi they were not weak. Not to mention other things, just gunpowder and hot air balloons, he alone could fight against 1,000,000 soldiers. Of course, 1,000,000 soldiers could not catch him. He had something that could fly, so he could just run away. Li Longji was glad. He no longer cared about Li Yi taking the imperial examinations and becoming the prime minister. Being the prime minister was not just about a lot of things. He was busy. Brothery was living a good life now. Why did he have to deal with trivial matters? It's just a small matter, what if I tire Brothery out? Li Longji now felt that what Yao Chong and the others did was not a big deal. He wondered how the three prime ministers would feel if they knew. The number of soldiers increased to 30,000, and good horses were delivered one after another. Another team was sent to the border between the Tang dynasty and Tubo to escort the caravan. Along the way, the military was training. When they encountered bandits, they were training. When they clashed with Tubo, they were also training. When this army is fully trained, perhaps the Chong and guards will be disbanded. If he didn't want his 1,000 bull guards, where would he find a job if they were taken away? The only ones who could fight better than him were the left and right golden guards, so even if he wanted to fire them, he wouldn't fire them. There were also the left and right prison gate guards, the left and right leading guards, the left and right prestige guards, the left and right Wu guards, the left and right valiant guards, and the left and right guards. A part of the left and right imperial guards were also in Chong, but they were not the winged knights. There were so many people who couldn't fight, so they had to spend money to keep them. Her Majesty didn't seem happy. When he got off work, he would report to his superiors that his battalion needed to train first. What should they train? Yes, train all kinds of weapons and apply for arrows. Don't be afraid. Eat a lot of food. I don't need to say anything. Zhuangzi will make better food for you when he sees that you're training hard. Li Longji was afraid that they didn't have enough money, so he directly threw it to Zhuangzi. He believed that Li Yi would adjust the diet for the 1,000 bull guards when he found that they were training hard. As for the money spent, it was 10% of the heavenly world's profit. After talking, Li Longji and Li Chengqi went back. Brother, do you think some of the 16 guards should be disbanded? Li Longji asked Li Chengqi. There are too many officials in each guard, so they can't be disbanded. It's better to let them train and send the winged knights to supervise. Every 10 days, the winged knights will summarize the situation. Those who excel will be given good things such as soap. Those who don't do well will be named. There will be 4 people in each guard, and they will talk about it at the court meeting every 10 days. Li Chengqi had learned it now. General was 2nd rank, general was 3rd rank, general was 3rd rank, general was 3rd rank. In fact, they didn't care much. Some of his brothers had the title of general. Usually they didn't care, but during the court meeting they would scold you and force you to care. You could even kill people. Otherwise, they would scold you next time. Reducing food and wages was not allowed. Could easily cause a mutiny. Brother, you're right. The 16 guards of Chong and should train. When I have money, I'll give them extra meat. Li Longji decided to use his own money. The 16 guards mainly ate food. There were very few dishes and no oil. Their wages were also food. If some people wanted to drink, they would use food to exchange. A gold mine was washing sand and refining gold. That was money. It was better to motivate the soldiers. The better they trained, the more meat they could eat. He even bought wine for them to drink. A good team of 10 would be given 2 caddies of wine. Chapter 437. Childhood was gone without a trace, colorful and colorful. Little rabbit in the clouds, Changshang Renyu. Blowing soap bubbles in the day. Counting the stars in the night sky. It was difficult to return to the childish fun and make the heart pure. It was a new day. The sky was blue, and a few white clouds were floating slowly. The dew condensed on the leaves at night had not yet dispersed, but the sound of cicadas could be heard. The temperature was still very high. The students were not in a hurry to eat after waking up early. They looked for a place to study. When the children were all up, they ate together and then taught the children. It was not only the children in Zhuangzi, but also the children in the imperial plantation, the Zhang family village, and the migrant workers' children. The 220 students took turns to distribute the food. The children woke up relatively late. They would only get up at 7 in the morning. Otherwise, they would always be sleepy. They wished they could sleep for 12 hours a day. However, the children in the imperial plantation woke up early today. They all got up at 7 in the morning. Some of them had told their parents last night that they would wake up today because Dongzhu said there was something good to play with. After getting up and tidying up, they ate absent-mindedly. After eating, there was still some time. Li Yi brought over the soap bubbles prepared for the children. There were small bamboo tubes with various circles made of bamboo. There was a row of small circles on a thin bamboo pole. There were individual circles without bamboo tubes, for fear that the children would accidentally stick it in their throats. Li Yi personally demonstrated. He put a single small circle into the bamboo tube. He took it out and gently blew it. A series of colorful soap bubbles appeared and slowly flew in the sky. He dipped it in the soap water again. This time he blew it even more gently. A large bubble appeared and connected to the bamboo circle. Li Yi shook it and the large bubble floated towards the little fellow. The little fellow opened his hand and grabbed forward. The soap bubble burst. The little fellow's face was splashed with water, but he smiled happily. Li Yi continued to demonstrate. This time he did not blow. He turned his arm and soap bubbles appeared. The bamboo pole was dipped in soap water for many circles. A pile of soap bubbles appeared with a shake. Okay, each person has a bamboo tube. Go and fill it with soap water. Don't fill it too full. Li Yi stopped playing and shouted. The children lined up to take the bamboo tubes. There was a large trough next to them. The trough was filled with soap water and a small spoon. The little ones knew how to fiddle with it. One by one they squatted there and pretended. The older ones even helped the younger ones. Then a large group of children held a bamboo tube in each of their hands. They laughed and competed to see who could blow the biggest and most bubbles. Some of the children blew with all their might, but there wasn't even a single bubble. There were even some that were shaking. Their speed was really fast. All the soap water was thrown out, but there were still no bubbles. He accidentally threw the bamboo tube out, spilled it on his body, and splashed it into the air to see if there would be a bunch of bubbles. Li Yi shook his head. This was Zhuangzi's soap. If he were to buy it, it would all cost money. Other than soap, glycerin, and tea leaves, the cost was also included. If you don't add glycerin, you'll have to add sugar. She mixed a large vat of water, and was afraid that the children would fall in, so the adults scooped the water into the trough. Bamboo is unlucky again, Li Yi muttered with a smile. He was going to sell a set of bubbles. There was a small bamboo tube and a large bamboo tube inside. It was easy for a child to spill the bamboo tube. The small one would be given to the child, and when it was used up, the big one would be given to the child. The whole set was 4 renminbi. In the future, he would fill it with soap water. The big one would cost 2 renminbi. He also allowed others to fill the bamboo tube with the good stuff they made. That way he could save 2 renminbi. When the villagers saw the children having fun, some of them even revealed a melancholy expression. Then they also took a small tube and filled it with soap water. After blowing a big bubble, they looked at the bubbles flying up and were lost in thought. Li Yi smiled and turned to leave. That afternoon, buckets of soap water were sent to the place where there were swimming, but ball, and merry-go-round in Chang'an City. The villager told them how to collect the money and then left them alone. The children who had 2 hours of lessons in the afternoon ran to the merry-go-round after school, and discovered something new when they played. It was still the same as before. The children from the rich families asked the adults to buy the bubbles for them, while the poor children chased after the bubbles and blew them with their mouths. A clever child took a straw and rolled it into a circle to catch the bubbles from others. After catching the bubbles, he could blow them again. The sun moved slowly. Under the sunset glow, the bubbles danced in the air amidst the laughter of the children. This thing has no other use other than to play with it. Yao Chong, who knew that there was a new toy, deliberately came to the canal in the East City. The merry-go-round on the canal spun, accompanied by the floating of the soap bubbles. The surrounding area became a playground for the children. Why didn't anyone make such a toy when I was young? Lu Huaishan was envious. Now he couldn't compete with the other children to play with it. Zhang Shuai said, "It's better than the smashing cannon. The smashing cannon is more expensive." A big bamboo tube of soap water only costs 2 renminbi. It's about the same as the cost. Besides, that's soap water. Children like to use their hands to catch it. When they stop playing, they can wash their hands and their hands will be cleaner. Sigh. Yao Chong sighed. He wanted Li Yi to give him a suggestion to speed up the production of the mats. Today, King Song deliberately came to look for him. It was actually to make a large loom. It was so simple. That's right. Weaving was weaving, so was making mats. Why didn't he think of it? Lu Huaishan reached out and caught a bubble. Yuanji is still thinking about the mats? Most people can't bear to spend money to make them. The whirlwind cannon and wooden feather arrows are still the best. From now on, no firecrackers can be bought. They have to be used in the military. As for the wooden feather arrows, he specifically mentioned that there must be some rust at the back of the arrowhead to avoid offending Li Yi. Lu Huaishan reminded Yao Chong not to go overboard. Otherwise, Li Yi would have to make a move. Everyone knew that rusty knives and arrows couldn't be healed easily. If the wound was too deep, it was more or less time to prepare for the funeral. There was nothing to be done. The wound would swell and pus would seep out. The body would heat up, convulse, and be unable to move or breathe until death. Many of the people who died on the battlefield actually died after being injured. Those who were able to survive were those who were lucky. Yao Chong pursed his lips and said softly, "Yes, to our own people, I don't think it's too cruel." Zhang Shua, who was easily amused, felt like bursting into laughter. However, he controlled himself and quickly changed the topic. Li Yi even brought up a method to treat injuries on the battlefield. We already know how to stitch them up. There's also soap and water, as well as alcohol. King Song intends to bring a few non-commissioned officers to the prison to treat those who are injured and have pus seeping out of their wounds. He said that he would treat them, but in truth, he wanted the non-commissioned officer to learn how to treat them. However, would King Song know how to treat them? The people in prison are going to suffer. Zhang Shua mentioned Li Chengqi. Li Chengqi brought back alcohol and soap today. There was also a small knife. He said that it was a steamed needle and thread, and he wanted to practice medicine in the prison. Yao Chong's lips twitched. Send someone to keep a close eye on them. If King Song is used to treating patients, those in prison might be intentionally injured to curry favor with King Song. I've already sent someone over. Lu Huaishan had already thought of it. Those in prison were the ones who were black-hearted. If they were injured, they would let King Song take a look. If they were injured, they would let King Song take a look. Those in prison who didn't deserve to die would hate King Song and tarnish King Song's reputation. They had to inform King Song beforehand. Whoever made a move would be implicating King Song. Only by spreading the word would those in prison be grateful to King Song. Chapter 438. In the blink of an eye, it was already June 29th, August 7th according to the Gregorian calendar. This month was the 29th day of the lunar calendar. The first day of July would be next. It was still very hot in the south, Chang, and was not so hot in the morning and evening. Especially in the middle of the night, there was a hint of coolness. Li Chengqi mobilized people and built merry-go-rounds in all the counties of the capital. He also found people who were not in good health and whose families were not very rich to sell tickets. The snacks of the Li family zhuangzi could be kept for 2 days and sent over with soap water. This summer belonged to the children. So far, no one drowned in the river. The children helped the family to pick tea leaves and cut wormwood, increasing the family's income. Li Yi's mosquito-repellent incense was selling well. The rich people in Chang and in the county used it. The mosquito-repellent incense had a simple taste and was cheap. It was especially effective against mosquitoes and flies. It was more effective than other expensive incense. While working, the children who went to school did not forget to study. The official school in Fuping County was dismissed early, so they did not need to come in the afternoon. They came in the morning to check the results. It was a holiday today. They had taken the exam yesterday. Lin Wenwu was a 10-year-old boy. His family was not very well off. His grandfather was sick and had to take medicine all year round. His grandfather was afraid of implicating the family and tried to commit suicide several times. Later, Lin Wenwu's younger brother was born. From this year onwards, the official school was free. There was an organization called the Tang Dynasty Chaotian Fund that gave the official school pens, ink, and paper. The children from poor families did not have to spend a single cent. They went to school for free. Last year, the family helped to cut ice and make mud. This year, they helped to pick tea leaves and cut wormwood. The family had more money. Lin Wenwu's grandfather gave up the idea of committing suicide. He said that he wanted to live and see his children become successful before he closed his eyes. Lin Wenwu went to school this year. He learned the 3-character classic and the 1,000-character classic. He had an exam yesterday and came to find the teacher today. He was very nervous. When he entered the room, the teacher sat there with a serious expression and looked at him. Lin Wenwu, come here and take this, the teacher said. Lin Wenwu walked over. There was a folded piece of paper on the table. He picked it up carefully and looked at the teacher. Go. Keep working hard. The teacher did not look at him and looked down to read a book. Teacher, this student will take his leave, Lin Wenwu said. Sure enough, he retreated and wasn't afraid of falling. Outside, he slowly unfolded the folded paper. On it was written, Fuping County High School, student Lin Wenwu, late June, excellent evaluation. 10 points. That's great. Lin Wenwu cheered and ran back home. As he ran, he shouted, little brother, wait for me. I'll take you to ride the merry-go-round. 10 points, you can ride it 10 times. He ran back home and saw his grandfather sitting there knitting something. He shouted to his grandfather, Grandfather, your grandson, Ben Soon's evaluation is excellent. The teacher gave me 10 points. I can take a dung bag to the merry-go-round 10 times. Ah, excellent. Good. My grandson has grown up. Good. Bring your younger brother to play. Don't be afraid. I won't die. I want to live. I want to see you become an official, get married and have children. I want 4 generations to live under the same roof, and I want to have grandchildren. Old man shouted loudly. Lin Wenwu nodded vigorously and carried his 2-year-old brother out of the room. He wanted to take his brother to play. If he didn't have money, he would study hard. When they reached the merry-go-round, he put his brother down and wiped his sweat. Dung bag, which one do you want to sit on? I'll change it for you. Lin Wenwu saw his classmates. There were 6 of them from the same class. They were younger than him and their families were rich. They had been sent here long ago, but they couldn't enter the Fuping County High School. Money alone wasn't enough unless they had a lot of money. His brother was happy. He pointed at the merry-go-round and said, sit. When the 6 people saw him, each of them walked over with a bamboo tube for blowing bubbles in their hands. Lin Wenwu, do you have money? Your family is like that. Can you take your brother to ride the merry-go-round? One of his classmates looked at Lin Wenwu and asked. Another one laughed. Lin Wenwu, bark like a dog. I'll give you some money. Lin Wenwu took a deep breath. Man is born good. You are my teacher and friend. I've never offended you. Why are you doing this? Oh, you're educating us? If you're poor, don't talk. The 3rd classmate sneered. It's the father's fault for not teaching. It's the teacher's fault for not teaching. Did you not teach him well, or were you not strict enough? Lin Wenwu asked again. Lin Wenwu, how dare you scold me? Do you want to be beaten? The child was angry. Fight? All 6 of you come at me together. You're all small. Humph. Lin Wenwu was not afraid. The 6 children were younger than him. He was always working and had strength. What are you shouting for? If you want to play, pay. If you don't want to play, go to the side. Xiao Wu, come here. The person in charge of selling food spoke and called Lin Wenwu over. At this moment, the parents of the 6 children came over. The children added fuel to the fire. The parents of the 6 children didn't say anything. They brought their children to the side. They were afraid of Lin Wenwu. Lin Wenwu had just entered school this year. He used to work with his family. Last year, he met an injured lone wolf in the mountains. He killed the lone wolf with a sickle and dragged the dead wolf home. Adults could beat him now, but he could take revenge on the children. How could the children beat him? Thank you, Uncle Yi. Lin Wenwu saluted the one-legged man who called to him. He turned his head and handed the paper to one of the 2 people in charge of the carousel. Auntie Exai and Uncle Jiang, I want to take my brother to ride the carousel. Oh, it's excellent. There's a red seal. How many points? Auntie Exai was illiterate. She only knew the red seal. 10 points, full marks. The other person came over and took a look. He said with a smile, Congratulations, good boy. As the man spoke, he reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 thin bamboo sticks. There was something wrapped in a piece of paper on top of the sticks. He opened one of the fringed paper, revealing a fruit candy lollipop wrapped in a layer of glutinous rice paper. He stuffed it into the little boy's mouth. The little boy grabbed the stick with his small hand and looked at the man with his big eyes. He showed a happy expression. The man put the other lollipop in Lin Wenwu's hand. Today is my treat. What do you want to eat or play? Put it on my bill. Lin Wenwu stared at the man and saw the word embroidered on his chest. It was the word murky. Murky was murky from Ba Shui. When worn, it only represented one place, Ba Shui Li village. Thank you. Lin Wenwu didn't refuse. His brother ate the candy. Go play. The man turned around and went to the car to move things over. The shrimp slices in the fried food were sold quickly. He came here once. When the car arrived, he saw the scene just now. After moving things, he left. Lin Wenwu sat on a wooden horse with his brother. He took the lollipop from his brother's mouth and held it in his hand. His brother didn't care. He clapped his hands and laughed. In the entire capital government, many children like Lin Wenwu used the assessment to exchange for opportunities to play. All the children who took the assessment to play, regardless of their family's economic conditions, looked better than others. Businessmen had a low status in the Tang dynasty. Money was not enough. They also had to have power. Officials were power. If they studied well, they would have the opportunity to be officials in the future, especially those who lived in the capital government. Chapter 439. Children from poor families are really hard-working. Zhang Shua and the other three sat beside a pool in Seashore City to eat. They were also resting today. Lu Huaishan invited Yao Chong, Zhang Shu, and Wei Jigu to his home. His salary had always been given to the people in his clan, so he didn't care anymore. His shares in Mianhua Candy ensured that his accommodation, food, and travel were comfortable. Heavenly Earth didn't give him money, but they gave him things. They gave him whatever he lacked, including firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. They didn't go to Lu Huaishan's house, so they went to the pool in Shi City to take a look. They went again at noon, when Heavenly Earth delivered their food. Zhang Shua lamented that many children from official schools were evaluated as being from poor families. Children from poor families worked very hard. They didn't have many opportunities in the past, but now the opportunity was right in front of them. If they did well, they could immediately get benefits. The exam was based on their learning progress. As long as they were willing to learn and weren't too stupid, there was no problem. When the children found that they could immediately get benefits as long as they worked hard, they exploded with enthusiasm. Now there were some who earned 5 points, some who earned 10 points, and most of them who earned 7 or 8 points. This meant that their previous results weren't good enough, but now they were improving very quickly. It's nothing more than luring them with benefits. Is it good for the country to study for your own benefit? Yao Chong found fault with him. He said that it wasn't good for children raised like this to think about themselves in the future. Is there anyone who doesn't study for their own benefit? Wei Jigu despised Yao Chong. Don't you know what your 2 sons did when I went to Hunan? I was afraid that you would take revenge on me, so I told His Majesty, but in the end I was still schemed against by you. I promised your 2 sons that I trusted His Majesty more than I did. I didn't agree, and His Majesty removed my position as Prime Minister. Maybe there is. Yao Chong lacked confidence. The 4 of them understood that there was no such person. However, if Li Yi was here, he would tell them that there was, and only one. That person shouted, "Study for the rise of China." And then that person did exactly as he said. No matter who was belittled or attacked in history, that person wouldn't be found fault with. Yao Chong and the other 3 didn't know that even if they added up and multiplied by 10, they still couldn't compare to one person. Their mood lightened as they watched the children playing happily there. After the pleasure, Yao Chong passively developed an idea in his mind. Many people don't recognize the vouchers issued by the government school. Li Yi should have sent the money directly to the government school, he said. How can the child come over to play after taking the money? That's what you're talking about. Lu Huaishan did not give him any face. He did not even address him as Yuanji. Yao Chong smiled and did not take it to heart. Then you should at least get a brand. A brand is 1 coin. You can get it from the teacher or the professor. That's a good idea. Lu Huaishan agreed. Indeed, if the seller was knowledgeable, he could also earn money by writing letters for others. They were all ignorant people with poor health. They could only see if it was a red mark. The red seal could be faked and made into something that was red in color. In any case, the words could not be read. Wei Jigu also thought of forgery. With what? Bamboo sticks? If someone else makes a tin coin stick, won't they be able to exchange it for tin coin snacks? Li Yi is so amazing. Can't we just get him to make something that others can't fake? Yao Chong was quite proud. He felt that Li Yi had planned so many things, but he had made a mistake in this matter. 25 people realized that they were also wrong. They were the people organized by the Tujue. They learned from the Tubo people and swam by the Ba River in the afternoon. They swam with peace of mind. There were also many people who swam with peace of mind. Because there were a lot of non-commissioned officers swimming, the ones who were good in the water taught others. Swimming around them, they were not afraid of drowning. There were already balls following them. When the situation was not good, they would hug and wave their hands. Or when they could shout, they would shout. The non-commissioned officer would swim over to help. Choking on water, unable to shout, wave. Cramping, shout. What a good thing. The non-commissioned officer even said that he would practice at night. The 25 people and the people accompanying them were stunned. Why are you so diligent? Which guard are you from? We don't usually see you working hard, but now you have to practice on the water. Have you thought about our feelings? The people who were criticized were not any guard, but the people of the Yulin Royal Guards. The Yulin Royal Guards were not convinced, and a winged knights came out. The word flying represented too many things. You are good. We, the Yulin Royal Guards, who are also in Chang'an, will compete with you. Competing in hand-to-hand combat? Probably not, we can't beat them. Competing in weapons? Weapons have no eyes and there will be casualties. Competing in formations? Why do you Yulin winged cavalry have nothing better to do? Competing in horsemanship? What a joke, they are called winged knights, and there is also the word ride. Competing in bows and crossbows? They practice this every day, and during the selection they use this as the standard. Then, swimming, let's practice. The winged knights can't also practice swimming, right? Therefore, the Yulin Royal Guards in Chang'an practice swimming. Their figures could be seen in all the rivers. In Ba River, they need to draw lots because they can eat the food served in Zhuangzi. There are 3,000 people of the Yulin Royal Guards in the rivers around the Li family Zhuangzi. They flop during the day and they still flop at night. A few days ago, the Qinyo Guards practiced swimming at night, and then the Li family Zhuangzi made them cold and deliberately provided them with wine. At night they can swim, drink and draw lots. The Turks and other foreigners looked at the people who were preparing to go into the water at night and felt very sullen. Songda was also in a bad mood. Dongzhu, do you still want to give them food and wine? The 10% profit of the earthly paradise is not enough. Now we are using the accumulated money. In a few days the special warehouse will be empty. Do we have to pay for the 16 guards and the Yulin Royal Guards? It has nothing to do with us. Songda felt wronged. If he had known, he would not have asked for the 10% profit. Now 1,500 winged knights are in Zhuangzi eating people and horses. The Qinyo guards around them are training again. They eat more food and they like to eat meat. In addition, there are 3,000 Yulin Royal Guards. Am I not in Chang'an but at the border? Dongzhu is a commander-in-chief, and I am an officer? Otherwise, why would so many soldiers run to Zhuangzi? If they continue eating, Zhuangzi will be poor. There are profits from the gold mine. Calculate that money separately. Li said to Songda. Dongzhu, the money you worked so hard to earn is just given away. You also use the 250,000 yuan to reward the students and to build the official road to Shu. Songda did not leave and insisted on persuading. What is money? My good manager, how is the printing of the exchange coupons? Li asked with a smile. It will take a few days. There are too many sets and the texture is too fine. There will always be mistakes. Songda replied. What is that? Li asked. Exchange coupons for the children of the official school. Songda said sullenly. That is not an exchange coupon, that is the immortal palace in the underworld. If you use it well, it is good. If you do not use it well, it is a heinous crime. Li defined the exchange coupons. Dongzhu, I don't understand. Songda said that he could not keep up with the rhythm. There is a blue box in my study. There is a new exchange coupon blueprint in it. Go to the workshop. Li Yi did not answer. Instead, he asked Songda to get it. Songda went to the study with a stomach full of questions and saw the blue box on the table. When he opened it, there was something inside. On it was written Wui Shuri. 8 for on the front and back, the same as before. Chapter 440. Quick, be careful. Don't make any noise. A group of people dressed in pure black walked forward. One of them spoke in a low voice. The other 24 people didn't say anything and followed. The leader had a heroic spirit in his heart. Look, no one would have thought of this, right? I dare to go from the imperial plantation to the Li family Zhuangzi. The Tubo people were stupid. They must have been scared when they heard the words, imperial plantation. Only by taking them by surprise could they catch them off guard. The leader thought so. He had never been to the imperial plantation. However, he knew that there were many lanterns in the imperial plantation at night. There were also people standing guard. He went around and took the small path. Wang Xing from the imperial plantation hadn't been digging up corpses recently. Li Yi said that there was no need for it. The corpses that were dug up before were kept in a jar. They could be used until winter and then be sent back. They could be dug up again in winter. He brought the farmers to make a lot of canned cherries. Now he was making bamboo canned food. The Li family Zhuangzi's bamboo canned food was successfully made. If you put more sugar in it and kept it in a cool place, it wouldn't go bad until now. To make canned meat, he first made the braised pork, then stuffed it into a sterilized bamboo tube and steamed it with the soup. The outside was sealed. There was no problem since it was made. Li Yi gave him a recipe for canned fish in oil. At this moment, Wang Xing was studying it. The fish was eel. He didn't want to sell the canned fish for a lot of money. He was doing experiments to see how long the canned fish in a porcelain bottle and in a bamboo tube could be stored. He had already reported the canned fruit matter. Yang Si-sun had sent it to the emperor. Then, he sent people to the place where lychees were produced to make canned lychees. After that, there were canned longans. If they could be made into canned food, they would be dried and turned into longans. The fresh ones were called longans, and the dried ones were called longans. The fresh ones tasted similar to lychees, but the dried ones were sweeter. Everyone pay attention. Don't be negligent. Sterilize the food and steam it. Li Dongzhu said that the temperature of the steam is high. Everyone has noticed it, right? If you're boiling water, put your hand inside and take it out immediately. It's fine. If you're sprayed with steam, your hand will immediately blister. This means that steam is hotter than water. The better the sealing of the pot, the greater the pressure, and the higher the temperature of the steam inside. Wang Xing looked at the canned eel that others were making and emphasized. He had also learned a lot of knowledge. He had taken all the textbooks from Zhuangzi and studied them with the other eunuchs who followed him. If you encounter something you don't understand, mark it down and ask Li Yi. Supervisor Wang, there are people coming. 25 of them. They are specifically following the position of our hidden sentries and hiding from the lanterns. A guard ran in to report to Wang Xing. Wang Xing was stunned. Holy shit, there were still people running towards the imperial plantation? What kind of place did he think the imperial plantation was? Not to mention anything else, if you come in and light a fire, even if you die, I will be in trouble. If the emperor didn't come, it was the emperor's business. The temporary imperial residence was still there. If I, as a supervisor, let them in, I would be disregarding His Majesty's safety. Are you done? Get ready. Wang Xing wanted to laugh. A bunch of idiots. It looks like they're going to the Li family Zhuangzi. We can ignore them and let the Li family Zhuangzi catch them. The messenger said. Bullshit. If they can enter the Li family Zhuangzi from the imperial plantation, doesn't that mean they can pass through the imperial plantation that I am in charge of? Catch them for me. When Wang Xing heard that they were going to the Li family Zhuangzi, he became even more afraid. What did it mean if he let them in? Were the imperial plantation's guards incompetent, or were they doing it on purpose? Other places were guarded by the 1,000 bull guards, but here he was unguarded. The empress and the future crown prince were in the Li family Zhuangzi. Let's go. I'll go take a look. Who wants me dead? Wang Xing was angry. Was he easy to bully? Entering the Li family Zhuangzi from the imperial plantation, what were they thinking? The 25 people didn't know the dangers of the imperial plantation and continued to sneak. Wang Xing saw it. There was no way he couldn't see it. The walls of that section of the road were white and there were lanterns 20 steps away. There were 4 guards standing by the wall. They were all dressed in white, the same color as the walls. Their eyes were looking out through the gaps in their white masks. Catch them alive. Don't let them go any further. If they go any further, the Li family Zhuangzi will see them. How am I going to explain it to Li Dongzhu? Go. Wang Xing was depressed. Where did these idiots come from? They were dressed in black and had no problem hiding from the lanterns. There was a white wall next to them that reflected the light. If he took a few mirrors from Li Yi and put them on the wall, would you like to look at it? The guards naturally knew what to do. They had to catch them alive. Once they were caught, they had to smash them with their shields. They didn't want them to commit suicide. 15 minutes later, Li Yi saw the 25 people. Wang Xing didn't use torture. He tied them up and carried them over to tell Li Yi. As for asking for a confession, he believed that Li Yi's methods were more powerful. Brother Yi, they wanted to pass through the imperial plantation to get to you. I caught them. I wanted you to catch them for fun, but later I thought it wouldn't work. Wang Xing told the truth. Why did you think of breaking into the imperial plantation? Li Yi looked at the 25 people. The 25 people didn't gag their mouths. They didn't make a sound and kept silent. Li Yi wasn't afraid of them biting their tongues. There was no such thing as suicide by biting one's tongue. Unless they killed themselves from the pain or suffocated to death from blood entering their trachea. There was also a very low possibility that they chewed their tongues and sucked in air, blocking their trachea. If they had poison in their mouths, they would die if they were bitten. They would have to make a cut first, and the poison would enter the wound instantly. However, none of the possibilities were possible now. He was here. Even if there was a cut in their mouths, and it was filled with poison arrow tree sap, he could still save them. Wasn't it just antivirus? It wasn't a big deal. Brother Wang, you've given me a difficult problem. If you kill them and bring them over, I can cut them up and sew them up to practice my skills. Living ones I can't. What's the difference between that and 731? Don't do to others what you don't want done to you. Brother Wang, why don't you take them away and bring them back to me after they're dead? I'll treat it as if I've never seen them alive. Li Yi said to Wang Xing with a conflicted expression. The 25 people who were tied up were afraid. They were prepared to die, but what did he mean by that? What cutting and sewing was he talking about people? He couldn't do it while they were alive, and he didn't want to do it himself. He wanted others to kill them, and then he would play with them after killing them? Brother Yi, can you fit 25 people all at once? Wang Xing was worried that there wasn't enough space. I'll kill them one by one and bring them over. I'll cut open their stomachs, heart, liver, and lungs to practice. If they're not completely dead, I'll save them normally. For example, if they cut their necks and spurt out blood, I'll see if I can stop the bleeding. Then I'll cut their trachea and insert a tube to breathe. That way they won't die immediately. But I won't use any good medicine. I'll just look at them and see if they insert a tube into their necks to replace their mouths. When it's about time, I'll pluck out their eyeballs. The bleeding isn't much and they can still be connected. If my skills are good, they can use these eyes to look at themselves. Don't you think it's amazing? They don't have to be sent back. I'll drain their blood and roast them with hot air. Roast them into. Li Dongzhu, I'll say it. We came here with the Turkic people to steal the hot air balloon blueprint. It's better if we can steal other blueprints, or we can capture you. When Li Yi and Wang Xing were talking, some people from the small tribes couldn't take it anymore. There was no need to force them to speak. Chapter 442. Brother Yi, I've got an advertisement for you. It's selling chives. 6 ships, 2,000 sure from Dengzhou. On the first day of July, Li Qingqi found Li Yi. This time Li Yi didn't need to check the map. He knew where Dengzhou was. It belonged to Hunan province. In fact, it was Shandong. In the Tang dynasty, Shandong was under the jurisdiction of Hunan province. Tianjin was part of Hebei province. If you continue to head north and east, it was called Hebei province. Li Yi knew that chives didn't refer to the flowers of chives, but the sauce made from the flowers of chives with salt. People who weren't familiar with it wouldn't understand it. It was just like when he talked about dubon. He used to think that it was referring to the northeastern dubon sauce. Later, he realized that it was referring to the broad bean sauce of Sichuan. The northeastern dubon sauce should be called fermented dubon sauce. It was the dubon sauce with soybeans in it. He traveled extensively and found that the names of things in many places were too magical. The only place he wasn't satisfied with was Guangdong province. This province had places like Lushuan. In the north it was called dry tofu. It was made by spreading a thin layer of tofu pudding like tofu and pressing it. In the south it was called qianzhang. Both were the same thing. In the past, Guangdong province was also called dry tofu. Later, the Japanese Empire came and insisted that dry tofu was called tofu skin. Hence, in Guangdong province, dry tofu was called tofu skin. However, tofu skin was something that was similar to tofu. So, what was this thing called? The Japanese Empire called it high protein. Hence, in Guangdong province it was called as well. Li Yi accepted that the soup ingredients of wonton were different. Could be called wonton, 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 or wonton. However, he couldn't accept that the Japanese Empire came and called it whatever the locals called it. It was the same for chives. The Japanese Empire and the southern dynasties called it soy sauce. If it were him at that time, he would probably also shout that there were people laughing here and there. Now it was the Tang dynasty. Even if the people of the Tang dynasty were beggars, they still had their own pride in the Japanese Empire and Xinlua. I call it whatever I want it to be called. It's not up to you people to change the name. Li Yi had feelings in his heart. He also knew about these things, but he did not understand where Dengzhou had gotten so many leek flowers. Big brother, are they all planting chives? This thing can't fill my stomach. Li Yi knew that there was also a drought there, and there were many locusts. Speaking of drought and locusts, his first impression was Shandong. In addition, rice was expensive while steamed buns were cheap. Li Yi had been there before. Rice sold for 1 yuan elsewhere was sold for 3 yuan here. Other places sold steamed buns for 1 yuan, but here they sold 3 steamed buns for 1 yuan. They were big steamed buns and one would be full after eating one. The wheat in Shandong was good, the rice in the northeast, and the wheat flour in Shandong was famous all over the country. People from Dengzhou selling chives? Don't you have any seafood? It's not easy for me to eat seafood in Chang'an. How could Li Chengqi know that Li Yi was thinking about so many things in such a short time? Isn't this a drought in locusts? The weather is hot, so who would want to eat leeks? As a result, the chives began to bloom. They plucked the flowers and pickled them with salt. 12,000 dong was too much. When they arrived at Chang'an, an acquaintance came to me. What can I do? I'm just here to ask you to help me advertise in the newspapers. Li Chengqi told him the reason. Dengzhou was also a drought and there were many locusts. Everyone was busy with other things, but when they turned around they found that the chives had bloomed. The chives couldn't be eaten after the stalk, so they could only pluck the flowers. The chives were all very tall and not tender at all. They were next to the sea and boiled the sea for salt. There was a lot of salt, so they simply made a big bucket out of old bamboo and put the chives and salt in it to pickle. More than 10,000 dong of chives were sent to Chang'an, hoping that Chang'an would buy them. The leader was smart and wanted to advertise in the newspaper. Li thought for a while. He could actually eat all of it. Apart from people with allergies and pregnant women, the chives could be dipped in many other ingredients. Big brother, you said it's cheaper. Is it just 800 yuan? Ask them to provide the words. It's my first time advertising. I'll mark it in red. Li Yi agreed and gave the words for free. Yes. Li Chengqi took out a piece of paper and read it. Dengzhou chives have been praised since ancient times. Please have a taste. It's salty and spicy. You dare to advertise when the rhyme isn't even right? Li Yi frowned when he heard it. Ancient rhyme. Li Chengqi said. Big brother, you're mocking the ancients. If it's right, it's the current rhyme. If you don't have the ability, you're pushing it to the ancients. Li Yi shook his head and smiled. Write one for me. Li Chengqi smiled. Love and Home Dengzhou chives. Word for word, no discount. Li Yi gave the advertising slogan and made it clear. I can write the lyrics and save you money, but there's no discount. Li Chengqi. 4 words plus 5 words. It wasn't a parallel essay, and it wasn't even a poem. But why does it sound so smooth? It's not abrupt at all. Brother E, let me ask you something. What don't you know? Li Chengqi was depressed. He could guarantee that he didn't reveal anything when he came over. However, after one sentence, Brother E didn't add more words to make money. Instead, he reduced the words. Just 9 words is enough? Li Chengqi asked. In theory, yes. In fact, you have to say where the boat is parked. Otherwise, you're advertising to build a brand? That can be cheaper. You don't have to pay for every word. If you advertise for a month, I'll charge a total of 90 words. Big brother, go and tell them which type they want. 90 words for a month in Chang'an. You'll have the same words every day. If you want to write it down and sell it at a dock, you can continue to charge them per word. I'll give it to you as a gift. Also, for future advertising slogans, if you want me to personally write it, it'll be 10 words per word. Not one less. Li Yi explained the situation. He didn't want to write advertising slogans because as long as he took out the slogans, it would be his classic. Oh, the one about not accepting gifts during the new year. That didn't work in the Tang dynasty. If an advertisement in the Tang dynasty couldn't even match the rhyme, it would be useless. If you dare to write it in the newspaper, the literati will scold you to death. Then the officials will investigate you. The one that didn't accept gifts was actually giving gifts. Li Yi had seen it before. It was oatmeal in a broken bowl. It was far worse than the diamond advertisement. The company that advertised not accepting gifts during the new year actually didn't make much money. It was all advertising fees. Li Chengqi hadn't been shocked by the alarm clock advertisement before. He asked, anything is fine? Sure. For example, steamed buns last forever. Li Yi didn't have any diamonds to sell, so he took out the steamed buns. After Li Yi said one, he suddenly had an idea. Also, I'm willing to give up 10,000 bolts of cloth for some leftovers. Ha 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 ha. Li Chengqi. He scratched his head. Brother E, what you said should be used for better things, right? This thing is just a scam. It's worthless. For example, 2 special kinds of water were born at the Baishui River. One of them is foot washing water. Ha ha ha. Li Yi laughed again. He couldn't help it. Li Chengqi. Brother E, the businessman over there wants to sell chives at the Baishui dock. Tell me more. Li Chengqi returned to the topic. Li Yi became serious. The spicy and priceless chives are the only beauty on the Baishui dock. The price has increased. 5 cents a word. This time he wasn't joking. He was serious. Chapter 443. The pier of Ba River became lively. People from all over Chang'an came to buy Chinese chives. The Chinese chives from Dengzhou were cheap, and the newspaper reported it. The people were puzzled. Why were there so many Chinese chives there? It was cheaper than using Chinese chives and salt to make the Chinese chives. Even the pickled vegetable shops in other counties came to buy Chinese chives with large buckets. They were buying from the shops and did not make the chives themselves. Sure enough, they have started advertising. Yao Chong took today's newspaper and looked at the advertisement. Lu Huaishan was in a good mood. Otherwise, the Li family Zhuangzi will not have enough money. The Li family Zhuangzi cannot go bankrupt. Look here. Using words to teach pinyin. 63 letter combinations. Why don't they choose 63 words? Zhang Shua saw the Chinese pinyin in the newspaper and felt that it was difficult to learn those letters. Doesn't matter what it is. There are other words when accounting. I guess Li Yi is familiar with these letters. Yao Chong said. Let the literate people learn first and then teach the illiterate people. There will always be people willing to teach. In this way, the newspapers will have pinyin in them. As long as the people learn pinyin, they can learn more words when they read the newspaper. Good calculation. The newspaper is cheap, so the people buy it and learn it. The newspaper advertises and use the advertising fees to make up for the loss of printing the newspaper. Lu Huaishan analyzed and continued to think. Zhang Shua shook the newspaper. When most of the people are literate, it will be difficult for anyone to spread rumors in the future. The newspaper is a knife. Yao Chong concluded. Previously, they had thought of writing something in the newspaper and spreading it quickly. Now that they can learn to read, more people will buy the newspaper. Moreover, only one side of the newspaper is printed. The other side can be used to write. What I don't understand is that the number of words that can be written on a newspaper is limited. If many people buy it, can the advertising fees make up for the loss? Lu Huaishan was still worried that Li Yi would lose money. Zhang Shua chuckled twice. You can advertise in one newspaper 2 or 3 sheets. The technology of making paper is improving. There are stones in Lantian County that can be used to make paper. When we mine more, the cost of paper will decrease, and the number of advertisements will increase. Not only will we not lose money, but we will also be able to make money. That's right. I just don't know what's going on outside the capital office. King Song said that it's made of copper, and a set of it requires a large amount of copper. At this moment, Yao Chong did not want to find fault with Li Yi. He felt that the newspaper was useful. It could tell the people what to do and what not to do. While the 3 of them were worrying about Li Yi, the Li family Zhuangzi's workshop was using an ointment to print on wax paper. Wax is not paraffin. There is not so much oil here, the kind that can be dug out in the open. Li Yi wanted to use the indigenous oil refining method, but he couldn't do it. In the indigenous oil refining method, paraffin oil was a byproduct. It was produced by distilling oil at different temperatures. The wax used now is the wax of an insect, called an ash worm. Placing the ash worm on the ash stem tree, the worm will grow on it and secrete ash worm. Insect pewter has many uses, including as medicine. The wax and paper are mixed together to create wax paper. After writing with a metal pen, there will be no wax at the place where the words are written. A roller dipped in ink will roll on the paper, and the ink will be printed on the paper. The advantage is that it is convenient. The disadvantage is that if one is not familiar with the process, the wax paper will be ruined. Li Yi stood by the side and watched the craftsman work. I need to find someone to practice writing on wax paper. I have to change my habit of using a brush. Li Yi is currently worried about manpower. Who should he send to the various places? They should understand the local situation. They should be able to transmit information and at the same time, receive fixed information to produce newspapers. During dinner, Li Yi mentioned this to Li Longji and Li Changqi. I have to arrange for trusted people to be sent out. A portion of the migrant workers will be sent over to deliver the newspapers. They won't be able to complete the task. Li Longji pondered. He knew that newspapers are mouthpieces. The words written in the newspapers are the words spoken to others. The imperial court is in control of the newspapers. Whatever is said, the people will support it. It is the most convenient way to break the monopoly of the influential clans. The people read newspapers every day and are used to believing the contents of the newspapers. In addition, the people sent out will send the news back through the channels of the newspapers when the local officials are hiding something. The manpower must be good. Who would be willing to leave Chong and Brother Yi? Will the people sent over be bribed? Li Chengqi suddenly thought of a situation. Rotate. Send people there and find local scholars to write articles. Only when our important content is sent over will it be printed in the most prominent position on the front page. Scholars will be paid for writing articles, regardless of whether they are rich or poor. The people sent will be responsible for choosing what can be printed in the newspapers. Spreading rumors, satirizing the imperial court, incitement, and slandering others are not allowed. This matter needs to be known to His Majesty and arranged accordingly. Li Longji decided to discuss it with the prime ministers. Li Yi didn't have any manpower on his side, and the farmers of his manor couldn't travel to other places in Great Tang. Then third brother will send over a set of printed articles. Li Yi nodded. He can let go of other places as long as he can get back the advertising fees. He said that he will cooperate with the relay station and earn money together. Otherwise, if the people he arranged to write and print, who will be responsible if something happens? After the matter was discussed, Li Longji went to work in the morning with the things. When the matter is almost settled, he took it out and showed it to everyone. The eunuch rolled the paper with an oil roller and opened it. Words appeared on the paper. He took the paper, covered it with a net, rolled it again and printed another one. Yao Chong and the others were still dumbfounded. Oh, good stuff. With this, what is the point of carving? If you write it, you can print a lot in a day. Zhang Shua took a piece of paper and looked at it. This kind of printed article is not as good as movable type printing. Moreover, the edge of the paper will be accidentally stained with ink. But it is fast. When the imperial court publishes the articles, there is no need to make so many copies. Just write one and print a lot. So Li Yi wants to use this to print newspapers. Your Majesty, do as he says and put a few sets in the imperial court. Lu Huaishan said. It seems that the ink is not the Li family Zhuangzi's. Engraving printing is enough. As for the paper, I don't know if it is good to use the old paper. If it is still needed, I will buy it from the Li family Zhuangzi. The Li family Zhuangzi's paper is cheaper than other paper. The price will be lower in the future. Li Yi told me about the problem of local manpower. Li Longji started to talk about business. Where to find people? First, they need to practice writing. Your Majesty, you can send 3 people at a time to supervise each other. Each county will send a group of people and rotate every 3 months or half a year. If there are people waiting to be ranked, let them go first. We will evaluate them. If they are good, we will give them an official position. If they are not willing to go, they can continue to wait. There are many people who are looking for ways to serve. Yao Chong suggested. He did not like people who use poetry as a stepping stone to get an official position. He was more willing to look at the current affairs and write an article about the current situation of the Tang dynasty. If it is good, he can give it to an official. This bypasses the imperial examination. Some people are really good. Your Majesty, which way is the message sent? Zhang Shua thought of the long journey. The official relay station. The net profit from the newspaper advertisements will be used to subsidize the official relay station. Every year, the newspaper will make up for the amount the official relay station allocates. Li Longji said something that made all the ministers dumbfounded once again. Chapter 444. Yao Chong and the others left with a lot of questions. They went back to the political affairs hall and made tea. What were His Majesty and Li Yi thinking about all day long? Why didn't they know about the official resting place? I'm feeling uneasy again, Yao Chong suddenly said. Me too, Zhang chimed in. Is there anything wrong? Lu Huaishan frowned. He was a little worried on the way back from Li Longji's place. He started to believe in his sixth sense. As long as it was related to Li Yi, his sixth sense was very accurate. While they were at a loss, nothing happened for a few days. There were more advertisements in the newspaper, including advertisements for restaurants. Most of the advertisements were for merchants who transported goods to Chang, and from other places. They advertised when they sold their goods. After they sold their goods, they would also advertise when they transported the goods back. The advertisements took up all the other content, which made the newspaper less interesting. The people in the capital government were working hard to learn Hanyu Pinyin. Surprisingly, there were people who had the time to learn it themselves and teach it to the people in the tea house. On July 10th, Lin Wenwu went to the official school during the holidays again. Lin Wenwu, come and take the things away. The teacher was reading the newspaper that just arrived today. He looked up at the child and continued reading. Lin Wenwu was still nervous. He came over and took an envelope and left. He went outside and opened the envelope. There was an evaluation inside. It said that he had excellent results in the early part of the exam. There were also a few pieces of paper. They were very beautiful. There were mountains, rivers, water wheels, and paddy fields on them. He could tell the difference at a glance. He didn't need to look at the words. He could tell the difference. There was also a note that said, "Take the exchange voucher to the carousel. 1 cent is 1 coin. This is the exchange voucher. 1 coin, 2 coins, 5 coins, 10 coins. He gave me 18 coins, not 10 coins. Lin Wenwu said to himself. Then he ran and jumped up. Brother, wait for me. I made money for you again. What's this? At noon, Yao Chong and the others who were also resting, decided to go to the heavenly world for lunch. When they arrived at the East Market, they went to take a look. At the carousel, a group of children were holding paper in their hands and changing back and forth. The other party gave him 2 $2 bills for each round of play. Then he went to the other side to buy snacks for $1, and the other party gave him a change. Zhang Shua gave the servant a look, and the servant went over. After a while, he returned with a set of 4 coupons. I gave the child 20 coins before he agreed to exchange with me, the manservant reported. Yao Chong and the other 3 ignored him and took 1 each. Looking at the pattern on it, he found that there was a bulge. Looking at it against the light, it was the black shadow of a copper coin. He touched the paper again. It felt like a newspaper, but it was different. Not only was it thick, but it also felt different. Looking at the painting, there were many colors. There was also a picture on the back, with the words redemption coupon written in front of it. Have you asked? Yao Chong asked Zhang Shu's servant. Yes, I did. He said that he did well in the exam, so the teacher didn't give him any marks. The marks are easy to fake. He gave the Li family Zhuangzi a coupon. The servant answered. Last time Yuanji said that Li Yi had the ability to come up with a way to prevent counterfeiting. Sure enough, he did. Lu Huaishan said with a smile. Redemption coupon? How is this a redemption coupon? This is money. Go exchange more. Yao Chong's expression was serious. The servant went to find the child again and came back with a stack of redemption coupons. Yao Chong didn't plan to go to Earthly Paradise for dinner. He took everyone to the East Market. Seeing a person selling cold jelly, he stood there and asked the other party, I don't have money. Take this 2-coin redemption coupon and buy a serving of cold jelly. Are you selling it? Cold jelly was 2 coins per serving. Yao Chong exchanged 1 for 1. Yes, Li family Zhuangzi's redemption coupon, right? I bought this cold jelly from Zhuangzi. They make a lot of it, so it's cheaper than making it myself. The other party agreed and scraped more cold jelly and poured sauce on it. Here, I'll give you more. The redemption coupon is light and the picture looks good. When I go to buy the cold jelly, I can give it to Zhuangzi directly as money. Zhuangzi's people said that the redemption coupon can be used as money. There is still a discount now, but there won't be any in the future. The stall owner said with a smile. He took the money, looked at it and put it away. What's the discount? Wei Jigu was curious. 1 coin can be converted into 1 coin and 2 coins. 10 coins is 12 coins. The stall owner made 2 fingers. Go to Earthly Paradise. Yao Chong left a sentence and turned back. The servant ran over and ate the cold jelly in 2 mouthfuls. In a private room on the 3rd floor of Earthly Paradise, the table was covered with redemption coupons. Some were facing up, some were facing up. Everyone, money has nothing to do with redemption coupons. It's just called redemption coupons. Yao Chong stared at a redemption coupon. 1 coin is not enough to print, is it? Lu Huaishan picked up a coin and touched it. 2 coins is not enough. 5 coins and 10 coins are enough. You can also have 50 coins and 100 coins. The bigger the number, the more money you can save. Zhang Shua looked at the 10 coins coupon. Wei Jigu saw that the 3 people had spoken, so he followed. It's better than silk. Copper coins are few in Tang Dynasty, so we can use this redemption coupon. Yao Chong let out a long breath. Coin production is the work of the Imperial Treasury. The Li family Zhuangzi wants to use private money on behalf of the Imperial Court. Think about it, if they print so much money, will the people who get the money have to go to Zhuangzi to buy things? They can trade with each other using money. There's no need to carry heavy copper coins and silk that are difficult to carry. Li Yi and Zhuangzi can print more than 300,000 copies of newspapers a day. Even if printing money is slow, they can at least print 10,000 pieces, right? 4 types of money, 2,500 pieces of each. They can print 45,000 coins a day and use it to buy things. Yao Chong said a lot and finally stopped. The other 3 people kept nodding as he spoke. Yes, you're right. Even 10,000 pieces is a small amount. Can other people make fake coupons? Lu Huaishan continued to fiddle with the money. There are too many colors. We have to make special paper, trace it, make a mold and mix the ink. It's difficult. Zhang Shua saw the anti-counterfeiting technology of the redemption coupons. Just the color printing alone was enough to make others confused. We have to tell His Majesty that we can't print anymore. Even if he writes redemption coupons, he's still making money. Yao Chong was going all out this time. Just as they said, there were people who were using redemption coupons as money. The teachers in the government schools. Li family Zhuangzi sent the redemption coupons over and told them that they could save 100 coins to exchange for things in Zhuangzi. They said that they could exchange for things in Zhuangzi, But the teachers knew that the redemption coupons were a bonus. As long as they said that they could exchange for things in Li Family Zhuangzi, other people would be willing to accept them. After distributing the coupons to the students, they did indeed each take 100 coins worth of redemption coupons to buy things. They didn't take too much and kept the rest for the next 10 days to give to the students who did well in the exams. They had accounts and remembered clearly how much they gave to each student. They would get an extra 100 coins for themselves every 10 days as a reward for the students' hard work in the exams. Even in the county, when they went to the place and talked to the seller agreed. Selling this was money. Li Family Zhuangzi trusted them. Li Family Zhuangzi had a lot of good things, so they wouldn't take them to Zhuangzi. After buying things, the teachers went home happily. They didn't care who issued the currency. Chapter 445. Brother E, this money is good, Li Longji said as he looked at the pile of coupons during dinner. It's not money, it's coupons. Children can use it to exchange for snacks and opportunities to play. Li Yi did not admit that he was printing money. Could money be made casually? Money could be used for planting mulberry trees, raising silkworms, weaving, etc. Yes, it's coupons. Empress Wang supported. Li Chengqi poured wine for Li Yi. You print it first and see if it's useful. When it's useful, let His Majesty know. When the time comes, the Tang dynasty can directly print money and call it Kaiyuan Tong Bao. When you spend money, you don't have to carry a lot of heavy things. It's most convenient for people who travel long distances. The benefits are not only that it's lighter. Li Longji also said, there are too many silks now, and the rich have piled them up in the warehouse. The common people have to plant mulberry trees, hemp, and raise silkworms. Li Longji thought of selling a lot of mulberry trees and hemp for the common people to use to grow food. Planting mulberry trees and raising silkworms would waste time for the common people, who were actually given less than 100 mu of land. It was better to plant millet. Even if the land was not good enough, they could plant beans. If there were few beans, they could extract oil and make tofu. When the time comes, copper would be used to make tools, and the common people would use paper money. We also need to improve the paper-making process to make paper money more difficult to imitate. Also, it involves the number of issues. Li Yi was not so optimistic. Li Longji and Li Qingqi were deep in thought as they ate and drank slowly. They knew that they could not print too much money to buy things. How much money to print was a problem. After a quarter of an hour, Li Longji asked Li Yi, Brother E, do you think it's feasible to distribute the money according to the rent collected last year? If it's distributed, the common people will have money in their hands. In the future, will they pay money to pay rent or pay grain? Li Yi did not answer but asked a question. Of course they will pay grain. Li Longji said immediately. The money printed by the imperial court can't be used to pay rent. Are the common people still willing to use the imperial court's money? Li Yi asked again. Then they will be allowed to pay. Li Longji said. The price of grain varies from place to place. The grain is cheap at harvest time. How much should we pay? Originally they should have paid 1 dan of rent, but because the grain was cheaper they had to pay less. The imperial court will take that money and buy grain from other places. If they can't buy the grain that they rent, the imperial court's income will decrease. Li Yi raised another troublesome question. Li Chengqi interjected, choose an average price. The price of food varies every year. Let's calculate the average price and let the people pay. When the commoners collect grain, the price of grain is low. According to the average price, they have to sell more grain. Originally, 1 dan of grain would have been enough, but after converting it into money, the actual amount sold is 1 dan and a half. The commoners are at a disadvantage. Li still wanted to say something. Look, that won't do. Li Longji and his brother were worried. They couldn't do this or that. What was the use of printing money? If you want to pay, then pay. If you want to pay, then pay. If you want to pay, then pay. Empress Wang was the smartest. What about the price? If the price was too high, the commoners would not use the money. The circulation of money would be poor, and the commoners would not want it. If the price of grain is unstable, other goods can be bought with paper money. The merchants will raise the price. As long as one of the links is too high, all goods will start to increase in price. At that time, paper money will be useless. The more we print, the more devalued it will be. Li Yi raised the issue of the acceptance of money again. Brother Yi, just say it. We don't want to think about it anymore. Li Chengqi simply threw his worries back. No. Li Longji shook his head. There are copper coins now. But there is no mention of letting the commoners use copper coins to pay rent. They can use copper coins to buy grain. When the paper money is issued, just follow the copper coins. At most, we will allow them to use paper money to exchange for copper coins. Li Longji thought of a solution. Yes, that's it. At the same time, he also knew how much money to print. The imperial court would print as many copper coins in silk as they had. When the time comes, the commoners would be allowed to exchange for the same amount. The replacement of copper coins with paper money was for convenience. It was not to take money from the commoners all at once. He told Li Yi his thoughts, and Li Yi laughed. That's right. This is the print quantity. When the commoners gradually get used to it and print more, they won't think about exchanging it for copper coins. It will take a few years. My Zhuangzi will first try to issue exchange coupons. Zhuangzi has enough goods to sell. When the commoners are familiar with Zhuangzi's exchange coupons, the imperial court will naturally issue paper money in the future. Li Yi was afraid that the imperial court would be anxious and issue a lot of paper money at once. The imperial court was short of money. The next morning, the farmers brought the goods to Baqiao to trade with people. When they needed to buy something from others, they asked if the other party was willing to accept exchange coupons. They also said that they would enjoy a discount if they used the coupons to buy things on Zhuangzi. Only for this month. When the other party heard about the discount, they immediately agreed. Even if they did not buy the goods on Zhuangzi, they could still buy things from others. When they were buying, they would negotiate the price. According to Zhuangzi's discount ratio, it would be cheaper if both sides gave way. The one who suffered a loss was Zhuangzi. Zhuangzi had money and a 19-day discount period. Zhuangzi had not made the version of exchange coupons worth more than 10 coins. At most, they could only make 10 coins. When they gave a bundle, the other party counted the money. When the amount was right, they quickly took it and left to buy things. It's useful. If I had known, I wouldn't have driven a carriage to get money. Just put it in and it's done. A person who got money after selling things was happy. You have to put it in well. It's easy to lose it. The silk is big, so it's not easy to lose it. The person who came over to sell bran carefully put his hand where the money was. The person who came over to sell flowers said, "The denomination is too small. If it's bigger, others will be willing to accept it. It's more convenient. Your flowers are collected from various places. Why do you want a large amount?" The person who sold bran said with a smile, "I plan to continue to subcontract. The price of fresh flowers is higher than the price of dried flowers. I will collect flowers from various places and save up. A lot of flowers will be dried." The person who sold the flowers expressed his distress. He wanted people to collect from various places and settle the bill in one go. If he turned around and sold them to the village, he would be able to make more money. Zhuangzi used flowers to extract essential oil. He extracted more fresh flowers and less dried flowers. Naturally, the amount of money he gave was higher and lower. In addition to merchants, the people who came to deliver wormwood and tea were more willing to choose exchange coupons. They did not think that the exchange coupons could not be spent. The Li family Zhuangzi had prestige. Any random thing they took out was worth a lot of money. No matter how many exchange coupons Zhuangzi printed, there would be goods to sell. Therefore, there was no need for evening. At noon, exchange coupons were popular in the east and west markets of Chang'an. Everyone found it interesting. They could just put it in and save a lot of trouble. The merchants who had business dealings with the Li family Zhuangzi could give more if they wanted to spend money. "Your Majesty, the imperial court should hold the printing money. It can't be used by private individuals." Yao Chong did not eat much at noon. He waited for Li Longji to finish his meal and immediately rushed over. The other two prime ministers nodded. They could not side with Li Yi on this matter. It was too important. "Minister Yao, do you know how much money should be printed in a year?" Li Longji was not in a hurry and asked slowly. "How much is that?" Yao Chong was confused. "Yes, how much should be printed?" "Your Majesty knows?" Lu Huaishan looked expectant. "It's simple. How much to print depends on the income. From Li Longji began to talk about the policy of issuing currency. Not only did they have to send it out, but they also had to stabilize the price. When he finished, the three of them understood. They felt that they had completely mastered the knowledge of currency. Chapter 446. Waiter, here's the money. At a small stall in the shade outside Chang, a man who had just eaten a bowl of soaked noodles called for the waiter. In fact, the shopkeeper and the waiter were making noodles with sorghum powder. On the roadside, they chopped lentils to make sauce and cooked noodles for passers-by. Wheat noodles were not made because they were expensive and few people ate them. He came over and stretched out his hand. 4 coins. Here's 5 coins. Give me 1 coin. The waiter handed over a 5-coin coupon. The waiter picked it up and looked at it. He took out a 1-coin coupon from the linen pocket in front of him and handed it over. The waiter accepted the coupon and the transaction was completed. Today was July 15th, the Hungry Ghost Festival. It would be very lively at night. It had only been 6 days since the Li family Zhuangzi took out the coupon. Coupons became popular in Chang'an. When the Li family Zhuangzi went out to buy things, they would all give coupons. Some people wanted to exchange with copper coins and silk, but Li Yi refused. If they exchanged coupons, they would directly use the coupon to buy things and enjoy the discount. Zhuangzi would be at a disadvantage. However, Zhuangzi advertised in the newspaper that he wanted to buy a lot of things. He gave a price for each item. Whether it was an individual or a merchant, they would be bought at the same price. Fish, aged vinegar, millet, sorghum rice, grass for cows and horses, fresh vegetables, dried vegetables, beans, bean biscuits. Generally, grains were sold in bulk. They bought a lot at one time. For vegetables, the people planted them and brought them over one by one. The money they gave was not as good as if they sold it by themselves, but the demand was high. The cucumbers were picked and transported over in a day. They were directly exchanged for coupons. They couldn't sell them by themselves. At the same time, Zhuangzi collected mud for pottery again. The kiln in Wugong County became the Li family Zhuangzi's. As Li Yi said, the upper level was replaced, the middle level was given a warning, and the lower level was given a processing fee. Several people from Zhuangzi were sent there to supervise and burn more pottery. The other kilns were burning porcelain. They bought glaze from the Li family Zhuangzi, and then shipped it to various parts of the Tang dynasty. Another person went to Chang, and to buy glaze from Zhuangzi and brought it back to burn. The kilns in Wugong County had always been burning pottery, mainly jars. They had accumulated a lot and began to trade with the commoners. The commoners understood what he meant. After a while, the vegetables in the fields would be replaced with cabbages. Now was the time to make salted vegetables. Otherwise, there would be no vegetables to eat in winter. At the same time, he also bought vegetables to dry and soak in water to cook in winter. In all kinds of transactions, the Li family Zhuangzi had sold 50,000 taels worth of exchange coupons so far. He only managed to collect about 8,000 taels in succession. The rest of the money was circulated outside. No one thought of asking the Li family Zhuangzi for the discount. They only thought that money was useful. 1,000 copper coins weighed 6 caddies and 4 taels. Carrying 100 coins with him was not light either. Otherwise, the other party would try to lower the price if they accidentally dirted the cloth. Now 1,000 taels and 110 taels worth of exchange coupons were in a pile. He took them and left. Dongzhu, are you still releasing coupons? Songda was worried. There were already 50,000 taels, and there were still more than 40,000 taels outside. Yes, another 50,000 taels. There are so many people in the capital office. Who wouldn't have some money on them? Li Yi was not afraid. Zhuangzi could handle 100,000 taels of money outside. Zhuangzi only sold the same things every day. He couldn't buy more even if he wanted to. Zhuangzi also didn't promise to buy anything with the coupons. Li Yi was leisurely copying books. Behind the Lantian County Yamen, Zhang Sun Xian held 4 coupons in his hand and found the craftsman who had been working for half a month. It had been 1.5 months since June 1st. June was 29 days. Zhang Sun Xian paid 352 taels of money for this. If he didn't collect some of the money he gave out before, he wouldn't have been able to pay them. He realized that the money that he had painstakingly saved was almost gone by the time the Qiangong step bed was completed. He had to think of a way. The best way was naturally to print money. Everyone take a look. Can you make these coupons? I also want a set of my own. Zhang Sun Xian asked with a smile. The 16 craftsmen didn't gather in front of him. They looked up and shook their heads. Inspector Zhang Sun, we are carpenters. The coupons are the work of paper makers and mold makers. The leader of the craftsmen gave an answer. Engraving and printing aren't carpenters' work? Zhang Sun Xian expressed his disbelief. It's not made of wood. The plates on the coupons are pressed with heavy materials. It requires copper and iron plates. After pressing, there will be slight bumps and dents. The craftsmen shook their heads. He couldn't make it. There's no need for those bumps and dents. After a long time, the bumps and dents will disappear. It will just be a normal print. Zhang Sun Xian still didn't give up. He felt that craftsmen were amazing and omnipotent. No, it needs to be carved separately. Then the plates need to be covered with different colored ink and printed one by one. The patterns on it are thin. Unless the wood is good and hard enough, the bumps will break when pressed. There's no ink either. When the paper is made, something is added inside and the two layers are combined into one. After the craftsmen finished speaking, they lowered their heads and started working. Their voices were very loud, indicating that they didn't want to speak anymore. Zhang Sun Xian took a deep breath and left with the coupons. Li family Zhuangzi can actually print money. Doesn't anyone care? Zhang Sun Xian felt sad. He just knew that there was such a good way to make money. If he printed it himself, there would be people willing to buy it. Is there no one who wants the money I draw? Zhang Sun Xian looked at the coupons in his hands and muttered. He felt even more depressed. He only wanted to make a copy of the coupons. He didn't plan to make money himself. He knew that he didn't have the ability. The commoners wouldn't agree. The 1,000-work step bet can't be stopped. If there's not enough money, I can check the accounts and find the problem. I will ask them to give me money. If they don't, I won't let them do it. Zhang Sun Xian thought of those mining people. The stones were constantly being transported away. They were all money. They agreed to pay taxes. In the end, they had accounts and didn't pay to the county government. If he wanted to check the accounts, there was no excuse. I will write a letter and ask His Majesty and the Prime Ministers to agree to try to collect business tax in Lantian County. Zhang Sun Xian clenched his fists. He decided that he would push. Then it would be easy. He strode back and walked on a sunny road that Li Yi had designed for him. In the afternoon, he sent the written Prime Minister's letter away to prepare for the Hungry Ghost Festival in the evening. It would be lively tonight. The commoners would come out and light lanterns at the river. They would go to the river to watch. Li family Zhuangzi was also ready at this time. There were beautiful lanterns made of bamboo to be placed in the river. There were also those lotus lanterns that used lotus leaves as boats. They needed a small candle. As for the migrant workers, Songda brought people to deliver a large number of small and thin candles to save on materials. It would be enough if they could burn for a while on the lotus leaves. Brother E, what about the 25 people? They have been locked up for half a month. There is no one to receive them. Everything in the Honglu temple is normal. As soon as one of the 25 had spoken, the others had followed suit, including the location of the stronghold, how they received the order, and how they were arranged. Wang Xing came over. The captured people were still locked up. They were waiting for the people in the Honglu temple to do something. It seems that those people have nothing to fear. They probably didn't leave behind any specific information. Are there any words when they are contacted? Li Yi asked. Yes, but it's in regular script. I can't tell. Wang Xing was helpless. Let's wait. There's no hurry. Let's lock them up for another half a month. I'll think. Li Yi said after some consideration. Chapter 447. Li Yi had thought a lot about how to deal with the Turks. The current situation was slightly different. The Qinyo guards could no longer see the mysterious man, which meant that the other party had removed the surveillance. These 25 people belonged to 6 forces. Since they were thrown out, it seemed that the tail behind them had been cleaned up. The people in Honglu Temple should be waiting for someone to come to them. They would not admit it. Even if they were beaten to death in front of them, they would say they did not know them. Since they were willing to wait, they should wait and give the other party some pressure. Brother Wang, take care of the 25 people. Don't hurt them and don't starve them. They will be used for mining in the future. Put them together with the guilty officials, businessmen, and relatives of the Lantian County. They will be reformed through labor. There will be enough food. What we need is labor. How can they work if they are not full? If they want to eat meat, continue to work hard. Li Yi said with a very benevolent look. Wang Xing knew that if people were thrown to mining, Li Yi would use food to tempt them to work hard. Generally, if there were slaves to work, they would not starve to death. It would save money. Li Yi was not like that. He gave delicious food and wanted efficiency. When others worked, he only provided food and no wages. How cost-effective it was. If they were injured, they would be treated. If they were cured, they would continue to work. In fact, the official slaves will also be taken care of. They will be given clothes, food, and medical treatment. Wang Xing talked about the official slaves. He was reminding Li Yi to buy more slaves, private slaves. The male and female servants in Zhuangzi were bought by Li Yi. Slaves were part of the property. Those 8 people could be beaten to death with an excuse. After reporting to the government and paying some money, it would not be a problem. If he wanted to remove the slaves, he would have to spend a lot of money. For example, he had to marry the female servants. Li Yi married them in private, which was illegal. He had to remove the slaves first. Or if a slave married another slave, the children born would still be slaves. Tomorrow, I will ask the steward to buy some. Li Yi understood Wang Xing's words. Buy. Yes, buy slaves. If he did not buy them, others would buy and sell them. If he bought them, he could take care of them and would not bully them. Zhuangzi also bought a lot of land. Even if there were a lot of cows, there would still need to be manpower. He didn't feel at ease recruiting people from other places. Slaves were good, but they were private property. If he caught a runaway slave, he would punish him to death. The sky gradually darkened. Wang Xing didn't wish to see His Majesty in Kingsong, so he bid farewell and left. In the evening, Li Longji got off work early. He didn't look for other women. Empress Wang was enough. However, Empress Wang had just had a baby, so she couldn't get pregnant. Li Yi exchanged for the ultra-thin one. It was easier to use mainly because it was much cheaper than a football. At night, everyone watched the lanterns together. There were many lanterns on Zhuangzi, and the villagers used them to talk with their deceased elders. She wanted to tell her elders that she was living a good life and that she had a good dongzhu. Even the 8 personal slaves of Li Yi were mumbling while wiping their tears. The 8 of them were now in charge of various areas, and they were paid a salary. Brother Yi Zhuangzi's exchange coupons have started to circulate in the capital. Initially, I was worried that someone would use the coupons to buy things and spend all the coupons. Li Longji was eating barbecued meat on a high platform. It was charcoal and grill, not skewers. Li Yi was roasting tofu. This type of tofu had a short shelf life, and it lacked a layer of oil. This was the type of tofu he used to eat when he was young. Later on, the production process improved. After the tofu was picked out from the soybean milk, it had to be placed in a trough with edible glue, hung with a layer of glue, and then dried or dried. A better tofu machine directly mixed the tofu. After drying, the tofu would not taste like beans. After it was heated, it was placed on a plate. This tofu was cooked to begin with. As long as my Zhuangzi is stable, they don't care if the exchange coupons can be used to exchange for things. If one day I suddenly say that Zhuangzi is out of money, they will definitely come to buy things in Zhuangzi. If they can't buy it, they will make a fuss and even attack Zhuangzi's people. They will arrest me and force me to give them money. It's the same for the country. The economy is unstable, and if the war is lost, the use of paper money will cause rapid inflation. Even copper coins and silk will depreciate. The most valuable thing is food. Li Yi briefly introduced the country's stability and currency system. Li Longji and Li Chengqi had never received such professional guidance, so they listened carefully. Li Chengqi ate a piece of meat. The Tang dynasty's Kaiwan Tongbao is also useful outside. Yes, this is the use of paper money in war. Li Yi knew that the surrounding countries would be willing to use China's money for a long time, let alone now. Today, the Tang dynasty's money was an international currency. Uncle, tell us how to fight a war. Give us money. Empress Wang was interested when she heard about war. Just restrict the exits. Even now they can use a lot of copper coins and silk to buy Tubo's food and livestock. If the food and livestock decrease, the price will increase. If they continue to buy, they will still have to bear the high price when they take the money and spend it themselves. The Tang dynasty does not allow the sale of food and livestock. They can only buy other things from the Tang dynasty, but it can't solve the problem of food. Li Yi gave an example. Buy and not sell. Can they also restrict it? Li Longji felt that if he were in their shoes, he would restrict it when he found that the situation was not right. Buy something else. Buy wool. Buy wool and yak hair at a high price. At the same time, sell them luxury goods. The people in their big tribes like it. They will sheep more cows and sheep and plant alfalfa on the farmland. The food production will decrease and they will continue to have no food to eat. Li Yi described the classic sheep-eating people enclosure. Compared to the rising sun city, Tubo did not have a perfect industrial system. When the sheep-eating people happened, they could not promote the development of the industrial system because the technology could not keep up. Land annexation or sheep grazing. Li Chengqi concluded. And then? Empress Wang asked. Then there will be internal division. When there is an internal struggle, it will be best to fight a foreign war and attack our Tang dynasty. Our Tang dynasty only needs to prepare enough food and weapons to defend. Such a war will not last long because they do not have enough food. If they want to live, they will ask for peace with the Tang dynasty, submit, pay tribute, and hope that the Tang dynasty will sell food to them. Of course, if they don't want to end the war, they can even fight the other side, not the Tang dynasty. It will be easier to fight there. The premise is that the Tang dynasty does not send troops to attack them, such as peace talks and alliances. Li Yi described the development model of economic war. There was a high possibility of success. Many countries were cheated in this way. Li Longji picked up the wine and took a sip. He put down the wine cup. No hurry. When the Tang dynasty's banknotes are printed, I will write to His Majesty. We have to give it a try. Okay. Empress Wang nodded. Yes, we can't give them copper coins and silk. Banknotes are cheap and useful. Brother Yi, drink. Li Longji poured wine for Li Yi. He felt at ease. See, we have great means to deal with foreign enemies. Brother Yi has developed wooden feather arrows, whirlwind cannons, hot air balloons, and useful gunpowder. The Tubo Turks can't attack us now. Wait for 2 or 3 years and see how I will fool you. If we don't fight, it will be an economic war. If we fight, will our Tang dynasty be afraid of you? Chapter 448. How much is the tea? Yao Chong and the others gathered together again. In the East Market, they were looking at places where people used large clay pipes to boil green tea. 1 yuan per bowl. Don't look down on it because it's foam tea. The person selling the tea explained. Here for bowls. Yao Chong took out 5 yuan worth of coupons and handed them over. The other party took it and gave him 1 yuan worth of coupons. He kept it well. He accepted his fate. Li Yi, you can print money. I don't care. Wei Zhigu looked at Yao Chong's expression and wanted to laugh. Nowadays, everyone carried coupons with them at all times. It was really useful in Chang'an. Their coupons were said to be lucky. The day before yesterday, their table happened to be the 100th table of guests. Because they were very lucky, they were given 4 coupons of different values. Each person took one and held the flowers. The method of bribery was simply amazing. What was the 100th table? Was it so coincidental? The key was to ask others. Others also won the prize, but some had an extra dish and some did not have to drink. There was nothing wrong with it. Heavenly World was not a lucky event for one or a few people. Even if the people from the censorate were watching from the side, they could not do anything. You don't allow businesses to organize activities? When I went to eat, even if I counted the dishes on the table, it was because I was quick-witted. There was even a birthday party where Heavenly World's promotion came to your door and let you try the new dishes. This was called promotion. When you tried it, you asked you were actually a member of Heavenly World and it was your birthday. Wow, Heavenly World specially launched a birthday discount package for members. 1 yuan was enough. Then a lot of delicious food was sent to you. On your birthday you invited people to a meal and there was wine and food. When you asked others, other members also had the same benefits. It was just different. Thinking so, Wei Jigu said, I don't know how Dr. Li's brain works. He has endless tricks. Zhang Shua lowered his voice. Now that I think about it, King Song did a great job. He went to the imperial plantation by the Ba River that day. Yes, Lu Huaishan sighed. Only then did His Majesty go. Otherwise, with Li Yi's skills, without His Majesty's help, who knows how much trouble he would cause. Everyone, including Yao Chong, agreed with Lu Huaishan that Li Yi always seemed to be taking good things out. It was very dangerous and easy to be targeted. In reality, this was not the case. Once Li Yi discovered that the situation was not right, he would immediately respond. He could turn enemies into friends, and then bribe and rope in more people. Other merchants would feel heartache if they were to give up even a fraction of the profit. However, he was willing to give up 70%, 80%, 95% of the profit. When doing business with His Majesty, the first thing he asked for was 5%. It was said that he did not even use the 10% profit from the earthly paradise. It was a separate account ready to take it out at any time. After that, he earned 250,000 from the Tubo people. How much money was that? He actually casually gave it to the scholars who studied in the government schools and built the road from Chang'an to Shu. He had a way to make a lot of money, and he also had a way to give it to you reasonably. Can you still deal with him? You have to protect him. If he dies, you won't get the money. With His Majesty watching over him, Li Yi doesn't have to deal with other dangers. He can use more energy to help the Tang dynasty develop. It's fortunate. Yao Chong said something fair. He agreed with the action of blocking the Li family Zhuangzi. Other people should not go there for no reason and delay Li Yi's research and invention. The merry-go-round is not allowed? It's like a lantern at night. Zhang said. He found a new situation. The merry-go-round stopped, and the children's snacks were sold. The four people finished their tea and went to the merry-go-round under the secret guard. There was no one. The merry-go-round was locked. Zhang asked the person selling the children's snacks, there's no curfew. The merry-go-round can be played. Bahui Li Dongzhu said that hanging lanterns at night and riding on the merry-go-round will make the children absent-minded. It's called hypnosis. Then the children will have nightmares and may wet the bed. They won't recover for several days. They are not allowed to ride the merry-go-round at night. The children will be fine after eating some snacks. If you don't believe me, bring your children here. I'll take a risk and let your children ride on the merry-go-round alone. Let's see how the children ride on the merry-go-round alone with lanterns. No need. Zhang Shua's hair stood on end. Not to mention the children, he was afraid at this moment. Night, children, merry-go-round, lanterns, laughter. Why did he tremble when he thought about it? Is that so? The person selling the snacks said, adults can also eat snacks. Look, there are fried shrimp slices. Buy a few packets. Zhang said he would pay. He knew what the shrimp slices were. Starch was mixed with dried shrimp powder and fried in oil. There were 20 in a packet and it cost 3 coins. Zhang said he would pay a 10 coins exchange voucher and a 2 coins exchange voucher. He got 4 packets. He picked one up and took a bite. This money is too good. Li Yi's talent is world-shaking. Didn't Her Majesty say to let Li Yi try it first? Zhuangzi, to be honest, is more trustworthy in Chang, and then in the imperial court. Lu Huaishan said something he didn't want to say, but he had to admit. Li family Zhuangzi's reputation was better than that of the imperial court. In the eyes of the people, the imperial court officials were not as good as Li Yi. Other rich people were afraid of being exposed, so they always covered it up. Even so, there were still people who talked behind their backs, saying how greedy his family was after becoming an official. The Li family's manor was indeed rich, and it was on the surface. When dealing with the foreigners, they had to pay 4,200 coins a day to force the foreigners to take the initiative to ask for peace. The people felt that it was right and even encouraged and cheered for them. They had a common enemy. When Li family Zhuangzi earned 250,000 coins from selling alcohol, the people cheered and celebrated. They were very happy. Thinking about it carefully, were they not afraid? This was Li Yi's Zhuangzi next to Chang'an. If it was anywhere else, he could influence the entire provincial government. The provincial governor and the army had to act according to his mood. With Li Yi as an official, this old man can rest assured. Yao Chong seemed to understand. Of course you can rest assured. Zhang Shua continued. He can't be greedy or take bribes. He has money. I heard His Majesty say that this year, he will build 5 mu of greenhouses in each of the 20 counties of the imperial government. He will pay taxes as a show. Wei Zhigu brought up the topic of taxation. Today Zhangsun Xian sent a letter to the Prime Minister, requesting that Lantian County immediately implement a business tax. He didn't even know that he was cheated. When Yao Chong heard about the business tax, he thought of Zhangsun Xian. That silly child. I heard that he found 16 good craftsmen to make some 1,000-work step bed. The blueprint was given by Li Yi. His Majesty wants to borrow Li Yi's hand to deal with people. Zhang Shua knew some of the situation. His Majesty threw Zhangsun Xian to Lantian County for Empress Wang. Otherwise, with Zhangsun Xian's temperament, he would definitely cause trouble. In the future, whatever Li Yi says, you must think carefully. His trap is a chain of traps. Zhangsun Xian is pitiful. The astute Lu Huaishan didn't speak up for Li Yi. He was also afraid of Li Yi's schemes. He felt that Li Yi was usually a very good young man, but once he was serious about something, he would make a series of moves. When dealing with you, you didn't move. When you fell into the trap, others moved. When you moved, you took the initiative to fall into the trap. You couldn't blame others. In half an hour, the Nanchu play will start. Let's go see it. I gave you the tickets. 1 ticket is 100 yuan. It'll be a pity if you don't go. Zhang Shua didn't want everyone to revolve around Li Yi. He changed the topic. Li Yi would be fine in Zhuangzi. Chapter 449. Nanchu, a large performance venue. Today, Xian Yan and the others were going to perform a play. Yao Chong's group of 4 took the tickets from Heaven on Earth and went to the best VIP room. It was alone and there were no other rooms within a distance of 2 feet. Temporary stands were set up in other places and many people bought popcorn to eat. The price of each seat was different according to the comfort of the audience. The more expensive ones were 100 taels while the cheaper ones were a few dozen taels. For example, Yao Chong's room was equivalent to 400 taels and was not available to others. Yao Chong's group of 4 looked at the situation in the room. There were rattan benches, wooden tea tables and silk pillows. It's far away so it's convenient to talk without being heard. Lu Huaishan commented on the layout. It's a little spacious. Li Yi probably doesn't have any good ideas about this. Yao Chong was used to talking to Li Yi. Wei Zhigu chuckled and took a sip of tea. He smacked his lips and said, "Second-grade tea. This is the taste that His Majesty bestowed." This year, Li family Zhuangzi made a lot of money on tea. Some merchants bought it and shipped it outside to sell. I heard that the profits were more than 3 times. Zhang Shua mentioned the tea. Nowadays it had become a trend. It would be rude to not prepare some Li family Zhuangzi's tea in Chang'an. At this time there were still people arriving. Most of them were literati, merchants, and officials. Ordinary people were reluctant to spend a few dozen taels to watch a play. That money was enough for their family to eat a good meal. After a while the actors appeared. The scene quieted down. Someone had prepared good silk to throw on the stage. It had to be at least 10 feet long. If it was too short, it couldn't be used as money. There were many kinds of silk according to the weaving method and embroidery. The Wuling's young people fought for the head entanglements. The entanglements were one kind and the red silk was another. The opening ceremony started and the background music sounded. The flute played the spring scenery of Jiangnan. Liang Shambua and Zhu Yingtai appeared separately. Zhu Yingtai appeared in female clothes and then changed into male clothes to go to school. On the way to school, he met another person, Liang Shambua. Therefore, the 2 of them studied together and played together. Liang Shambua was so stupid that he couldn't tell that Zhu Yingtai was a woman. The background music sounded again. The main melody of the violin in the treble section was sung. Green grass and green flowers bloom. Colorful butterflies wander in pairs for a long time. When the violin finished playing, it immediately switched to the alto part and repeated again. Other instruments joined in, bringing out the atmosphere. The 3 years of being classmates began. The background music suddenly became lively, and the violin directly played a relaxed rhythm of duola 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 duo. After that, the two of them would become sworn brothers. If a man and a man became sworn brothers, they would become husband and wife. Until he turned 18 and graduated. It was time to send him off. The background music showed the reluctance of the cello and the violin to bid each other farewell. One was vigorous while the other was tactful. Zhuangtai was anxious, and so were the spectators. Zhuangtai told Liang Shanbo that he had a little sister at home who was quite nice, and he asked Liang Shanbo to propose marriage. Back home, Zhuangtai waited for Liang Shanbo. Liang Shanbo did not have any money. He needed money to travel, so he had to walk slowly. At this time, Zhuangtai's family wanted her to get married, but she refused. The background music sounded again. Zhuangtai's family, who represented the traditional power of feudalism, played wind instruments. Suddenly, Duoshi, Lajuo Soso Duoshi Lajuo Lai Lai, the violin that represented Zhuangtai, was fighting in the background, but it could not beat the wind instruments. On the stage, Zhuangtai talked about what kind of person she wanted to marry and tried to persuade her family. Her family was furious. In the end, Zhuangtai had no choice but to wait for Liang Shanbo anxiously. The spectators had mixed feelings. They felt that it was right for the elders in the family to marry, but they also felt that Liang Shanbo should be with Zhuangtai. When Liang Shanbo finally arrived, Zhuangtai's marriage had already been decided. The two of them ran to the balcony for a private meeting. The background music, the cello and the violin, echoed, weeping and reciting. Many spectators shed tears. The two of them finally agreed that even if they couldn't be together in life, they would be buried together in death. Liang Shanbo left. He fell seriously ill and never got up again. Zhuangtai wanted to get married and asked for a detour. This was his last request. Therefore, the wedding procession took a detour and went to Liang Shanbo's grave. Zhuangtai rushed over. The grave on the stage suddenly cracked open. Zhuangtai dived in. In a cloud of smoke, the background music was grand, repeating the main melody. The smoke dispersed. 2 large butterflies accompanied each other, flying back and forth. The music was still playing. Liang Shanbo and Zhuangtai's version of the play ended. The spectators sat there in a daze. No one threw cloth onto the stage. They were still savoring it and had not come back to their senses. Only when the actors came out to take the curtain call did the spectators come back to their senses. They threw all kinds of cloth onto the stage and some even threw out a stack of coupons. There were also waiters who carried trays and walked around the private rooms. The people in the private rooms gave them things. There was gold silk. We don't even have a single coin on us. Zhang Shua poked his head out to take a look and found that the situation was not good. The other private rooms were all given, but there was no movement from the most luxurious one. Were they not satisfied? The other 3 were also anxious. This Xiaoyun, who was serving the 4 people in the private room, pulled out a box from the side. In the box were bundles of coupons with a face value of 1 coin. The 4 of you, the coupons that you order people to send over before you came are here. A total of 4,000 coins. Xiaoyun smiled and said to the 4 people. Yao Chong and the others were stunned. It was not the problem of 4,000 coins, but why were there only 1 coin worth of coupons? Before they could ask, the person carrying the tray came over. Zhang Shua hurriedly picked it up and put it on the tray. The person carrying the tray immediately shouted, "First grade room, reward 4,000 coins." First grade room, he shouted 3 times in a row. The whole place was in an uproar. Who was it? 4,000,000 coins were thrown out. Amazing. As expected of the people who could enter that special private room. They were indeed rich. Yao Chong and the others left uneasily under the protection of a group of people. When they met up with their subordinates outside, Yao Chong was still in a daze. 1 coin is out. The merchants like it. Another 10 coins would be even better. Zhang Shu rubbed his face. I still have to tell His Majesty about this. We have to set an upper limit. We can't just casually print. Otherwise, if we print 10,000 coins, it will be chaotic. Yao Chong came back to his senses. He was afraid. He had to limit it. This kind of large amount can only be used for large transactions. Ordinary transactions are mainly for small amounts. I reckon that the coupons came out first. There should be 50 coins or 100 coins in between. 100 coins is enough. Even if you want to buy something worth 1,000 coins, it's no more than 10. Lu Huaishan believed that Li Yi would not understand. Ordinary people would not use large denominations. If I had known, I would have left one. Let's see what it's like. I just glanced at it. Speaking of which, the play is interesting. The music is also not bad. Wei Zhigu was not worried. He did not believe that Li Yi did not understand. Let's go back. Yao Chong did not want to discuss other matters at the moment. He wanted to go home and think about it. The 4 people said goodbye and went back. The others who had left the theater were discussing Liang Shambua and Zhu Yingtai's play. Some people were more interested in the new musical instruments. Some people felt that this kind of storytelling performance was not bad. No matter what, there would be people who would not sleep well tonight. For example, Yao Chong. Chapter 450. Opera in Chong and a few new musical instruments. Wind and smoke rise in the southwest. Who plays the border song? It was daybreak. Chang'an City was full of discussions about Liang Shambua and Zhu Yingtai's play last night. Zhu Yingtai's family is stubborn. Look at what happened, their daughter is gone. Liang Shambua also took things too hard. Sigh, if only he arrived earlier. Unfortunately, his family is poor. It's useless to arrive earlier. Zhu Yingtai's family is powerful. Why would they like Liang Shambua? If I were Liang Shambua, I would elope with Zhu Yingtai and never come back. Yes, running away is the right thing to do. If you can have a private rendezvous, you can take the opportunity to slip away. I heard there are many musical instruments that have never been seen before. Boom 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 boom. They say there are many bugle horns. Which bugle horn doesn't sound like that? The people who saw it last night described it vividly. The people who didn't see it wiped their tears and felt indignant. Yao Chong's thoughts were on the large denomination of the exchange coupons. In the morning, after waiting for the others to finish talking and leave, he went to play. Your Majesty, last night I was watching a play in Nankou and was worried about money. Xiaoyun gave me 4,000 coins in exchange coupons. The number on the coupons was actually 1 coin. 1 piece of paper is worth 1,000 coins. Your Majesty panicked. If there is no limit, how can the Li family Zhuangzi stabilize the place with 10,000 coins? Yao Chong tried to calm himself down. He couldn't scold Li Yi. Li Longji listened quietly. After listening, he said, there are 20 coins, 50 coins, 100 coins, 200 coins, 500 coins, 1 coin, 2 coin, 5 coin, and 10 coin. The coins above 100 coins are used by the merchants. Yao Qing, you don't have to worry. The 1 coin just happened to be printed. Li Yi was anxious to provide the merchants with the coupons, so he printed a batch. The Li family Zhuangzi has a lot of tea. Li Yi wants to release a batch of tea to offset the issued coupons. Li Longji talked about how Li Yi got enough money. It turned out that he only sold level 4 tea to ordinary people. The 4 types of level 3 tea, as long as they were sold, people would buy them. Then they would ship them to other places to make money. Large amounts of copper coins, gold, and silk entered Zhuangzi's account. And Zhuangzi used higher value exchange coupons to buy other things. Gold, copper, and silk did not move one for the other. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about the instability of the coupons being sent out. If someone really caused trouble, Zhuangzi could use the copper coins to exchange for the coupons. Yao Chong lowered his head and thought about it. Everything was fine now. Li Yi indeed had a backup plan. Report, urgent report, Southwest barbarians invade the border on the 2nd day of the 7th month. The local house of subjugation is resisting with all its might. Li Longji was just about to persuade Yao Chong to go back to work when a shout came from outside. Then, 5 people were placed on a flatbed cart and pushed to the entrance of Xingqing Hall. 4 of the 5 people were lying there, gasping for breath. One of them shouted with a hoarse voice, They had rushed here from the southwest. The 5 of them each rode 3 horses from one official post to another. As long as the road was slightly better, the horse would run at a sprinting speed. The 5 of them took turns to lead the team. When the others were tired, they tied themselves to the horses. If they encountered any situation and felt that the other party would obstruct them, they could directly shoot to kill. Imperial physician, bring oxygen bags, salt, sugar and water over. Give them some shade and water them. Li Longji was now a professional and called for people to come over. Someone at the side found the letter from the other side. Yao Chong was also the Minister of War. He went over to take a look at the lacquer seal. There was no problem. He borrowed a small knife from Li Longji and cut it open to read the contents. Your Majesty, the Southwest barbarians have sent out 50,000 soldiers. The local house of subjugation doesn't have enough manpower to win. Yao Chong handed the urgent report to Li Longji. Who can lead the troops? Li Longji glanced at Yao Chong. Li Xiandao can mobilize the troops of Rong, Lu, Kuei, Ba, Liang, Feng and other provinces. Yao Chong gave a name and where the troops would be sent from. Li Xiandao, general of the Right Valiant Guard, and those provinces were all part of Shu. Okay. Li Longji agreed and sent him. The 5 people were taken care of. Yao Chong went to write official documents to the various provinces. When he had finished with this matter, he sat there sullenly. The Southwest barbarians are at the border. Just resist. Why worry? Lu Huaishan came over to persuade him. Chang'an was peaceful last night. The Tang dynasty's border was uneasy. The audience of the play gave so much food. Has anyone thought about what the soldiers were eating? Yao Chong said with a sad expression. His eyes were full of helplessness. Lu Huaishan opened his mouth and left with a sigh. At night, Li Longji returned to the Li family Zhuangzi. He was in a bad mood. During dinner, Empress Wang asked with concern, Sanlang, did something happen? Today, I heard that the Southwest barbarians are invading the border. The soldiers there are going to fight a bloody battle. Li Longji said in a low voice. When Li Yi heard this, he shouted, Steward Song, bring the things I prepared. Understood, Dongzhu. Songda's voice came in. Not long after, 4 villagers came in carrying a box and put it down. Songda stood there. Li Yi nodded and Songda opened the box. Inside were bundles of coupons with the word 1 written on them. Third brother, it's not easy to defend the border. There are 100,000 coupons. You can send many fast horses to carry them to Shu, and give them to Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong. The 2 of them are the leaders of Shu's salt merchants. I've already written a letter and brought it with them. Let them use the coupons to buy things and give the soldiers at the border a full meal. Oh, there are also a few small mirrors that come with the box. Send it to them to play with. Li Yi pointed to the coupons in the box and an envelope on top of it. Brother, you're in a hurry to print coupons and sell the tea leaves. Li Longji looked at Li Yi. Li Longji knew. Li Yi knew in advance again. At the same time, in order to help, he sent out large quantities of the tea leaves that needed to be sold slowly. He was eagerly waiting for the high-value coupons to be printed, just to buy things for the soldiers at the border. 100,000 coupons. According to the soldiers sent out this time, each person could get 2 coupons. These 2 coupons would be of great use. Sometimes I suddenly know, sometimes I don't. It's easy to count, but it's ever-changing. Li Yi explained. He could actually wait for the news to come and then rush to print the coupons. However, he had to pretend to be able to calculate at times. There were so many Buddhists and Taoists who could calculate, so why couldn't he? He was from the imperial astronomer and could see the signs of the sky. Good, these 100,000 coupons will be able to put the soldiers at ease. I'll think of a way to send the letter into the palace. Li Longji stopped eating. He got up and pulled his brother along. When the money was outside, someone else carried it. The group entered the Forbidden Garden from the north, and found someone to pick up Yao Chong and Lu Huaishan. Zhang Shua didn't need to as he was on duty tonight. In fact, someone was on duty. Zhang Shua stayed behind because something big had happened. While waiting, Li Longji didn't say a word. He sat and looked at the money in the box, the envelopes on the money, and the mirrors in the 10 small boxes. Yao Chong arrived first. His house was close. He asked Zhang Shua in the political affairs hall, "What made His Majesty come back from Li Yi's place?" "He was in a hurry to summon us." Zhang Shua shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. After waiting for a while, Lu Huaishan arrived. He looked at the two of them, waiting for an answer. Yao Chong and Zhang Shua gave him a "I don't know either" expression. "Let's go. We'll know when we get there." Everyone was present. The three of them entered Xingqing Palace together. Under the illumination of the light, the first thing they saw was the box on the ground, as well as the high-value coupons that they had seen once before. 100,000 coupons. Li Yi took it out to buy food for the soldiers at the border, Li Longji said. Chapter 451. The big box and the coupons in Xingqing Palace were quiet, but Yao Chong and the other two could hear their own heartbeats. Lu Huaishan looked at Yao Chong. Today Yao Chong was angry because of the war and last night's play in Nankou. At that time Yao Chong did not mention Li Yi, but hinted that Li Yi was rich and gave out 4,000 taels. This time 50,000 soldiers were mobilized. 4,000,000 taels was enough to buy food for 50,000 soldiers. They could eat for 5 days and even see meat. The food in Shu was cheap and prosperous, but it could not be transported to Chang'an. It was used to support the Tubo, Turkic and Southwest. In the end he just threw it out for a beauty's smile. Before the night was over the money came. 100,000 taels for the soldiers at the border. It was written as a coupon but it was actually money. There was no difference. Yao Chong walked over and bent down to touch the coupon. "Good. Li, good. But how do you calculate this money?" Li Longji was prepared for this. Ordinary people work for the army and eat pots of wine. This money must be evenly distributed to every soldier. Do not be greedy. Ordinary people. Zhang Shua swallowed. Your Majesty, the coupons must be exchanged for money and cent. Otherwise, the people of Shu will not recognize them. Lu Huaishan thought of the key point. They will. There is also a letter written for the salt merchants of Shu. They have dealings with Li Yi. Li Yi has been receiving things from them. At the same time 10 mirrors are sent. These mirrors are the foundation to tell the salt merchants of Shu that the Li family Zhuangzi has valuable things at any time. Li Longji knew why Li Yi took out the mirrors. The mirrors could be used as a guarantee for the coupons. Zhang Shua opened the box and sure enough it was a mirror. Compared to the bronze mirror, this mirror was easier to clean. The bronze mirror was also very clear after being cleaned. It was not worse than a glass mirror. However, a glass mirror was still difficult to obtain. The Li family Zhuangzi could easily make a lot of food, but they didn't sell it. This meant that Li Yi had not been forced to the point where he was short of money. God knew how many more valuable things he could take out at any time. 100,000 taels. For ordinary citizens Li Yi is still okay, but Li Yi is an official. Zhang Shua felt that Li Yi had given too little money. "Since you're so rich, why don't you give me more? When you start selling mirrors in large quantities, I'll believe that you have money at home. I don't have much at the moment." "That's right, all of you are officials." Li Longji looked at Zhang and said. "Then hurry up and send these 100,000 coins over." Zhang Shua didn't say anything. He couldn't take out 100,000 coins. At this time Yao Chong was in charge. Yao Chong was still touching the exchange coupons. After touching it a few more times he said, "Large denominations are good. Good. If we change it to 10 denominations it'll be easier to pack it up." It was much easier than transporting the copper coins and cloth to the Shu lands, even though 100,000 pieces were still very heavy. In the future, when merchants come and go, they won't have to carry so many heavy things, and they'll need less manpower. The common people use small denominations, and they use large denominations. That's right. Yao Chong immediately supported the printing of larger denominations of banknotes. He didn't have to worry anymore. Otherwise, if they changed to 10 denominations of exchange coupons, it would be 100 times more. It would be best if it was one with 100,000 coins written on it, and Li family Zhuangzi as a guarantee. Yao Chong thought so. He didn't know that in the future, flying money could be done in the Tang dynasty. However, flying money was troublesome to use. There was a time when he had to collect extra money, But when he found that it didn't work, he stopped collecting money. It was just a note, not money. It couldn't be freely circulated. As long as the Shu Land salt merchants use it to settle accounts with each other, other merchants in Shu Lands will certainly accept it. The imperial court's currency can be used. Lu Huaishan thought of another layer. In the future, the Li family Zhuangzi's money could be spent everywhere. When the imperial court stabilized, he could directly use the Tang dynasty's banknotes to take back the Li family Zhuangzi's money. Li Yi was considered to have helped set up the scene and then changed hands after it was done. Zhang Shua put down the box. When the time comes, the Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons will probably be issued. Why? Lu Huaishan turned to look at him. Would the common people and merchants be willing to exchange the imperial court's money for the Li family Zhuangzi's money? Prohibit the circulation of the Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons? Force the common people and merchants to exchange. After the exchange, the imperial court will take the Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons to Li Yi for copper coins and silk? Li Yi won't agree. He will sell things, receive the imperial court's currency, and use the imperial court's currency to exchange for his own exchange coupons. The imperial court's currency needs to be backed by something, so the quantity is limited. Li Yi sells things at high prices and makes a lot of profit. He receives the imperial court's currency and gives it to the imperial court. Without the Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons on the market, the imperial court's currency is not enough. Zhang Shua became smarter. He said that the result of the exchange was less currency. The copper coins and silk in the hands of the common people were not accumulated in a year. They produced silk and mined copper to make money every year. How could the imperial court have so much money? If they dared to print more money, they would directly devalue it. What was the point? This matter is not urgent. Wait for me to ask Brother Yi, there is a way. Li Longji frowned and then relaxed. He could not think of a way to deal with it, so he asked someone who knew. When the matter was over, he went out from the back and went to the Li family village in the middle of the night. He told Li Yi that he had someone send the goods up and waited for the results. Yao Chong and the other two in the palace were not sleepy anymore. They arranged for people to carry the goods separately and quickly send them to the Shu lands. This was not only money but also morale. If a soldier could receive 2 taels of money, they would not have to worry about their family's harvest. Of course, when they went there, they had to advertise that the money was obtained by the imperial court. They could not directly say that it was Li Yi. Even if everyone knew what was going on, they still had to use the imperial court's name. When the 3 of them were done, they looked at the time. It was almost midnight, so they did not go home. They planned to sleep for a while in class and wait for dawn. There are so many merchants, but only Li Yi is willing to fork out money. Is it because Li Yi can make money easily? Lu Huaishan ate snacks and drank tea. It is because the merchants are timid. They donated once, but the imperial court continued to ask them for money. Zhang Shua said from another angle. Yao Chong did not say anything. He sat there and stared at the tea in a daze. He once again pondered about who Li Yi was. He compared him with all the people in history and found that he was different. It felt like he was desperately helping the common people for something, the kind that did not ask for anything in return and did not need fame. If he wanted to be an official, he could take the imperial exam directly. He was not in a hurry to take the exam. Since the 42 students were arranged to the counties, he was busy letting the students find land to plant greenhouses. He stayed at home all day writing medical books, teaching students and that nurse. If he wanted to plot against the country, he should not have donated gunpowder and hot air balloons. How good would it be to make money? If he had more money, he would go to other places to buy people's hearts, recruit soldiers, and take out gunpowder and hot air balloons to live alone. When his power was strong, he would fight again. He did not. Once he had more money, he would spend it. He looked like he would give money to whoever wanted it. He seemed to want to rely on his own strength to make the Tang dynasty prosperous. Was it not strange? Speaking of shortcomings, he did have one. He liked to eat and could always figure out new foods to eat. Yung, go to sleep if you are sleepy. When Yao Chong was thinking, he heard Lu Huaishan's voice. He shook his head. I am not sleepy. I have a feeling that something big is going to happen. Don't say it. I am scared. Zhang Shua quickly waved his hand. He could not do it anymore. There were too many things to do recently. Wait and see. I am sure it will happen. It is Li Yi. Yao Chong was certain. Chapter 452. Pick the cotton, pick the cotton. In the morning, Songda called people to work. On the 15th day of the 7th lunar month, the weather was good, and the cotton in Chang'an would bloom. If they kept picking, they would be able to pick the cotton until September. Now they picked the big cotton balls and used them to make sanitary pads. They gave back the 4,000 yuan they gave to everyone and asked them to buy soap, cosmetics and sanitary pads. They bought sanitary pads for all the girls in Pyeongkong Square and used them for free for so long. They took the initiative to spend money. Cotton was needed to make sanitary pads. This year, Li Yi planted a large area and could make more quilts. The people in Zhang family's village came early to help. They made a lot of money from the tourism in summer. Mainly, the rich people in Chang, and brought their children here and asked them to look after them. They were safe and assured. Other people came from outside to Chang'an. The other counties were doing the same thing. In the past, they also provided food and lodging. But this time it was more uniform. Everyone followed the requirements. The service in Zhang family's village was the best. People who came by boat and land would hear others talking about Zhang family's village on the way. Li Yi was in charge of their accounts. This year they had to build a lot of greenhouses. They were too busy to do it themselves, so they hired people to do it. The adults in Zhang family's village were also learning to read and write, including the migrant workers. The migrant workers' houses could be moved in half a month and were under renovation. They had already registered with the people in Li family Zhuangzi and were ready to be naturalized. They were no longer unregistered residents. They would pay the rent that they should pay. If they were transferred, they would pay. They would not work for the government. Brother E, this year I planted a lot of cotton in Zhuangzi. I made 3 spindles on the spinning wheel. Do you want it? Li Chengqi stood beside Li Yi and watched everyone pick the cotton. No. This year, my Zhuangzi will use a large water-powered spinning wheel to spin hemp and silk. Cotton is not very useful, but I have another type. It can spin 60 spindles at the same time. Unfortunately, there is not enough cotton. Otherwise, I can use a new water-powered spinning machine to spin a few hundred spindles at a time. Li Yi watched everyone working and said to Li Chengqi with a smile. The large hydraulic spinning wheel he was going to use could be used for hemp and silk, but not for cotton. In the cotton industry, he modified the Jenny machine to be operated manually. Then he left the manual drawings for others to learn. The design was for 60 ingots, and other people were free to add more if they wanted. The big hydraulic wheel for spinning cotton was a real spinning machine. This equipment was good, but he didn't want to take it out immediately. In another dynasty, if he took out such equipment, there would be problems. Everyone would have to plant hemp and rear silkworms. Tang Chao had nothing to do, so he planted hemp and raised silkworms. The most important thing was the food. The people were not stupid. The mulberry and hemp solved the problem of handing in the food. If there was more, they would sell it to earn some money. If there was not, they would just leave it. For example, if there was a single family, they would still prefer to use 3 spindle carts. Those that had dozens of spindle carts would not be able to use them. After spinning, they would be gone. Brother E, ordinary people can't use those things. They don't have enough hemp and silk. Li Chengqi's mind was active and he thought of a problem. I'm taking out this multi-ingot item to provide assistance to the merchants on this trip. Now that I had taken out my exchange coupons, the price of the silk would naturally decrease, and it would lose its function as a currency. This way more people can wear and use it. The price will be cheaper. There was no way in the past, but now people can buy it. When the imperial court collects it, it will also be used to make clothes for more soldiers. The value of silk is low, and the merchants in this industry feel uncomfortable. I'll help them balance it out. Li Yi was talking about the change in the production structure of the entire society. Paper money was not so easy to take out as it would affect the other currency systems. Li Chengqi stopped looking at other people picking cotton balls. He looked at Li Yi. This cheap brother of his actually started thinking about other things when he took out paper money. Yes, with the appearance of paper money, what about the large amount of silk? Naturally, it would be cheaper and the people would buy it to wear. The merchants who specialized in silk would suffer losses, and they would need new tools to make up for it. No one thought of that. Fortunately, Brother E helped. I have to tell third brother to call the Prime Minister for a meeting. Li family Zhuangzi had printed too many exchange coupons. Silk was not worth much, but there were silk. Li Chengqi thought of his E-League and quickly stopped buying silk. If he sold the clothes, he would lose money if they were to be destroyed. Li Chengqi was thinking about the E-League, and Li Yi continued. The people who suffered the most losses are not the common people. How much money can the common people have? They are more willing to exchange it for food and then save copper coins. In the past, there were rich people who hoarded copper coins and silk. Oh, they hoarded grain like squirrels. When the silk became cheaper, they suffered a great loss. Fortunately, it will take 2 to 3 years for the exchange coupons to be popular throughout the Tang dynasty. I have to make more money, or else I can't continue printing. This period is a period of relaxation. The imperial court doesn't care about compensation. The imperial court will use the silk. If they don't want so much silk, the common people's mulberry fields can be cancelled. The common people will use it to grow grain, and the imperial court will collect more grain. After hearing this, Li Chengqi stopped thinking about his E-League. The E-League was nothing more than a group of clothing stores. Brother E was talking about the world's major events. Perhaps in Brother Yi's eyes, the E-League and the E-League did not matter. Brother E, how did you make so much money? You have to be as rich as a country, and you are always spending money. The amount of money you threw out has exceeded 400,000 yuan. You always donate money to the Grief Field Square and subsidize medicine for the poor. In addition, you gave 250,000 yuan to the students and built the official road to Shu. That's 400,000 yuan. When Li Chengqi said this number, he felt guilty. Many families could not make money for generations, but Brother E threw it away just like that. There are many ways, but I can't do it alone. I have to involve the imperial court. Otherwise, how can the imperial court issue currency in the future? I use the Li family Zhuangzi's wealth and technology as collateral to produce the banknotes for everyone to use. In the future, if the imperial court wants to distribute the country's money, my money will be a problem. Look at my exchange coupons. There is no Li family Zhuangzi on them. The layout is designed so that the imperial court can take over at any time. Therefore, I have to cooperate with the imperial court to make money and accumulate wealth together. When the situation is about right, I will let go and the imperial court can use the new banknotes to exchange for the old exchange coupons. Li Yi's tone was calm, as if he was talking about a very small matter. Li Chengqi wanted to cry. He wanted to find Zhang Shuo and spit on his face. Last night, Zhang Shuo acted like he was very knowledgeable, and said that the Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons should not be wasted. Spit? You? Prime Minister? I should really get rid of you. Look at my brother E. He has already thought about it step by step. And Yao Chong and Lu Huaixin, you still agree with Zhang Shuo. You should go do odd jobs. You are not suitable for your current position. Fortunately, my brother E is not a foreigner. Otherwise, even if you work together, you can't protect the stability of the Tang dynasty. Brother E, what business do you think? How do you make money? I will write a letter for you. Li Chengqi despised others in his heart and thought of making money. I believe His Majesty has already arranged the use of the salt and gold mines. We can't touch them. Glass and mirrors can make money, but they are mine. If it doesn't involve land, I won't hand them over. Land and coal don't make much money. What if, this is Chang'an. Is there tallow and alchemical fire oil? Li Yi said one by one and eliminated all possibilities. When it came to land, he thought of minerals. If coal can't do, then oil can. Chang'an is a place similar to Xi'an. There is oil in Shaanxi, the kind that does not need to be drilled. Chapter 453. Li Yi thought of something good. The indigenous oil refining method would cause serious pollution. But was it pollution that he was considering now? It was technological innovation and money. How simple was the indigenous oil refining method? In his time, some people in the oil-producing war-torn countries used a gasoline barrel to refine the oil. When the oil was heated, different temperatures would produce different things. Simple gasoline, kerosene, and diesel could be produced from the beginning to the end by increasing the temperature. The easiest thing to obtain was gasoline. It was not pure enough and there was kerosene in it. After heating, the kerosene would increase and the gasoline would decrease, but diesel would appear. If he wanted to control the entire process, he would need to add other things and change the process. Li Yi did not plan to add other things, nor did he plan to have more advanced processes. It was fine as long as it could be used. At the same time, there were also byproducts such as paraffin and asphalt. As for butane, propane, ethylene and other things, they would be wasted. Compared to those people in the war-torn countries, he was relatively better. At least he could build kilns and add various boilers and condensing chambers. Li Chengqi's understanding of oil was only that it could be used to ignite a fire. It was not easy to get rid of it when it stuck to the body. Brother Yi, didn't we say that we can't use Kongming lanterns and kites to burn the enemy? They will learn from us. Li Chengqi thought of this. No, we won't fly kites. With paraffin, we don't need to use alcohol to blow hot air balloons. We can change it to something else. Alcohol can be used to treat the soldiers' injuries. Li Yi did not want to use alcohol. If he changed it to gasoline, he would also use a blowtorch. Using a blowtorch for welding was much more convenient than the current welding methods. The welding method used in the Tang dynasty was fusion welding. Two metals were heated, and the parts that needed to be welded would be joined together when they melted. Brazing. Brazing was similar to welding with added materials. It was a type of material that melted more easily, and was placed among other materials that did not melt at the same temperature. In addition, pressure welding was where the copper and iron bars were heated red and smashed together with a big hammer. Welding also used the same principle. The filler was placed on the metal and sprayed on it. The filler was then melted. There was no filler. The two metals were directly burned and stuck together. Of course, the welding could also cut the metal. When the pressure was great and the mouth of the welding torch was big, the flamethrower was produced as soon as the switch was released. The more Li Yi thought about it, the happier he became. This flamethrower could be filled with gasoline, add some sugar, and spray it on the enemy. Li Yi wanted to laugh at himself. Li Chengqi opened his palm and waved it in front of Brother Yi's eyes. Brother Yi, don't scare me. Is that thing useful? It's easy to use and the key is that it can make a lot of money. As long as others don't know how to handle it, they can't do anything even if they get their hands on it. Li Yi recovered from his reverie and nodded. How much money can we make? Li Chengqi was thinking about the issue of paper money. There must be enough guaranteed items. Oh my God, how much can oil products make now? It depends on how much money the rich family has. Li Yi gave a vague answer. Li Chengqi chuckled. He understood. It was a big deal. The stone that others were unwilling to use would become money in Brother Yi's hands. Oil was not easy to control. It was liquid and flowed, so it needed to be stored in a jar. If you put too little oil, it would smoke. If you put too much oil, it would still burn when the food was ready. When other firewood and coal fell on the body, it could be touched. The burning oil stained his body, and a large piece of his flesh was burned. It was a frightening sight. Brother Yi, I'll help you think of a way. I'll go back to Zhuangzi to check on the cotton harvest there. Give me the blueprint of the thing you have here. Li Chengqi said and ran away. He didn't go to Liuli village at all. If the people there weren't stupid, they would already be picking cotton. He went to the palace and told Zhang Shuo that he wanted to teach him how to deal with the currency issue. At the same time, he would also explain to Yao Chong and Lu Huaishan what industrial relations were. Prime ministers like you, this prince was speechless. When he arrived at Xingqing Palace, Yao Chong and the other two had just finished talking and were about to leave. Stop, no, please stay. This prince has something to say. Li Chengqi accidentally lost his manners. Yao Chong was not angry. Instead, he looked up at the tall canopy and sighed. Lu Huaishan and Zhang Shuo looked frightened. Yuanji guessed correctly again? Something big happened? Your Majesty. Li Chengqi decided to bow. Brother, it's better to call me third brother. Li Longji corrected him. Was it important what he called him now? It's like this, about the currency. Li Qingqi began to say wow. He mentioned the impact on the current currency system and the issue of currency exchange. Li Longji listened and nodded. At the same time, he looked at his 3 prime ministers. The 3 of them blushed. Even if Yao Chong was thick-skinned, he couldn't bear it at this moment. It was clear that Li Yi had already thought of this when he was planning to print the money. He had planned it out before acting. He understood paper money better than anyone else. They were thinking about the next step or the step after that, but Li Yi was thinking about the final result. Your Majesty, please summon Jin Zi Guang Lu de Li Yi to the court. Yao Chong couldn't hold back and made a request to Li Longji. Li Longji narrowed his eyes and turned to Li Qingqi, big brother. Did you say that Brother Yi gave out something good again? Yes, I can see the blueprints tonight. There are 2 kinds of new textile products. One is water power and the other is multi-ingot. Li Qingqi gestured a few times and realized that he didn't understand, so he put down his hands. Everyone, please tell me the pros and cons of these 2 things. Li Longji threw the question to the 3 prime ministers. Zhang Shua scratched his head. It wasn't because he was itching but because he was worried. He finally realized that after His Majesty met Li Yi, he would always ask questions. He had a habit of asking questions on the spot and making people answer them on the spot. We're not Li Yi. We can't answer every question and answer every question that comes our way. Your Majesty, we can't do that. We don't have the ability to answer your questions during a meal. Li Yi can introduce the food in the first sentence. After you ask and he answers, he will continue to introduce the food in the next sentence. We're not him. He's not human at all. Yao Chong stood at the side and felt the distress of being questioned. He realized that when he asked Li Yi in the past, he didn't think much of it. Now that he was suddenly asked, it was simply, maybe it will speed up the annexation of land. Lu Huaishan said, yes, annexation of land, planting mulberry trees, raising silkworms and weaving hemp. Zhang Shu reacted quickly and said, I thought so too. Yao Chong frowned and thought for a while before agreeing. Can it be solved? Li Longji asked naturally. He was used to asking questions before drinking soup with Brother Yi. There would be an answer when he swallowed the soup. Unless Brother Yi was also drinking soup, he could only speak after he swallowed it. The imperial court has ordered that it is not allowed. Yao Chong replied quickly this time. The imperial court has never allowed it. There are always annexations. Li Qingqi was dissatisfied at the side. The imperial court has stipulated which fields can only be planted with grains and not mulberry hemp. Zhang Shua said in a low voice. He didn't believe it even after saying it. There were already regulations now. The regulations were the amount of mulberry hemp to be planted. Some people even secretly planted grain and then sold it to buy things to exchange for peace. Thank you for your hard work. Li Longji didn't ask anymore. The 3 of them took their leave and prepared to go back and think of a solution. Third brother, I'm going to Zhuangzi to pick cotton. You go back early today and ask Brother Yi. Li Qingqi left after saying that. Chapter 454. If we want to solve this problem, we have to start with governance. There is a way, but the people below won't carry it out. During dinner, Li Longji asked the same question he asked the prime ministers during the day. As usual, Li Yi accompanied him to drink and talk about governance. What method? Is it not allowed to change the land? Li Qingqi repeated the prime minister's words. There's no need to give orders, it's useless. The essence of land annexation is the corruption of governance, taking by force. Another factor is that the rent is too high. If the grain can't be produced and the rent can't be paid, they will be forced to sell the land. If the rent is reduced, the people will have grain. Why would they be willing to sell the land? The people don't care what you want to plant, they have to eat. If the rent is reduced and the people have enough grain to eat, they won't sell the land. Unless there's a problem with the local government and they deliberately cooperate with the rich to harm the people, this is governance. Li Yi picked up a green bean and peeled it. The green beans were the last batch. If they wanted to eat more, they would have to eat in a greenhouse. In the eyes of the earth, they would become ripe soybeans. Other people would wait for the ripe soybeans to be harvested. The soybeans that Li family Zhuangzi planted in the land they bought didn't grow well. If the land didn't work, the bean stalks would be turned into the field to raise the land. Then everyone would eat the green beans. They didn't need to add anything else except cinnamon, bay leaves, and ginger slices. It was too expensive, so they didn't use it. The beans were also covered with a lid and boiled with salt first. They were yellow in color and tasted a little noodle. Li Yi wanted to eat green beans at that time, so he boiled water first. Then, he washed the beans and blanched them in the water. After blanching, he took them out and added salt. This way they wouldn't turn yellow, but they wouldn't taste good. The land that Li family Zhuangzi bought wasn't fertile enough, so the beans couldn't grow big. There was no other way but to cook the green beans. Reduce the rent. What about the imperial court? Li Longji picked up a green bean and peeled it. I and the imperial court jointly print money and buy what we need. After the commercial tax pilot in Lantian County succeeds, the other 19 counties will also succeed and implement the commercial tax in different ways. Don't the merchants want to annex? After annexation, they will turn it into commercial tax and subsidize the people. Taxes are taken from the people and used by the people. Unlike the current left zong and right zong, where the left zong collected rent and used it to assign and hire commoners to work. Where did Zhuazong go? The officials were given salaries, while the army was given food and fodder. Right to bet was the tribute from the various lands, and it was specially given to the members of the royal family. What was the point of piling it up there? The hidden treasure is the most important thing for His Majesty, because His Majesty doesn't have the final say in the world. Li Yi looked at his two elder brothers. The last sentence was very provocative. Li Longji lowered his head and Li Chengqi raised his head. I see. Li Longji lowered his head and thought for a moment before he understood. Li Longji concluded, Brother Yi, all commoners have to pay taxes. The imperial court takes the money and benefits the poor. That's right. Otherwise we'll rebel. The gap between the rich and the poor is too big. Coupled with the corruption of the government and the inability of the government to fight, people will definitely take advantage of the situation and the common people will follow suit. Li Yi was talking about the situation after the Tang dynasty. The Lushan rebellion was the beginning. How did the rebels emerge from all over the country? For Li Yi, it was meaningless to think about who to blame in the future. He was here, and he wouldn't allow such a situation to happen. There are too many changes. His Majesty and the courtiers can't react in time. Li Longji knew the struggle they would face after the implementation. It's still early. It hasn't been opened yet. If there's not enough money, the silk can still be used. The main thing is the army. Next year I don't want to take things out. However, there's no private army that can absolutely intimidate the other forces. No one is afraid. Fortunately, the 16 guards are working hard to train. As long as they are given enough money to live on, they will be stable. The economic base determines the superstructure. Li Yi said a classic sentence. Without money, nothing can be done. The economic base determines the superstructure. Li Longji repeated. He took a deep breath. Yes, that's right. We need money. Private army. Private army must be strong. Really need money. Yes. Li Yi nodded with a smile. I have good weapons here. They should be ready by tomorrow. They're very powerful. Uncle, how powerful are the weapons you're talking about? Empress Wang was interested when she heard about war. As she spoke, she looked down at the baby in the small car. The little guy was not asleep. He opened his eyes and looked at the shaking doll hanging on the small car that Tao Hong touched every few breaths. Sister-in-law, the new weapons are powerful not because they can kill enemies, but because they can be trained in a short time. Ordinary crossbowmen, such as the winged knights, were powerful people during the selection. Even Baggage's team is not ordinary. It takes 3 to 5 years to produce a powerful crossbowman. My weapon can be used in 3 to 5 days. After 30 to 50 days, they are qualified soldiers. They can fight as soon as they go up. They are not worse than crossbowmen. The new crossbows I gave them can't be reloaded continuously. However, with the new weapons, soldiers can attack continuously without getting tired. Li Yi was talking about the flintlock gun. He didn't know that nitrocellulose was a flintlock gun. There were already lighters, so why would he still use a matchlock gun? The flintlock gun directly ignited the flintlock. If he made nitrocellulose in large quantities, he would need to use a lot of copper to make cartridges. Brother E, here's a toast to you. Li Longji raised his wine cup and gulped it down first. Li Yi was helpless and drank as well. Third brother. The main thing is to persuade His Majesty to reorganize the 16 guards and unite everything that can be united. Brother E is right. Li Longji poured more wine for Li Yi. Li Yi quickly held the wine cup with both hands. Li Chengqi drank from the side. He was proud of himself. He found Brother E. Look how powerful is he. Previously, when he asked the 3 prime ministers in the Xingqing palace, they had stammered about all sorts of nonsense. The prime ministers had to go back and think about it. They couldn't answer on the spot. Brother E didn't take this seriously at all. He solved it while eating, drinking, and chatting. Empress Wang listened and smiled. She liked this kind of relaxed atmosphere. It felt like her husband was asking about politics. The little fellow also made sounds. On the 18th of July, a modified water wheel appeared by the Ba River. The craftsmen of the Li family Zhuangzi were adjusting it. There were people who were threshing next to other water wheels curiously watching. The water wheel made by the Li family Zhuangzi was always free to use. Anyone who was willing to come over and thresh the water was fine. In any case, the water wheel couldn't be moved. They didn't mind the distance. When it was delivered, they would work on it. The Li family Zhuangzi didn't want it. However, during the process there would always be other fragments falling down. This couldn't be taken away. The farmers would collect it. This was good stuff. They would cook it in a pot. Pigs loved to eat it. Li Yi woke up late today. After dinner yesterday, he went back to draw the blueprint of the flintlock gun. He didn't draw the shape but the manufacturing blueprint. For the time being, he didn't plan to make the rifling for the barrel. Zhuangzi could pull the rifling. The threads could also be used. The rifling was the same. It was just that it was a bit longer. The inspector of Lantian County, Zhang Sun Xian, also woke up very early. To be precise, he woke up in the middle of the night and didn't sleep. The problem with the Qiangong step bed wasn't the craftsman's problem. It was the problem with the wood he bought. He knew that when craftsmen made such a large wooden object, they would use a lot of wood and choose a good place. Then he bought it one after another. He said it was sandalwood. In the end, he went to buy it himself. It smelled good. When the craftsmen started working, they found that it wasn't sandalwood. It was ebony sprinkled with sandalwood powder. It was better for making coffins. Chapter 455. Inspector Zhang Sun. The 2 kinds of wood are very different. The craftsman looked at Zhang Sun Xian with that kind of expression. I know. That day, Zhang Sun Xian recalled. That day, many pieces of wood were piled together. The color was about the same, and there was a strong sandalwood fragrance. The merchant who sold the wood even treated him to wine. Everyone was very happy. After that, he ordered them to move the wood here. Today he used the wood. Which part went wrong? Zhang Sun Xian looked at the large pile of ebony and was worried. It was small. Many pieces were needed to make a coffin. Who would want to make a coffin like that? Inspector Zhang Sun, we need to buy another batch of wood. The Qiangong step bed requires the largest wooden planks. These small pieces of wood can only be used to make stools and mortise and tenon joints. We saw the gloomy wood. As for the cypress wood, see what you have at home. You're the one who has a coffin made of these small pieces in your house. Zhang Sun Xian did not wait for the craftsman to finish and interrupted him. The craftsman hesitated, shook his head, and turned back to work. Zhang Sun Xian looked around the pile of gloomy wood with his hands behind his back and cursed. Don't let me catch you or I'll teach you a lesson. Zhang Sun Xian thought he was cheated and wanted to find the merchant. No, I can't take this loss. The drunken immortal house is building it. They need wood. Guan Xiaotan. After a few more rounds, Zhang Sun Xian thought he had a solution. You guys pile up the wood according to the original shape quickly. Zhang Sun Xian said to the craftsman and left with his hands behind his back. He returned to his courtyard. Go call Guan Xiaotan. I have something to discuss with him. The servant ran. Not long after, Guan Xiaoten arrived and greeted Zhang Sun Xian with a smile. Inspector Zhang Sun is busy with official business. Xiaoten is honored that you can take the time to meet me. No need. I see that your drunken immortal house needs a lot of wood. Coincidentally, I have some leftovers from the Qiangong step bed. I don't know how to arrange it. Zhang Sun Xian casually mentioned that he had a piece of wood, and even emphasized that the other party needed wood. Great, let me take a look. If it's okay, I'll buy it at a high price. Guan Xiaoten knew that Zhang Sun Xian had invested a lot in making the bed. By now, he probably did not have much money. Just give him some. The owner had instructed him to stay in Lantian County. Then she would slowly make the bed. If he ran out of money and stopped paying, what would she do? Let's go. I'll show you. Zhang Sun Xian pulled Guan Xiaoten's sleeve and turned him around. Inspector Zhang Sun, wait a moment. I'll go back and find 2 people who know the trade. I'm not familiar with blockhead. Guan Xiaoten was anxious. I have craftsmen with me. You can ask them. Zhang Sun Xian suggested. When the 2 of them arrived, the 16 craftsmen had already piled up and were busy with their work. The pile in front of me is all leftovers. When I bought it, it cost me 70 liang. You can take it away for 50 liang. Zhang Sun Xian points at the pile of wood in front of him. When he bought it, it cost 40 CUN. He wanted to earn 10 CUN and take advantage of the Li family Zhuangzi. Guan Xiaoten did not respond directly. He walked over and circled around. He first looked outside and then peeked in through the gap. Why are there so many pieces of wood lying around? How can a pile of wood be piled up like this? Aren't they afraid of collapsing? After a little calculation, Guan Xiaoten understood that there was bad wood inside. Moreover, even if they were all made of the same type of wood, this pile would not be worth 50 taels. How is it? Zhang Sun Xian asked. Good wood. I'll take advantage of you for 50 liang. Guan Xiaoten admitted that he could make the decision for anything less than 100 liang. He did not ask the craftsman about the quality of the wood. If he did, it would cause trouble for the craftsman. Should the craftsman tell the truth or lie? If they lied, they would offend the Li family Zhuangzi. If they told the truth, they would offend Zhang Sun Xian. Bring the money here. I'll send someone to transport it for you. We'll write it down. Zhang Sun Xian was afraid that Guan Xiaoten would go back on his word, so he pulled him to write a business contract. Guan Xiaoten went back to withdraw the money. 5,010 liang coupons. Zhang Sun Xian found some extra workers to load the cart and transport the wood to the construction site of Drunken Immortal residence. After he left with the workers, Guan Xiaoten called 2 craftsmen to take a look. Xiaoten, this is gloomy wood. It's yellow cypress wood. It's too small and not suitable for making coffins. If there's a place of extreme yang at home that needs to be suppressed, gloomy wood can be used as a decoration. It's not suitable for making other beds, tables, and chairs. The craftsman took a look and introduced it to Guan Xiaoten. Is this thing good? Guan Xiaoten asked. It depends on who uses it. It's good for people who don't know how to use it. Temples and monasteries, they're willing to use it. The carpenter touched the wood with his hand and said, I'll take it back and ask Dongzhu. I'll need your help here. Guan Xiaoten decided to send it back to Zhuangzi. Several carts loaded with gloomy wood that was not very uniform in shape set off. They arrived in Zhuangzi before noon. Dongzhu, Zhang Sun Xian insisted on selling me a batch of wood. It looks like sandalwood from the outside, but there's yellow cypress gloomy wood inside. All of them are too small to make coffins. The craftsman said that if there's one at home. Guan Xiaoten found Li Yi and began to report the situation. Where? Let me see. Li Yi shouted excitedly before Guan Xiaoten finished. Guan Xiaoten didn't finish his words before Li Yi rushed out. Soon he found a lot of gloomy wood. He squatted there and touched it. Good stuff. Okay. What coffins? This can be used to make musical instruments. If he uses this kind of wood to make a Qiangong step bed, he'll die miserably. But if it's used to make musical instruments, the value will be different. Li Yi squatted there with a happy expression. Fortunately, it was yellow cypress gloomy wood. If it was Phoebe Nam cork, it wouldn't be suitable for making musical instruments. It could be used to make violins, vertical bamboo flutes, huqin and hengqin. Guan Xiaoten came up. Dongzhu, is the wood good? Good. How much did you buy it for? Li Yi nodded. 50 liang and some sandalwood. Guan Xiaoten answered. Go find Steward Song and get the reward. Oh right, have you written the contract? Li Yi remembered something important. Yes, Zhang Sun Exine was afraid that I would go back on my word, so she asked me to write it. Guan Xiaoten smiled sneakily. It's not easy for Zhang Sun Exine. Li Yi sighed and felt sorry for Zhang Sun Exine. Yes, yes. Guan Xiaoten echoed. He could imagine how Zhang Sun Exine would feel when this batch of wood was made into musical instruments by Dongzhu and sold at a high price. When you go find Steward Song, tell him to buy more gloomy wood. I don't want cork, only hardwood. I don't make furniture or coffins. Li Yi thought that everyone's understanding of gloomy wood was in terms of coffins, instruments, and so on. When the value wasn't high, buy more. When he made gloomy wood into musical instruments and it became popular, the stock of gloomy wood would be money. Guan Xiaoten happily found Songda. He first said that Li Yi wanted to buy a large amount of gloomy wood, and then mentioned that he had a reward of 100 liang. He didn't take the money and put it on the account. When he needed it, he would buy things from Zhuangzi. For example, when he got married, he would also transfer it to the account. Songda thought about it and found a printing workshop. He asked to advertise in the newspaper that the Li family Zhuangzi was buying hardwood gloomy wood at a high price. The next morning, the newspaper came out and was sent to various places. In Lantian County, Zhang Sun Exine, who had cheated Guan Xiaoten yesterday, was eating breakfast and got today's new newspaper. She first skimmed through the headlines, then picked the content she wanted to read the most, and then Chapter 456. Inspector Zhang Sun, wake up, it's not good. Inspector Zhang Sun can't hold on anymore, help me. Zhang Sun Exine collapsed when he saw the Li family Zhuangzi buying the gloomy wood at a high price in the newspaper. The servant shouted and a group of people surrounded him, beating him, pinching him and finally resuscitating him. You've gone too far, you've gone too far. When Zhang Sun Exine woke up, she muttered these words. Obviously, he couldn't continue eating breakfast, so Zhang Sun Exine's people carried him back to the courtyard. Call Guan Xiaoten, call him here. Zhang Sun Exine sat on the chair with a pale face. The servant ran to find Guan Xiaoten. Something big happened. Zhang Sun Exine waited, but before Guan Xiaoten arrived, the merchant who sold him the wood came. Inspector Zhang Sun, I sold you the wrong batch of wood a few days ago. Some of the wood was sent to the temple. After checking today, I found that it was mixed with the sandalwood. Alas, it's useless for you to keep it. How about this? I'll give you twice the amount of sandalwood, take the wrong batch of wood. The wood merchant said to Zhang Sun Exine with an apologetic and flattering expression. Beat him out, quick, break his legs. Zhang Sun Exine didn't wait for the merchant to finish his words and roared. The merchant turned around and ran away quickly. As he ran, he shouted, Inspector Zhang Sun, it's true that you took the wrong batch of wood. It's useless for you to keep it. Think about it carefully, alas, you really beat him. The merchant ran away, and Guan Xiaoten came with 8 people. Inspector Zhang Sun, you're looking for me? Guan Xiaoten asked with a puzzled expression. Xiaoten, yesterday's wood, I sold you the wrong batch. I want to sell you sandalwood, right? Zhang Sun Exine drank a mouthful of water and said slowly. It's a batch of wood, everything is there. It's written on the contract. Guan Xiaoten corrected Zhang Sun Exine's wrong statement. Yesterday, when Zhang Sun Exine wrote the contract, he was afraid that Guan Xiaoten would find it back, so he deliberately didn't write sandalwood but a batch of wood. Today he regretted it. No matter why the Li family Zhuangzi wanted to buy in large quantities, the price of gloomy wood would definitely rise. Those who had gloomy wood on hand would go to the Li family Zhuangzi to ask for the price, and then confirm the price of buying it from other places. Little Tan, how about this? I'll buy it back at twice the price. How about that? Zhang Sun Exine took a step back. Inspector Zhang Sun, after my family's Dongzhu saw those logs, he said that I did a good job and rewarded me with 100 pieces of wood. Guan Xiaodan smiled. Zhang Sun Xian's heart twitched and she almost fainted again. How much would that batch of gloomy would be worth if it was just a reward of one person? Oh my god! How could this be? Zhang Sun Xian sat there in a daze. She didn't even know when Guan Xiaodan left. Half an hour later, he was called back to his senses by his concubine. After drinking a few more sips of tea, he pursed his lips and pondered. No, I can't let myself be at a disadvantage. The reply from the imperial court has already arrived. We can use Lantian County as a pilot to collect business tax. Start collecting. Go and check the accounts with them. For the sake of money, Zhang Sun Xian couldn't care about anything else. He went to the county magistrate with the reply he had given after submitting his petition. When the county magistrate saw it, he asked Zhang Sun Xian to write an official document and stamp it. Lantian County would start collecting business tax. Business tax wasn't just for stone quarrying. It included hotels and tea houses. As long as the business reached a certain scale, everything would be collected. 30% tax, 20% tax, 10% tax, etc. For example, stone quarrying fell under 10% tax. Drunken Immortal Tavern, 20% tax. As for wine shops and tea houses, 30% tax. Those who set up stalls didn't collect money. Those who carried poles and sold things also didn't collect money. The people in the yamen went out and went to each place to tell them that starting from the 1st of August, they would start collecting taxes. The accounts had to be recorded properly. Otherwise, they would be severely punished. The people of Lantian County were stunned when they heard the situation. Taxes collected. It's business tax, not head tax. Is 30% tax a lot? The gross profit is more, but the net profit is less. They collect according to the gross profit. The merchants won't have it easy. I heard that it was Inspector Zhang Sun who requested to collect it. He must have thought about it. The people discussed and watched the show. The merchants were unhappy. They didn't need to pay in the past, so why didn't other places pay but only their Lantian County? If they wanted to find someone, they could settle it in court. If they went to the censorate, who would know them? On the morning of the 20th of July, a large group of censors from the censorate brought Zhang Sun Xian out. They said that he had set up a scheme and was competing with the people. They also said that he was harming the people and would cause chaos. Li Longji listened and didn't say anything. He knew that the situation would be like this. A group of officials, those who had connections with merchants, those who did business with their families, those who had business with their families. Once Lantian County started collecting taxes, when there was nothing else to do, other places would learn to collect taxes, and the taxes would fall on their heads. Who would be willing to give their money to the court? The problem was that not collecting business tax and only collecting agricultural tax was something that the farmers couldn't take. Li Longji thought about it. The people from the censorate were finally done with the accusations and waited. This matter will be discussed later, Li Longji said. He didn't mention anything about withdrawing the taxes. Yao Chong immediately said, Tiela Si formed a surname Mo San, and led his troops south to surrender to the Tang dynasty. This official thinks that he should be given an official title. The topic changed from internal matters to external matters. The Tiela tribe had a total of 9 surnames. Si Jia was a surname, but it wasn't one of the 9. It was an external surname. There was a person called Mo San. He brought his tribesmen to surrender. He went to Chang'an. If the Tang dynasty was willing, he and his tribesmen could enter the Tang dynasty to live. Yao Chong's intention was to give him an official title and let him go back. These people were unreliable. If they surrendered today, they might be in trouble tomorrow. Why did they surrender? Because Zhang Xiaosong was helping the Ferganians fight against Aduata. Aduata was a king in the western regions jointly promoted by Tubo and the Abbasid Caliphate. Aduata first went to fight against the Ferganians. The Ferganians paid tribute to the Tang dynasty every year and even sent people to greet them. When he was beaten, he asked for help from the Tang dynasty. This had to be saved. If he didn't save them, they would have come to pay tribute for nothing. Zhang Xiaosong led his troops and killed along the way. Every city they came across was taken care of. The war was not over yet. According to history, the war would last until November. In the end, Aduada ran into the mountains and didn't come out. The result was that hundreds of cities were conquered and 3 cities were massacred. Aduada didn't have many people left. After Zhang Xiaosong's beating, the others were scared. The previous 10 surnames and the current C surname were all scared. The Tang dynasty didn't need their soldiers to help the Tang dynasty fight at the border. If they relied on them, the Tang dynasty's soldiers wouldn't have a sense of crisis. Once they surrendered, they were given an official title, which meant that it was fine. Don't worry, they won't beat you. Go back. Li Longji didn't need to worry about such a small matter. A tribe could fight against the Tang dynasty easily. Fighting against the Tuba was tiring, but fighting against them was easy. When Li Longji returned to Zhuangzi at night, he told Li Yi about Zhang Sun Exine. I heard that many people from the censorate were impeaching Zhang Sun Exine in the court. They said that he was competing with the people. It's not a big deal. They can't do anything. There's no harm in annexing the land. There are still ways to deal with it. Li Yi wasn't worried about this. Could they run away with annexing the land? They still had to pay the money. Chapter 457. Li Yi knew that after the Anlushan rebellion, the Tang dynasty had no money, so they used 2 tax laws and monopolized salt and iron wine. At that time, the officials did not object. It was the same now. If they objected, they would release the officials. If you have the ability, you can rebel. After killing so many people in recent years, who cares about you? Li Longji heard Li Yi's casual words and felt relieved. I wonder how much money the governor will get from collecting business taxes. Li Longji did not collect any taxes and wanted to get a number from Li Yi. It depends on what kind of taxes are collected, whether the taxes are uniform, and how much the local tax is cut. Only then can we determine the tax revenue of the governor. Li Yi could not answer. The trial run was still in progress and the place had not changed. After paying taxes in one place, the merchants could not pay taxes in another place. They needed to show the receipts of one place to the other place. The receipts could not be casually issued and had to be recorded. Li Longji also thought of this problem when he heard the local tax. Brother Yi, what should we do if the local government casually issues receipts and the merchants bribe the local officials? Easy. I will make a kind of receipt called a triplicate receipt. At the same time, I will use wax to make carbon paper. Each set of 3 receipts has a separate number. When the local government issues the receipt, I will make 3 copies. 1 copy will be given to the merchant, 1 copy will be credited to the account, and 1 copy will be kept as a counterfoil. At the end of the year or the chosen date of settlement, I will check the receipt. I will not be able to pull out any of the receipts as the serial number will not match. There will be anti-counterfeiting measures on the receipt. No one can fake it. When I reach the next place, I will record the receipt. I will leave the date, the person who handled it, and the receipt number. In this way, I will not take out a single cent. I will take as much as I need and leave a portion for corruption and benefit the people. The rest will be handed over to the imperial court. I will use paper money to reduce the losses on the road. This is easy to make. I can even make money. Li Yi, as usual, casually gave a solution. Li Longji smiled and nodded. This was his brother Yi. If he asked the same question to all the civil and military officials, they would not be able to come up with an answer. That's right. When I go to work tomorrow, I will ask the Prime Minister and the others. I will let them think of a solution. After the meal, Li Longji returned to his courtyard to review the memorials. Li Yi went to the workshop. He wanted to design colored pencils, the kind with red and blue lead. Otherwise, with an ordinary pencil, the first couplet could be erased and rewritten. Whether it was the entry in the account or the stub, it was difficult to check. Because the first piece of paper was written with a pencil, he rolled up the second piece of paper and wrote a number first, which then fell onto the third piece. If the third piece is given to a merchant as proof, the merchant will take it away. The pencil mark on the first sheet was erased, the second sheet was opened, and a new number was written on the second sheet. He could only use colored pencils. A ballpoint pen was out of the question. How was he going to make that bead? The quill pen was inconvenient to use. If he used too little strength, he wouldn't be able to make a copy. If he used too much strength, he would tear the paper. Colored carbon paper was easy to make. All he had to do was add color to the wax paper used by the local reporting office. After the workshop heard this, they immediately started working. Pencils were made into pencil cores and then wrapped in paper to replace the wood outside. The printing of the triplet was done on paper of the same color. The craftsman would carve the wooden planks and print one set first. This set would be used for demonstration. The serial numbers were the same. Otherwise, he would have to design a copper plate. The next morning, when Li Longji left, he brought along a complete set of things. Just like that. During the court meeting, Yao Chong didn't know why, but he felt uneasy. Zhang Shuo and Lu Huaishan weren't in a good state either. It had been a few days and Li Yi had stopped. This didn't make sense. Something was going to happen. The matter of collecting taxes was discussed before, so it didn't count. Sure enough, after everyone finished talking, Li Longji still ignored those who accused Zhang Sunexan. He didn't dismiss the meeting. His eyes swept over the officials, and the corners of his mouth gradually rose. Everyone was creeped out. What was His Majesty going to do? I want to ask. Collect taxes. If you have a shop, collect taxes. If you can't run away, you can pay it directly. Merchants can't pay taxes every time they arrive at a place, right? How much tax do you have to pay on the way from Hangzhou to Beijing? You are all talents of the Tang dynasty. Do you have any ideas to solve this problem? Li Longji's voice contained a hint of expectation. Do you have any good ideas? If you do, promote your official position. Yao Chong and the other two, including Wei Zhigu, closed their eyes at the same time. His Majesty is looking for trouble. I have a solution. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue stood up. The Minister of the Ministry of Revenue was just a title. Zhong Xiaojing was in charge of the Calligraphy Association. Bai Gu had finished his term in Hunan and was about to return to Chang'an. When he came back, he would be the Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Everyone looked at the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, but Yao Chong and the other three didn't. They knew that the Assistant Minister was stupid. How could he be so easy to solve? I think we should follow the law of water transport. The local government will issue a document and verify it in Chang'an. If the document doesn't match the local government's data, it will be judged. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue talked about the water transport. The local government will put the grain and other things on the ships and verify the numbers. When they arrive at Chang'an, they will verify it again. If the local government is cheating, write a certificate for the merchants and write less of your own. The local government will keep the extra money. Li Longji asked softly. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue hesitated. We can ask the local officials to supervise each other. What if they all embezzle? Li Longji's voice was still as soft as ever. Send a trustworthy person to the local government to keep an eye on them. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue added. I trust you, Li Longji said with a smile. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue lowered his head. I am willing to go. Who else can think of a solution? Li Longji ignored the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue heaved a sigh of relief and quickly shrank back. Otherwise, he would be sent away. I have a solution. Cui Riyong, the Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, stood up. I asked the Imperial Court to create something that is difficult to imitate. The amount of money will be marked on it and sent to the local government. The local government will verify the tax paid by the merchants and issue a certificate. After a period of time, the remaining certificates will be checked. The amount of tax will naturally be the amount of tax collected. Just like the exchange certificate, the tax will be 12 bushels and 220 coins. The tax will be given to 12 bushels, one for 200 coins, and one for 20 coins. Cui Riyong explained his solution. Li Longji nodded. Minister Cui has put in a lot of effort. However, if the merchants take the certificate, can they give it to others and use it next time? They can write down the date on the paper, the day, how many goods, what goods, and how much they are worth. Cui Riyong had a solution. Only the date of tax payment, not the date of arrival. If they write down the location of arrival, How will they verify it with the place where the certificate was issued? If they can't verify it, won't the merchants be able to use the certificate to evade tax? Li Longji raised another problem. Ah, you want to write down the date in another place? Good idea. As for how to do it, I can't think of anything. Cui Ryong shook his head. Going back, no, it was too tiring. Li Longji maintained his smile as his gaze slowly swept over the place. Yao Chong directly said, Your Majesty, I can't think of anything. It's too complicated. Why don't we wait for them to enter a place and directly collect the tax? If they don't want to sell, then don't enter the county. Otherwise, no matter what they say, they will all be taxed. Zhang Shua stood up and cupped his fists, nodding in agreement. Then how is the imperial court going to check the place? Li Longji said regretfully. Your Majesty, tell us. What did Jin Ziguang Lu Deli say? Lu Huaishan signaled Li Longji to stop messing around. Chapter 458. The officials in the small court meeting looked helpless. Lu Huaishan had reminded them. His Majesty must have a plan. What's the point of teasing us? What do you think Li Yi said? We'll just listen. Why bother? Li Yi is not a normal person. He's full of bad ideas. Don't think we don't know that he was the one who suggested collecting taxes. From the night when the curfew was lifted, to collecting management fees, to collecting sanitation fees. He began to think about how to get money from the merchants. He can make money himself and is willing to spend money for the people and soldiers of the Tang dynasty. We don't dare to target him. Zhang Sun Xian has no ability. He's unlucky. Li Shi, bring it to the officials. Li Longji said to Gao Li Shi. Gao Li Shi brought a set of things to the front. He wrote with a colored pencil and placed carbon paper on top of it. As he wrote, he said, the numbers must be written with 2 different characters. They must be the same. There must be a serial number below. In the future, every 3 pieces of paper will have different numbers and can be connected. There will be 3 copies. The upper part will be written with this colored pencil. There will be no writing brush. The lower part will be printed with the same handwriting. Write the date here as well as the person who handled it, the goods, the price, and the taxes. 1 copy will be given to the merchant. 1 copy will be entered into the account, and the last copy will be kept. The receipt for the record cannot be placed in the same place as the receipt for the account. Otherwise, a fire will burn it all. Where will we find it? Wherever we go along the way, the situation will be recorded and the serial number will be recorded. At the same time, a seal will be placed on the merchant's receipt. The same seal cannot be used in the same place. It's the same for the same serial number. When the merchant wants to cheat and collect the accounts, he just needs to keep an eye on a certain merchant and check. The officials looked on, some sweating on their foreheads. There were also some who muttered, Li Yi is evil. From local officials to merchants, no one can escape. Unless the merchant can open up all the channels. Otherwise, if the price is too low, the merchant will take the receipt to another place. The other party won't admit it and will record it. Someone next to him said, the receipt and the stub should be separated. If a fire can burn both places at the same time, the house should also be confiscated. General Gao, what if it's wrong? Zhang Shua asked. Replying to Prime Minister Zhang, if it's wrong, the 3 pieces will be invalid. But you are not allowed to tear them down. If the numbers are connected, missing one will be a big problem. Gao Lishi continued to speak. He finished a copy for everyone to admire. He had specially practiced this kind of pen before. The Li family Zhuangzi had a carbon strip pen. Good stuff. In this way, the local officials and merchants can't be faked. Amazing. An official said with a look of relief. Humph. Yao Chong snorted. It depends on who is the local official and who is the merchant. Change it to humph. Yao Chong didn't say who it was, but everyone understood. I don't believe that there are still loopholes to exploit. I feel that it is indeed possible. If he can think of this, he must have thought of something else. Why didn't I think of that? You didn't even think of that. Gao Lishi didn't care what they were talking about. He put down his pen after he finished writing and stood to the side. He was now keeping up with the pace. If the Li family Zhuangzi had anything, He would definitely learn it first. Everyone, is it safe to collect taxes like this? Li Longji's voice rang out softly beside the officials. At the same time, he had a loudspeaker in his hand, the one with the recording function. He turned on the recording function. Everyone was lamenting Li Yi's strict design. When they heard His Majesty's question, they all spoke up. Good, it can't run away. How much taxes are collected? Once we check the accounts, we can definitely find out if there is a problem. Not bad, so taxes can be collected like this. In the future, the Tang dynasty will no longer lack money. Merchants are the richest. My family has a merchant, I know. If only we officials of the censorate could come up with a similar method. This 3 copies of tax receipts is simply amazing. Li Longji listened with a smile on his face. The monarch and his officials were harmonious. When almost everyone had praised the tax collection, Li Longji turned around and left. Everyone studied and lamented Li Yi's ingenuity for a while before returning to their seats. There were many people, but there were no chairs. Since everyone agrees to collect taxes, I will follow your wishes. Li Longji's smile did not change. Your Majesty, you can't. Merchants are difficult and have no output. They only facilitate the transportation of goods. How can we collect taxes? The person who agreed just now, who was a merchant in his family, jumped out. Li Longji turned on the loudspeaker, and a voice came out. I took a magical weapon from Brother Yi. A real magical weapon. It can record the words of others. Everyone listened to it. Is it fun? I think this is a good item. If anyone says something and suddenly denies it, it will be a crime of deceiving the monarch. Li Longji looked at the official who had a merchant in his family. This person sweated profusely, but he did not bother to wipe it off. Your Majesty, merchants have no output, but they buy low and sell high to make profits. They do not have the hard work of farming, and they do not suffer the hardships of craftsmen. They only know how to trade and do not benefit the country. Heavy taxes should be levied. Good, I will listen to you. Li Longji praised the official who had a strong desire to survive and immediately took action. The others did not say anything. They looked at Li Longji with resentment. Your Majesty, you are not a gentleman. How can you do something like this? What is that? It can even record people's voices. Everyone is busy. Please go and work. The Tang dynasty depends on you to make the people rich and the soldiers at ease. Li Longji stopped laughing and said seriously. All the officials bowed one after another, turned around and left. They knew that the matter of collecting taxes could not be changed. His Majesty's recording was just a joke. If His Majesty said that he wanted to collect taxes, anyone who did not agree would be demoted to a small official. The censorate's impeachment was a test. Seeing that His Majesty had taken out the perfect 3 copies of invoices, they knew that His Majesty's will could not be changed. His Majesty raised 30,000 winged knights in the Forbidden Garden, and also used his private money to provide the 16 guards with delicious food and prizes. The 16 guards practiced every day. They wanted to eat meat, drink wine, and take things. His Majesty was talking to them nicely. If they did not know what was good for them, the officials understood and began to think about how to spend the money in the future when the court had more money. They had to build roads, repair riverbanks, make more powerful weapons, and increase their own salaries. They could not increase their official salaries, but they could take extra ice in summer, charcoal in winter, vegetables in greenhouses, and rice with more meat. Your Majesty, the printing and manufacturing methods of the 3 copies of invoices and carbon paper cannot be kept in private hands. Yao Chong and the other 2 did not leave. He advised Li Longji to get it. Li Yi could print, so they had to be on guard. Minister Yao, do not worry. Brother Yi will hand it over when the time comes. My brother Yi will not use this method to make money. It is easy for him to make money. Li Longji comforted the officials. He was not worried that Li Yi would use these things for personal gain. There was no need. He felt that Li Yi did not even think about making money when he did not need it. When he needed it, he could amass a large amount of wealth in a short time. Your Majesty, we still have to ask if there are any flaws in this method. Lu Huaishan still felt that Li Yi could take advantage of the loopholes. I will ask tonight. Li Longji agreed. He was also curious if it was possible to cheat with the 3 copies of invoices and records of various places. If it was a local official, how to gain benefits. If it was a merchant, how to avoid paying taxes. Chapter 459. Your accounts are wrong. At the Lantian County mine, Zhang Sun Exine looked at the accounts and roared. What's wrong? Shopkeeper Liang was on duty today. He didn't understand what Zhang Sun Exine meant. Where? I don't understand. What do you mean by 1 table equals 2 tables plus 3 tables, 2 tables equals 4 tables plus 5 tables, 3 tables equals 6 tables plus 7 tables? There are so many tables in your accounts borrowing and loaning. Aren't you guys annoying? How can you keep accounts like this? Zhang Sun Exine was in a bad mood. The tax hadn't been collected yet, but he came to check first. The mine gave him face. Empress Wang's brother-in-law let him check. The accounts were sent up and there were tables. Zhang Sun Exine was numb. His whole body was numb, and his ears were ringing non-stop. It's Li Dongzhu's request. Otherwise, it wouldn't be convenient for him to check the accounts. There are also accounting reports. Do you want to take a look? Shopkeeper Liang suddenly felt a sense of superiority and was happy. Every month there would be a monthly accounting report. There would be data and text introduction in it. Did the production increase or decrease? What was the situation? Why? Next year there would be a year-on-year comparison. All kinds of data including tables would be provided. Shopkeeper Liang looked at Zhang Sun Exine and thought, so what if you're a 4th-rank official? This is called professionalism. You want to check our accounts with your little ability? Zhang Sun Exine, who was despised, didn't want to look at the accounts. He asked, what are your stones used for? Some can be used as fertilizer. It depends on what kind of plant and the pH of the soil. We have been collecting and crushing them. They haven't been sold yet. When we sell them, there will be a lot of them and we will have to pay a lot of taxes. We don't care if we sell them in advance to avoid taxes. Shopkeeper Liang explained the situation. They would wait for the taxes to start before selling them. Zhang Sun Exine curled his lips. The people don't know. You want to sell them, but can you sell them? Inspector Zhang Sun may not know, but we only need to sell them to the Li family Zhuangzi. When the taxes start, the Li family Zhuangzi isn't a mining place, so they don't need to pay taxes to Lantian County. In the future, we can even sell uncrushed fertilizer ores to the Li family Zhuangzi at a low price. The Li family Zhuangzi will process them, mix them with other mineral fertilizers, and sell them to others at a high price. It has nothing to do with us. Shopkeeper Liang was very patient as he slowly explained to Zhang Sun Exine. Tell Zhang Sun Exine that we can easily escape the tax, but we won't. Don't think that you are checking the accounts. Zhang Sun Exine was dumbfounded. So there was such a trick? Since you have a way, why don't you use it? Zhang Sun Exine asked subconsciously. Li Dongzhu took out 250,000 taels to build the road to the Shu lands. He can also take out 100,000 taels to give to the soldiers at the border. Is he short of money? Shopkeeper Liang despised him even more. You're the Empress's brother-in-law. Zhang Sun Exine wanted to cry. What little money? Was it easy for him to earn money? Now he had to buy new sandalwood to make the Qiangong step bed. Sure enough, business tax should be collected. You merchants earn so much, yet you don't take it out. Inspector Zhang Sun, the accounts are complete. Other than fertilizer, there are also additives for making new paper, which are also ores. There were also ores for burning cement, ores for improving the quality of ceramics, and ores for smelting metals. Gold and silver were not included. But some of the associated ores have copper. This copper, in the end, you can't control it. It will be done at Zhuangzi's place. Shopkeeper Liang did not hide anything and said everything. The place they occupied was marked out by Li Yi. There were too many mines in Lantian County, and they all had great uses. I am the inspector. I can restrict your business. Zhang Sun Exine finally found the key. Among the people working in the mines, there are more than 1,100 people from Lantian County. There are more than 600 people in the auxiliary jobs. Adding the others, there are more than 2,000 people working in Lantian County. Behind each mine is a family. The safety of the mines is good, and the wages are high. The people have a way to live. Inspector Zhang Sun wants to cut off the livelihood of more than 2,000 people in Lantian County. If you force him, the people will rebel. Shopkeeper Liang looked into Zhang Sun Xian's eyes. His gaze was sincere. He was not lying. The people working in the mines and the auxiliary services earned more than 3 times the money. More than 2,000 households. Lantian County was a county with many households and people, but there were only 2,000 households. How close was Lantian County to Chang'an? If the people were to rebel, not to mention you, a 4th-rank official, asked the Prime Minister if he would be afraid. No such thing. You can't talk nonsense. Zhang Sun Xian's intelligence was finally online. Inspector Zhang Sun, speaking of which, help me take a look at this broken stone. I really don't recognize it. Please take it back and ask someone who knows. Shopkeeper Liang saw that his goal of intimidation was achieved. He immediately took out a piece of jade, Lantian jade. It had not been ground yet, let alone polished. There was a part of the stone outside. The method used to remove the jade was to take a thread. The thread was dipped in water and sawed bit by bit to remove the stone outside. The Lantian mountain of Lantian jade was under the control of the imperial court. It was occasionally found in other places. It was a nephrite jade. It was relatively easy to carve, but hard jade was difficult. To carve hard jade, one needed to use stones from other mountains such as diamond. Zhang Sun Xian did not consider the problem of carving. He looked at the jade in his hand that still had other stones. His breathing became hurried. He suddenly felt that shopkeeper Liang was a good person. This person was just a bit too straightforward. Okay. I'll find someone to ask. I'll let you know when I find it. Zhang Sun Xian smiled. Thank you, Inspector Zhang Sun. Shopkeeper Liang showed a grateful expression. Thus, Zhang Sun Xian, who had come over to do official business, left in a good mood after finishing his official business. Li family Zhuangzi night. Brother Yi, if you were an official, would you be able to get money? Li Longji asked on behalf of the officials. Is it from the accounts or from the hands of merchants? Li Yi asked. Both. Li Longji added. It's more troublesome to get money from the accounts. If the goods need to be taxed with 20 taels and 300 taels, I'll just write 20 taels and 200 taels. In the case of 100 taels, the merchants won't haggle. I'll keep the extra 100 taels and have to share it with my colleagues. The accounts are there and can't be changed. This is a tax account. If you don't cooperate with the merchants, don't even think about touching it. Li Yi said that if the triple coupons were carefully examined, there would be no cheating. There were also records of the amount and coupon number outside. How could the tax collected be too little? What about the latter? Li Longji was relieved. Cooperating with the merchants is simple. For example, the merchants transport dried fruits and hazelnuts. The prices are different because of the quality. I cooperate with the merchants and lower the prices. If the price is low, the merchants will share some with me and the merchants will bribe others. The price of a ship is 100 taels. If we bribe the merchants, we will pay 80 taels and the merchants will still earn 20 taels. Li Yi said another method of cooperation to cheat the imperial court. Li Longji frowned. Sure enough, it's still a problem with people. No matter what the law is, it has to be implemented on the people. However, this method can still be investigated. It's not as safe as the first method. Just earn a little money and don't think about getting big. Li Yi said the situation inside. Cooperating with the merchants to cheat, one check will be accurate. Do you think auditing is a waste of time? What if you are a merchant? Li Longji asked from another angle. If I'm a merchant, it's much simpler. I can also sell hazelnuts and I can pay less tax. Li Yi said and laughed. Chapter 461. Bai Gu felt dizzy. The Empress was raising a child on Li Yi's Zhuangzi? Where's His Majesty? Bai Gu rubbed his temples. His Majesty comes to court in the early hours of the morning. In the afternoon, he might go to see someone in the imperial harem. In the evening, he will return to Li family Zhuangzi. It's close by. He can come back in time if he has something to do. Lu Huaishan put down his chopsticks and rubbed his temples. Have you considered safety? Baigu didn't care where the emperor lived. He was worried that Zhuangzi was not as safe as the imperial city. Safety? Yao Chong snorted. Li has a lot of good stuff. That kind of sky-piercing monkey that is arranged in rows. Zhang Shua continued. There are also hot air balloons. Currently there are about 50 of them on Zhuangzi. When the imperial court's craftsmen are done with the outside, they will bring it to Li Yi's Zhuangzi. Zhuangzi will assemble another thing. The wing knights train all day. I don't dare to think about the money they burn. If the situation is urgent, the hot air balloon team will protect His Majesty, the Empress, and the child and escape. Li family Zhuangzi's fighting strength is higher than the imperial cities? Baigu seemed to understand. As the Minister of War, Yao Chong nodded. The imperial city is not suitable for cavalry charges. Most of the wing knights are outside the city in the Forbidden Garden in the north. If they want to besiege the Li family Zhuangzi, the Li family Zhuangzi only needs to hold on for 15 minutes. The wing knights will be able to launch an overwhelming echelon attack. The cavalry will go around the imperial plantation, the Li family Zhuangzi, and the Zhang family village. Baigu nodded repeatedly. He found that it was true. The imperial city fought with infantry, while the outside fought with cavalry. In that case, let's see if the Li family Zhuangzi can hold on for 15 minutes? Baigu concluded. The Li family Zhuangzi is next to the Ba River. Later, the Zhang family's village and the Li family Zhuangzi dug artificial canals. There are only 4 small bridges to cross the river. Lu Huaishan gave a watertight explanation. Baigu understood. That was the moat. He hadn't been back for 2 years, and now there was a military base beside Chang'an. What do you mean by not being able to know His Majesty? Baigu brought up what had just happened. Let me tell you, I'll have to start from when King Song went to the imperial plantation. Zhang Shua began his introduction. By now the dishes had already turned cold. So it wasn't Your Majesty who sent Li Yi to Hunan province. He made preparations in advance. Does Your Majesty regard him as the foreign minister? As Baigu spoke, he looked at the faces of the 3 prime ministers. There was no anger as he had imagined, only a trace of helplessness. He has many ideas. So what if he's the foreign minister? Zhang Shua said, resigned to his fate. Ai. Lu Huaishan sighed. Heat up the dishes. Let's eat. Yao Chong changed the topic. After finishing the past lunch, Baigu hurried back to his office at the Ministry of Revenue to check on the situation of the tax collection and the triplet receipt. At night, Zhang Shua pulled Wei Zhigu along to eat at the revolving restaurant in Earthly Paradise. Today he deliberately left a table open. Otherwise it would always be full. There were many rich people. Baigu asked about Li Yi in detail. After the banquet ended, he returned home. His family lived in the 2nd row on the west side of Vermilion Bird Avenue. It was the 5th square from south to north Huaizhen Square. It was also the 5th square from north to south. The next day he asked for leave, saying that he had to arrange the affairs of his family. He turned around and ran to Li family Zhuangzi. Old Bai. Li Yi shouted at the bridgehead of the Ba Bridge. Xiao Yi. Baigu, who had been given a luxurious carriage as soon as he arrived in the capital, got off and called out. Quick, Old Bai, come with me. I'll give you a bite mark. In 2 days I'll inlay it on you. I've inlaid it on Juya's golden mountain. Zhuangzi's missing teeth are now using my teeth. Know the teeth I inlaid. Li Yi stepped forward, took Baigu's arm, and led him inside. Baigu's attendant curiously sized up Zhuangzi and carefully followed behind. Baigu was also watching. Sure enough, it was as the information he had gathered. There were palace maids and eunuchs following Li Yi. The villagers of Li family Zhuangzi who didn't work wore beautiful clothes. Those who worked wore work clothes. There were guards standing guard, winged knights patrolling back and forth, and hot air balloons floated in the sky. The children who woke up later than the adults and ate later than the children wore the same clothes and entered the classroom. Xiaoyi, it would be great if all the people in the world were like this. Baigu was also shocked by Zhuangzi's culture and scenery. There will be, upstairs and downstairs, electric lights and telephones. Li Yi spoke out the thoughts of the older generation. At that time, those people felt that it was a dream to be able to live upstairs and install electric lights and wired telephones. Later, the wired telephones were removed one after another. They were only installed under special requirements. Otherwise, they were all mobile phones. Compared to that time, what was Zhuangzi now? Electric lights and telephones? Baigu found the keywords. There are electric lights in Zhuangzi now. Telephones. I can make them. We'll talk about it later. Right now it's not very useful. It's just something that can talk to each other from a long distance. Li Yi explained briefly and brought Baigu into the hospital. First, they cleaned up the 3 missing teeth and left bite marks. Okay, I'll install them for you in a few days. You need to put them on the teeth at the side. You don't need to plant them. Even if all the teeth fall out and your mouth is full, I'll still install them for you. You can introduce anyone to me. I'll pay you the same price. Li Yi smiled and said to Baigu, who was feeling the treatment of the teeth. Baigu also smiled. He knew what Li Yi meant. The people he could find were of similar ranks or had other abilities. Xiaoyi, I'm the Minister of Revenue now. Baigu chatted with Li Yi. I know. You're of the same rank as me. I'm also a primary 3rd rank official. Li Yi took out his golden purple light doctor title and said. Baigu looked at Li Yi, which meant, don't you know the difference between a civil official and an official with real power? There are many 3rd rank civil officials, but there are 2nd rank civil officials. Can they be compared to the Minister of Revenue? Xiaoyi, take care of the Ministry of Revenue. I just know that you came up with the idea to collect business tax in Lantian County and use the more useful triple coupons. Baigu talked about business. The former Minister of Revenue followed the prescribed order. When he came over, what awaited him was business tax. From the Tang dynasty until now, business tax had never been collected. The people paid rent for farming and took the rent. Suddenly business tax came. He didn't know how to play. Minister about the tax, the local government must leave a certain percentage for the local government to use to build roads and do things that benefit the people. The taxes in the county will be paid to the state government. A portion will be left in the county and 10% will be left for a trial. Lantian County doesn't count. We need to make up for the deficit first. The state government can keep 15% of the tax, and the remaining 75% will be handed over to the Ministry of Revenue. Let's see if this ratio is useful. If not, we can adjust it. Li Yi changed the way he addressed him and talked about business. Baigu heard and asked, we already have paper money. It's convenient to transport. Can't we leave some for the local government? We will allocate some for the local government when there's a need. If there's no money, who will collect taxes for you? Let the local officials see the benefits. Only then will they be willing to take action. Li Yi looked at Baigu in surprise. You want them to be corrupt? Baigu was also surprised. Their corruption is the Ministry of Personnel's business. Of course, the Ministry of Revenue can check the accounts. After collecting business tax, the Ministry of Revenue will start to consider canceling the transfer of the people. The local government has money. They will recruit the people in the form of employment. The people will have an extra 20 days of free time. Li Yi had been keeping an eye on the canceling of the transfer. The free 20 days of labor was a scam. They had to prepare their own food and go to designated places. Even if they worked hard for 20 days, they wouldn't be able to recover in half a month. The work was different. An unprofessional person would get half the result with twice the effort. What if the tax left by the local government is not enough to pay the remuneration? Baigu didn't oppose the canceling of the transfer. Everyone knew that, but he had no choice. He was worried that the tax was not enough. Chapter 462. If the county does not have enough money, we will see if the project is necessary. If it is necessary, we can apply for funds from the government. Li Yi did not think that this was a problem. If they did not have money, then don't do it. He turned around and said, the Ministry of Personnel's assessment should be based on the development of the region. The shops in the region have to pay taxes. If the taxes are not collected, it means that the locals have no money. If the locals have no money, we will find ways to make them rich. Take Lantian County for example. If I go there to buy land and collect stones, many people will have money. There are also 20 counties in the capital. I will give a demonstration to each county this year and teach them how to plant greenhouses. If they are willing next year, I will pay for them to buy cloth, build heating roads, and even help them sell vegetables. If they have money, they can spend it. The shops will make money and pay taxes. If the taxes are high, the county will have more money. If they have the ability, they can make the people's income double and collect an extra 100,000 coins in taxes. I will let them embezzle 50,000 coins. Li stated his purpose. Bringing the people to live a good life and earning money for the imperial court was the priority. The officials themselves could earn money later. Baigu understood. The officials, the people, and the businessmen would earn money together. The officials would find ways to find people like Li to spend money to bring the people to earn money. The more they earn, and they can even be promoted. In the long run, the officials will become corrupt and difficult to control. Baigu disagreed. Aren't the officials now greedy? Li said lightly. Baigu's mouth moved. Translated, it was old tie, it hurts. They were both greedy. One was when the people had no money, so they took money from the people. The other was when the people earned money, then they got greedier. Both were wrong, but the people preferred the second type. After a while, Baigu could finally speak. What should the local government do? I will take out 2 types of spinning wheels, the hydraulic wheel and the multi-spindle treadmill. Go to various places to process cloth. The people who do farm work will have time to work. Li gave an example. He realized that there were too few new inventions in the Tang dynasty and could not be compared to the Song dynasty. When it was the Ming dynasty, it was even more impressive. New technologies were emerging one after another. In addition, I have new technologies for papermaking, coal application, and coking. These will be a boost to the smelting of iron. With more iron, more tools could be made. Weaving more cloth today, farming more tomorrow, improving the axle to transport more, burning cement, repairing roads and building houses faster. Everyone needs manpower. People work and earn money. Only then can the people of the Tang dynasty live a good life. Li explained it to Baigu. He realized that many people could not keep up with his train of thought. He understood almost everything. It's not that easy to come up with ideas and techniques to make money. Why don't you come up with a way to make money now? Otherwise, I don't believe you. Baigu said loudly to Li, as if he was the one who had thought about it for a long time. Yesterday, he had heard that when talking to Li, it was important to answer every question. He was used to answering every question that was asked. He didn't believe it. Was he still human? You're just a 17-year-old boy. You started learning when you were in your mother's womb. How much can you learn? It wasn't as if there weren't people who could read 10 lines at a glance and remember everything they saw, but even they couldn't do it to that extent. He decided to use the method of provocation. Those questions just now didn't count. He guessed that Li had already thought about it and had to ask new questions. Ha ha ha. Li laughed. Shall I see I'm right? Baigu provoked him again. Old Bai, you live in Huaijin Lane, right? Li stopped laughing and asked about Baigu's house. Yes, it's just 1 lane away from Vermilion Bird Avenue. It's very lively. I also have a pavilion and a small forest. Baigu said proudly. He was rich. Good, that's a lot of money. I'm relatively poor, so I can only live outside the city. Li was impressed. Baigu. This time, he thought, my old heart is pierced iron. Old Bai, you tell me something for people of any age. I'll give you a way to make money. Li smiled and said to Baigu, really? Baigu was instantly energized. This was awesome. He could choose from it now? I want older ones. Baigu thought of one. Good, I want something for older people. I have a game that isn't too intense. It's called Gate Ball. I'll draw a blueprint and let you make it. It's specially sold. Li didn't wait for the other party to finish and continued. I haven't finished. I said I don't want older ones. I want young girls like dancing. Baigu changed his words at the last minute. No problem. I have a hula hoop. It's simple. I'll draw a blueprint and sell it. It'll be mass-produced. It'll save more money than making it myself. Li interrupted again. Having something was not a problem. I haven't finished. I said dancing is also useless. Bai Gu changed his words again. I understand. Old Bai, you can continue. Li Yi understood. He will not interrupt him if he says one more thing. I want something that children can play with. It must be something that children like. It's best if it can be drawn beautifully. Bai Gu increased the difficulty and asked for more details. Are you sure? Do you still want to change it? Li Yi asked. He was waiting for the other party to add another useless. This you tell me if you have it or not. Bai Gu stared into Li Yi's eyes. Li Yi's eyes flashed with a hint of panic, but he immediately recovered. Yes, are you sure you want this? Yes. Bai Gu smiled. Okay, let's go to the study room. This is the hospital. Li Yi agreed and waved his hand. After entering the study room, Li Yi made tea for Bai Gu first. He took out a pen, a protractor, a ruler and a compass and started to draw. He was drawing big circles and small circles. There were gears outside the circles and gears inside the circles. There were also empty spaces in the small circles. Bai Gu was holding a teacup and watching. He did not understand what Li Yi was drawing for. When Li Yi finished the 10th circle, he stopped. Old Bai, this set of things is called Children's 1,000-flower ruler. It can be used to draw many pictures. Even children who do not know how to draw will find that they can draw beautifully with this. I will ask someone to send it to the workshop now. After lunch, you can bring it back to the workshop to sell. I will provide you with red and blue pencils. Those who have newspapers at home can draw on the back. One set will be sold for 5 yuan. After you sell it, you can give me more money. One set will be sold for 4 yuan. You can earn 1 yuan. I will give you 100 sets. You can see how many you can sell in a day. It's best if you can sell it to a rich family. Li Yi introduced the things he drew and gave the price. What if I sell it for 10 yuan? Bai Gu did not believe that anyone would buy it. You sell it for 100 yuan. It is your ability to sell it. Li Yi believed. If Bai Gu went to find someone to sell it, they would buy it even if it was a piece of cake. Shall we look at the place where your water flows? Bai Gu saw that Li Yi was going to ask someone to send the drawings. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well wait for lunch and see the scenery. All right, I will bring it over personally. Li Yi readily agreed. The two of them left. Li Yi brought Bai Gu to the workshop. He was not afraid that the secret would be leaked. After giving the drawings to the craftsman, Li Yi and Bai Gu went to the special garden. In the garden, there were students who did not have classes. They found a place to study. They were going to take the imperial examination next year. Li Yi could not change the content of the imperial examination. He could only rely on the students to memorize it. Bai Gu was shocked again. This place not only had mountains, rivers, and forests, but also pavilions. It could be said that there was a scenery with every step. Such a good place. It is good to drink wine under the light at night. Bai Gu praised. There are mosquitoes. They stung me. Li Yi's words ruined the atmosphere. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.